walked all over us. And every single night, when me dad would come on tight, he'd invite the neighbours out with this chorus. Come on, shake like a hands, come on and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you umbrellas down and landers. Come on, out the IRA, Major on like Callaway. From the green and lovely lanes up here to Shamwell. Come let us hear you tell how you slammed the great Burnell when you taught them well and truly persecuted. What are the sneers and jeers that you loudly let us hear when our leaders of 16 were executed? Well, shake like a hands, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you will medals down the Flanders. How the IRA Major on like Callaway from the green and lovely lanes up here to Shamble. Come tell us how you slew them owl Arabs 2 by 2. Like the Zulus, they had spears of bow and arrows. Over you faced one, oh, it's your 16 come gone, and you frightened them damn natives to the marrow. Matching like in hands, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down at Flanders. How the IRA Major on like Callaway from the green and lovely lanes up here to Shamwell. The time is coming fast, and I think this day is near when it's only Traver he will run the for us. And if there'll be a need, well, our kids will say Godspeed with a verse or two of singing this fine chorus. Catch your left hands, go out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down Flanders. How the IRA Major on like Callaway from the green and lovely lanes up here to Shamrock.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon. No matter where you are in the world, I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, from the lovely lanes of Kilishandra, all the way to the lovely lanes of Wilshire Boulevard in California, Los Angeles. We're live and alive, 2 people, 1 struggle. And I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today is a beautiful day. It's a wonderful day. It's a Monday. It's a good day, but it's also a bad day at the same time. It's Monday, October 9th, 2023, 11:21 a.m., and I am exactly on time. And this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, but my personal news is pretty much nothing. I have no personal news. I have nothing going on in my life that isn't what I'm doing here in front of the camera. As you guys know, this endless occupation, bloodshed, and conflict is of course ongoing in Palestine, and I will be covering that. As far as my personal news goes, I didn't really do anything. I didn't really do anything other than just like read the news, try to get a better understanding, try to get a deeper understanding of what's going on. And then this morning I worked out with my buddy Chris in the morning, and that's it. That is the short and sweet of it. I finished Pacific last night, which was great. I ended the broadcast yesterday. I shot a podcast with we did the Fear and episode with Aiden and Nick. So we had the yard. We had half of our pod and half of the yard. So it was a half and half. I think it was pretty good. I thought it was great. You'll watch. It was obviously devoid of politics. So if you are looking for some kind of escape, then of course, that is the pod. That is what it provides. So other than that, though, I finished the Pacific. My opinions on the Pacific are that Band of Brothers was better. I will say I liked Band of Brothers more than the Pacific. The Pacific was good. It got really depressing My very I guess my immediate assessment of both of these fronts in the same fucking war is the way that the soldiers treated, the Americans treated the German civilians and Germans in general after, like Austrians, after peace was brokered, was very different than the way Americans treated Japanese people. And I don't mean like Japanese soldiers, I mean like Japanese civilians. Definitely Japanese soldiers as well, but certainly with Japanese civilians. It is very interesting to watch that unfold and to see that and to think. And for the record, please make no mistake, this is not a war crime apologia broadcast. I have been incredibly critical and have talked about Japanese war crimes, everything that has happened. Anne, please, biraz daha quiet ol, ne olur. It was certainly interesting. It was certainly interesting seeing just how different Japanese people were treated in comparison, like how different Japanese civilians were treated in comparison to the Germans. Hold on one second. I'm gonna close this door. Kai is being a bit of a menace. There's a difference between bringing war criminals to justice versus collective punishment. Yes. Is Mirage sharpening an axe out there? No, it's just the house is lit the fuck up. But it's mostly Kaya who is the most naughty girl. Thank you for informing me yesterday. Love from India. I finally know what's going on. I had a 2-hour heart-to-heart with my dad, and he finally understood the plight of Palestinians. I do have one concern. Please listen. Uh-oh. Missed the last 3 days touching grass. Have you talked about Andrew coming back at all? No, because I don't care. Yes, I will be moving on to Generation Kill after this. As positive news, my boyfriend who showed me your stream 3 years ago just became my fiance, so shout out to all the other HasanAbi power couples out there. Hell yeah. Yeah, we're going to talk about gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom today as well, who has just like vetoed the shit out of everything. I hate him so much. I hate him. He is such a fucking piece of shit. I hate him. Congratulations on your wonderful journey, chatter. I gotta know where you got that shirt from. New merch? No, but I'm working on the restock. We're gonna do a new colorway for the Capitalism is Voluntary and some of the products that like sold out. And let me tell you, that shit, it's gonna be awesome. You guys are gonna love it. New colorways for the last run of merch. This time it's not going to be the same boundaries though. We're going back to Bayside for sourcing. Short period of time. They were able to help facilitate that. So the sizing is not cut and sew like the prior run. It's not going to be cut and sew like the prior run. It's going to be the regular Bayside t-shirt dimensions. I met other HasanAbi heads IRL. Will not recommend marrying. Okay. Yes, there is an orange and black colorway coming. No, none of it will be available at TwitchCon Vegas. So we're gonna try to hit it by Black Friday. So. Did I see the IDF announcement? Of course I did. I'm going to get into all of that in a second. We're talking personal news right now. Last bit of personal news, I guess. Kaya's been a good girl. Kaya update. She hasn't peed or pooped in the house. That's it. That's actually it on my personal news side of the world. You know, I this is every waking moment of my life. Every waking moment of my life right now is specifically dedicated to trying to develop a better understanding of exactly what's going on and and trying to make the correct assessments, because there's a lot of misinformation flying around. There's a lot of racialized hatred going around. Maybe it's just like what I see on Twitter, but Twitter is like baying for blood and saying like Muslims are, a horde of rapist gangs and they're doing like systematic rape. And then there's like post-feminist critiques of this hypothetical person who's like defending rapes that are apparently happening at the systematic level, and then and they're criticizing those people. And I'm like, who are you guys having a conversation with? Like, I have not seen any of the people that you are like. I have not seen anybody defending rape. Like, I literally have not seen it. Maybe they're out there. I have not seen it, but I also haven't seen like where these guys are raping everybody shit is coming from either. Like, I have no idea. I'm gonna tweet that I'm live in a second. Chloe Gervais recommended your stream on our Insta canal to educate ourselves about what's happening is so important. Oh, shouts out to Chloe for that. That's very nice of her. Yeah, she's great. So, the irony is that like a lot of my takes, no matter what people tell you in the upcoming days, and you're gonna hear a lot of fucking insane shit from Western media, my analysis, and this always is consistent, oftentimes drawn from sources on the ground. What do I mean by that? Sources on the ground including Israeli internal security, the American State Department, the Israeli state and their assessment of the situation. These are things that I look to first to understand. And everyone is obviously Iran, Hezbollah communications, Telegram channels that have Telegram channels from Palestinians and Hamas Telegram channels. Like, I look to literally all of these avenues to make a better assessment. And most of the things that I am saying are not necessarily things that I'm saying alone. These are also things that members of the Israeli Knesset have said. These are also things that international NGOs are saying. And last but not least, and perhaps the most important part, these are also things that the Interior Security Ministry has said to Benjamin Netanyahu, as far as I understand it. So whenever someone comes in and has like a reductive, black and white, incredibly fucking emotional plea on either direction when we're having a conversation about something that is a direct consequence of at least like 16 years of imprisonment in Gaza and an occupation that has gone on for much longer than that, you have to understand. Abi dün bir çatıra sinirip Türklere laf ettin diye seni report ettiler, haberin olsun. Türklere köpek dedin diye etnik ırkçılık yapıyormuşsun. Ulan ben Türk'üm. Ayrıca da doğru yani. Amerika'nın köpeğiyiz. Yalan mı? Yalamam. Apparently Turks got mad at me because I yelled at that one Turkish chatter for uncritically and unconditionally defending Israel and trying to fucking tell me that I was wrong and did not understand the history when he himself was completely oblivious to the reality. And I said, I don't know why you are a dog to America. I don't know why you are servile to America. The Western world does not see you as anything different than also a roving gang of Muslims that are coming to do mass rape. They do not make that distinction. Turks have, in often instances, just like Phoenician Lebanese people, very similar, we have this idea that we are above the Arabs. The Arabs are lower than us. We are Western focused. We are elite. We are very different because, you know, it comes from the Ottoman Empire supremacist attitudes as well. There's this like air of elitism amongst some Turkish people. And I think that was, I was trying to explain to them that like the Western world does not make this distinction, you know? Yes, we're going to talk about a former Shin Bet head literally warned Netanyahu about blowback and they called him a left-wing radical. We are going to talk about that, which is fucking insane. Hey, remember guys, whenever someone says, oh, Hasan, you are on the side of Hamas, you are defending Hamas, you are defending mass rapes, I don't know where the information for mass rapes is coming from, but you're defending all of the violence that Hamas is doing. Only Hamas is doing the violence. Remember, okay? My analysis is literally backed by the Interior Ministry, the actual people in the Knesset. Progressive Israelis are also in agreement. It doesn't matter what people are saying on Reddit. It doesn't matter what like weaponized trolls are saying all around the internet. If you want to get a better assessment of the situation, like my opinion is damn near identical. I can't believe I'm saying this, to the fucking editorial board of Haaretz, okay? Which is certainly a more progressive outlet, but it's still a progressive Israeli outlet, okay? It's like the most progressive American outlet is still going to be pro-America, okay? So remember that. So, people are going crazy. People are going crazy everywhere. Heard a German Middle East expert who said your exact take. Of course they said my exact take. Because my exact take is shared by many people because it's the truth. Everyone with an ounce of credibility who is not a fucking psychopathic, bloodthirsty monster recognizes that Israel's actions, both in Gaza and especially also in the West Bank, is the cause for this violence. And it will not stop until Israel stops. That's it. It will not stop until either Israel stops or completely ethnically cleanses the entire Gaza Strip, which it seems like Israel is taking the chance to do that, which is weird. Maybe they should fucking focus on securing the internal Israeli struggle that is ongoing. But instead, they're like, they have one note. They're like, oh, we got to hit the genocide button. I keep fucking hitting the genocide button and expecting different results. And it's like, you can crank up that dial all you fucking want, but ultimately, like, these people do not have anything, and they are choosing to die on their own terms. Yeah, there are still people on the Palestinian side inside of Israeli borders. Okay? There are multiple accounts coming out about Bibi Netanyahu having prior information about the likelihood of an attack, which he chose to ignore apparently. These are very trying times. These are very interesting times, okay? These are these are, in the words of my favorite bald guy, possibly the weeks where decades happen. Okay? You know, there are decades where nothing happens, and then there are weeks where decades happen, and we are now in the weeks where decades happen part of the story, it seems. I have never in my entire life of covering Israel and Palestine ever heard the American State Department and the IDF get together and collectively release information that says Iran, we do not have any evidence that Iran is responsible for this attack. I've never heard that. That, in my opinion, is the most terrifying thing I've ever heard from either of these institutions. Okay? That has never happened before. And I don't even believe them. I do believe that Iran certainly has something to do with this. Of course, Iran has something to do with this. They have no other support outside of Iran, which is why it is shocking and terrifying. Why the fuck is the Israeli state and why the fuck is the American State Department saying Iran is not involved in this? This is the first time where they have said Iran is not involved in this. I joked about this yesterday. Like, someone could fart inside of Israel and they would say it is Iran that is responsible for this. So why have they changed that attitude? What the fuck is going on? I genuinely don't know. I don't know if it's because they're worried about pulling Iran into what is going on. But I genuinely don't fucking know. You see the ignorant people attacking Ireland now for supporting Palestine? Yeah. Why is this guy... This guy has Marxist in his bio, and he's making fun of Ireland. Ireland has been like the only Western country that has unequivocally supported Palestine and Palestinian liberation from the jump because of their own anti-colonial struggle. Two nations, one struggle, baby. I don't understand how someone who is a follower of mine, who is a Marxist suprematist, is unfamiliar with the history of the Ireland is unfortunately all criminals, but I still support them in every way. That's such a funny what? Ireland is unfortunately all criminals, but I still support them in every way is such a funny take. What does that even mean? A guy on the Swedish subreddit said the IRA is the same as Hamas. Yeah, this is the worst part about like eviscerating any kind of secular resistance apparatus that the Palestinian people had deliberately by design. Because no, Hamas is not the same as the IRA. No, Hamas is not the same as the ANC. Of course they're not. They're Islamist fundamentalists. Okay? However, they are functionally the only apparatus that pushes back against the Israeli government. You say Fatah still exists, but not according to the fucking Palestinians, because when Palestinians look to their two options, and they look to peaceful coexistence with Israel, and they look to the secular, completely fucking neutered institution that is on the West Bank, and they see them getting killed on the West Bank, they see getting bullied on the West Bank, they go, we have nothing, we have no one. These are the only motherfuckers that we have, which is true. That was a major fuck up from a realpolitik perspective on behalf of Israel, not allowing the West Bank and capitulating to the most monstrous, psychopathic, like hyper Zionist, insane, unfavorable settlers, and like allowing them to just rip and partition the West Bank into shreds, and then offering them the protection of the state was the worst fucking decision that Israel could have ever made. And many people said, don't do this. Don't do this. You keep doing this, and you are showing the Palestinians that there is no way out. You are showing the Palestinians that there's no fucking way out. Okay? You misspelled deliberate? Did I? I don't fucking know. Anyway, we're gonna cover all of that. I can't stop talking about this. I can't stop thinking about this. Israel calls for blood in Gaza. The Western world unequivocally withdraws the minor support it gave to Palestinians. Minor support it gave to Palestinians. Okay. How much did the Netanyahu government know about the security threats, and more will Iran and Hezbollah join? Okay. Hamas is a useful scapegoat for Israel? Yes, but While Hamas is a useful scapegoat for Israel, they keep saying, oh, it's Hamas, it's Hamas, it's Hamas. We're doing this for Hamas. Ironically, they're using Hamas as the reason for why they can just like kill a bunch of Palestinians. But it doesn't matter because ultimately there's nothing remaining for the Palestinian people. And that's why Hamas's popularity has even risen. This is the same constant principle I have mentioned time and time again in Middle Eastern conflicts. It's the same in Iran. It's the same in Afghanistan. The people will rely on the most fundamentalist, the most reactionary people if there's no one else to defend them. Okay? And they have no one else defending them. So they are seen as the liberators. And Israel, or the Israeli state apparatus, can say, oh, well, Hamas are anti-Semitic. They are, okay? And that's why we have to wipe them out. But you're wiping out the entire Palestinian population. All you're doing is pushing them into the hands of Hamas. Yeah, they said we are fighting human animals, dude. It is really, really fucked up. Oh, I know, we're going to cover all of that. Every single person is like fucking baying for blood, looking for... Netanyahu's live now, so we'll hear.
Emphasize, we just started to hit the Hamas. The images of the Hamas bases in Gaza is just the beginning. We have killed many terrorists, and this is not going to stop. I said that any place from which Hamas operates will turn into rubble. This is already happening today, and it will continue happening even more so. I am in constant communication with President Biden, and I would like to thank him on behalf of all citizens of Israel. The USA supporting Israel in every way, have a plane carrier, biggest in the area, is on its way to this area. And the enemies of Israel understand what that means. I would also like to thank many leaders in the world for their support in Israel. Citizens of Israel, I have to tell you, there's also some fake news and propaganda that is trying to separate us and scare us, such as the information that there are lots of tunnels, or the fake news that the Egyptian army, the Egyptian official has warned us about this, which has never happened before. Do not believe this propaganda. And the one thing that is most important in war is staying calm. I know we all want results right here, right now, but it will take some time. But I promise you, dear citizens, at the end of the war, all our enemies will know it was a terrible mistake to attack Israel. What we will do to our enemy in the next few days will echo.
To say Israel has the right to...
Already, the battlefield is filled with heroic stories of our people, from the citizens, the policemen.
Brother, you haven't even secured southern Israel. What the fuck? Why did they move away from trying to at least like protect internal Israeli security immediately to hit the genocide button? It's so odd.
Watch the video.
They literally are fucking insane. Like they're so horny for blood that they are not even like... How are you speaking like it's over and also just beginning?
On the field, and he saw the ceremony of the Brit on video. And when he heard the words from the ceremony, his eyes filled with tears. Yesterday, I appointed Gal Hirsch to be in charge of those abducted.
Do you think they're actually doing a genocide? Missing. I don't know. You tell me. They said they're shutting off the water, the power, which they do regularly anyway. They're stopping the food supply. It's an open-air prison. And they're engaging 300,000 reservists. What do you think that is? Do you think they're going in there to hug and kiss the people? No. They're going in there. They're going in there to fucking kill.
All sharing this.
A final solution.
This is true and honest thing.
They don't a lot of people don't fucking get it, dude.
We will overcome, and together we will win. Only together. as Prime Minister of Israel, I'm telling you honestly, we are ahead of difficult days. We are hurting for our brothers and sisters who have died, I insist on winning this battle in order to bring peace to our people and our country. The people of Israel, the country of Israel is a miracle. In the book of Samuel, it says that the unity of Israel will not lie. And during this journey, we will commit a promise, and this time we will also commit this promise, and the people of Israel will live.
Oh my God. How the fuck did their Iron Dome radars not detect fucking paragliders? It was too slow. Paragliders do not pick up enough speed that missiles do, that it didn't trigger the radars. That's how. They're too slow. Okay. I've learned more about the Palestinian-Israel conflict from you in the past 2 days than my whole time in academia. Yeah, I mean, if this was not your interest, then yes, you're not going to learn about it, because why would you? They bombed the mosque in Gaza, a military target. Dude, Israel has never bombed a military target in Gaza. Gaza is one of the most densely populated places. It's 2.2 million people, 2 million people living in a fucking tiny ass strip, okay? It's all children for the most part, too. It's majority under the age of 18. The average age is 18, dude. The average age is 18 years old. They're bombing fucking kids inside of hospitals, mosques, schools, and saying that they're doing this because the Hamas is actually using them as meat shields, as like human shields. Okay? It's completely fucking ridiculous. It is, and they're not even hiding it. Like, this is a straight up war crime, dude. This is war crime shit. They're already done. They've already done it. They've already done it. It took 2 days for some Israeli citizens to feel exactly like the way Palestinian people feel every single fucking day of their lives, for them to go, okay, it's genocide button. Complete siege on Gaza, no electricity, no food, no fuel, no water, everything is closed. Now you have to remember something. How can they do that? I thought Gaza, they could just leave, right? How could they fucking do that? Because they can't do that. It's a prison. It's an open-air prison. There's always this weird notion, okay? There's always this weird notion that whenever you deal with someone who's like an ultra-Zionist online, where they always say the most insane shit, where they'll be like, Gaza's not an open-air prison. But then when push comes to shove, they routinely recognize that it is an open-air prison. You know what I mean? It's the same principle behind the Nakba, right? They're like, on the one hand, they say the Nakba didn't happen. And then also on the other hand, they're like, but it should have happened. And if it did happen, then we're going to do it again. And it's going to be much worse. It's always the same bullshit. Okay? It's always the same fucking bullshit. Yeah, it's always like, oh, Gaza's not an open-air prison. We just control all flow of supplies going in and out of Gaza. We control the entire electricity grid of Gaza. We control the entire water supply of Gaza. We control the food supply of Gaza. You know what I mean? But it's not. But like, and people can't go in and out of Gaza freely. But it's not an open-air prison. Come on. Serious question, what do we need for a two-state solution? A two-state solution is what Israel claimed it was going to do so that they could keep doing this like slow burn ethnic displacement and cleansing that they've been engaging in. It's fucking bullshit. Reparations to all Palestinians, and also give land back to the Palestinians and create a singular state where everyone has equal rights, a secular singular state that is more representative of historic Palestine, where Jews, Christians, and Muslims could live freely. Okay? That's it. It's fucking ridiculous. And no, that doesn't mean a Muslim state either, or a Muslim fundamentalist state where all the Jews get fucking wiped out either. That is ridiculous. And that would never happen anyway. And so it's silly when people bring that up as a counter. Back in 2008, Israel did a ground invasion of Gaza, killing 1,400. In 2014, they bombed. Yes. Protractedly killing 2,300 both times. 70% of the casualties were civilians in both of those campaigns. Yes. I mean, yeah, you see a lot of this, like flatten everything, spare no school, no children's hospital, no old age home, delete their entire gene pool off the face of the earth. Dude, people that have been historically oppressed, hitting the fucking Hitler particle button so quick is just wild to me, okay? We are not that far removed from Nazi Germany and the fucking Holocaust. Like, how can you just jump there? Kanka kilise ana sor o daha iyi bilir. Yine demokrat havalarındasın Hasan ya. İsrail kalp Turkey. I'm gonna get a lot of Turkish trolls in here. I guess like my shit popped off in Turkish circles because I called them the dogs of the West. So now they're in here being like, dude, how dare you say that? We love Israel, you know, and we will support Israel no matter what. Okay, got it. Have fun with that, dude. They bombed the only telecom building in Gaza and the one gate to the Egyptian border. Yeah. Gaza is literally under siege for decades, and the entirety of the Western media apparatus actively, Israel has not been doing mass violence daily for decades. Yes. There are a lot of people who are just simply misguided. Okay? There are a lot of people who are just simply misguided. They've been blinded to the truth, or maybe they are completely oblivious to the reality. Or maybe sometimes they're cynically weaponizing that lack of interest or lack of knowledge in what has actually happened in the Israeli-Palestinian relationship. Okay, there's going to be a lot of people who are misinformed by it and or utilizing the lack of information to their advantage. But there you go. You can find. I mean, when you have the asymmetry of warfare that Israel has maintained in its endless occupation, okay? And when you have the head of the military apparatus saying, we are fighting human animals, which you can say is a mistranslation, but the other translation is not much better either, which is beasts and not real humans, okay? And you hear him say, we shut off the food, we shut off the water, we shut off the electricity, we shut off everything, and we're fucking going in. And they've been bombing it into rubble. Okay? You don't really need to do anything else. You don't really need any additional context. I mean, he's saying it very clearly. Yeah, we're fighting human animals and we will act accordingly. Bro, you are a human animal. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Israel just bombed Gaza's telecommunication company, Paltel, causing internet and phone signal blackouts in major parts of the enclave. The company and its building has zero connection to Hamas or any other groups. They are deliberately targeting civilian infrastructure, which is a war crime. But of course it's a war crime. Why the fuck wouldn't they do war crimes? Their entire existence, their entire occupation is technically a fucking war crime, and they're going to keep doing more and more of these war crimes. And guess what's going to happen? Guess what's going to happen? Nobody is going to fucking turn around, and when they're getting bombed and they're having their buildings reduced to rubble, when they see their fucking fathers holding out their dead babies out in the streets, go, wow, this surely is Hamas's fault. I can't believe Hamas brought about this violence to our heads. You want to know why they're not going to say that? Because they've been getting bombed like this already. They've been getting bombed like this when Hamas doesn't do anything. They've been getting bombed like this when Hamas does do shit. They've been getting bombed like this. Or on the other side, on the West Bank, they're literally cooperating with Israel. And all that is given them is more death, more humiliation, more destruction, more loss of houses, more ethnic displacement. So at a certain point, they're like, okay, well, I guess we can't trust the state of Israel to have our best interests at heart, because why the fuck would they? God damn it, every fucking Ramadan, they go in to Al-Aqsa and beat the shit out of people who are just simply praying, dude. And then the media rarely ever covers it, or if they do, they cover the violent clashes as though it's not asymmetrical, as though the entire police apparatus is not a colonial task force that is there specifically to fucking kill Palestinians in the West Bank. The entire world knows that that is a war crime, that that is an act of terrorism. Fucking Israelis know that. The Israeli position originally was, why the fuck are we giving these settlers any money? They're freeloaders. We have our problems of our own. Okay? Why the fuck are we giving settlers money to go and live there? Okay? Because the Israeli government's position was different than the Israeli population's opinion on the matter. The Israeli population's opinion was, why the fuck are we giving money to the settlers? They're freeloaders. They're also crazy, kooky religious guys that think like they can just go there and bulldoze Palestinian houses. The Interior Ministry openly stated time and time again that this presented a major security threat because the more you fucking kill people in the West Bank, the more the entirety of the Palestinian population is going to say, what the fuck are you doing? And they said, you're woke. Shut the fuck up, woke person. How dare you tell me? Yeah, here, look. Look at this. I mean, let's see if I can get this without the paywall here. But here, the leftist deep state agenda has infiltrated the Shin Bet. Israeli minister slams security chief. Members of Netanyahu's coalition criticized the head of the Shin Bet security service after he warned Netanyahu about the dangers of Israeli Jewish terrorism. Shin Bet chief Ronen Bar warned Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that Israeli Jewish terror fans the flames of Palestinian terror, according to a report by the Israeli online outlet Ynet News. They knew there are plenty of people that know that the more you fucking kill people in the West Bank, the more people go fucking crazy for understandable reasons. You can only push people so far until they strike back when they feel as though they have nothing. It's fucking nuts. Anyone and everyone that is not on board with the ultra-nationalist, hyper-right-wing, straight-up, openly fascist agenda of Ben-Gvir and so many other coalitions that Bibi Netanyahu had to build specifically so he doesn't fucking go to prison, okay? Those people are not popular internally inside of Israel either, because there's plenty of liberal Israelis who themselves are Zionists, who themselves do not even think of Palestinians as human beings, going, dog, this is too much. This is too much. You're doing too much. And you think you can get away with it, but eventually this level of violence, even if you do not have a moral distaste for, okay, even if you do not consider it to be abhorrent and immoral, you still recognize that from a realistic perspective, this level of violence is going to beget violence. This level of violence is going to inevitably cause blowback. And that is precisely what is happening today. And now you're seeing what is going on. People say, oh my God, Iran, evil. Iran is so evil. Iran is so evil for supporting Palestinians. Like the war between Israel and Iran, And it's like, bro, they have no one else to rely on. The Palestinian people have no one else to rely on but Hamas. They literally have been backed into a fucking corner where the fundamentalist Islamist group is the only people that are like, fuck this shit. We have to engage in violent struggle. Think about that. Think about that situation. If you want the violence to end, you have to make amends. If you want the violence to end, you have to end the occupation. Consistently pushing these people into a corner is demonstrably a failure. Okay? That is the reason why what happened over the weekend happened. And there are people inside of Israel, and there are plenty of, and I'm not even talking about like anti-fascist Jews, okay? Like there are plenty of Zionists who fucking recognize that. If you think that Shin Bet is like a bunch of libtards, I don't know what to fucking tell you, okay? People have been predicting this for a very long time, okay? They've been predicting that this was going to happen for a very long time, and now it's happening. Israeli army radio says we've stopped using warning missiles in Gaza and will instead use mass evacuation. Much more damage and death toll is wished. I don't know if that's real or not, but it doesn't even matter. The warning missiles are also bullshit anyway. They've never been real. I'm not surprised if you get canceled on Twitch. Yeah, I don't think I will get canceled on Twitch. This is not new. You might be here for the first time in your life, hearing me talk about this kind of thing for the first time in your life. Maybe you just are now paying attention to what's going on. But this is something that I have been defending and talking about for a very long time. It's not warning missiles not real. You saw it live on Al Jazeera. Brother, I don't think you understand. Warning missiles are fucking bullshit, okay? The idea that warning missiles make Israel the most moral army on the planet is a laughable notion. Your mentality is so distorted at that point that you literally think that this is a good way to describe like mass ethnic cleansing of a people that you've literally fucking trapped inside of this like strip of land. That is a psychotic notion. Oh, dude, think about it this way. I am the most successful military apparatus on the fucking planet, let's say, and you are living in your house, and I tell you, boom, I threw a dud on top of your fucking building, your residential house, okay, the house that you live in. I threw a fucking bomb that's a dud to warn you that you have 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 15 minutes to get out because I'm blowing up your house. You think that's an acceptable position? You think that that somehow is permissible? You think that that's somehow just? This kind of dehumanizing rhetoric, this kind of like willing and deliberate way of making Palestinian people out to be like subhuman and constant fucking the constant recipient of this kind of violence is literally the reason why this is happening. Don't ban that person yet, okay? Don't ban that person yet. He said, lol, Hamas violently took over the government, okay? He said, lol, Hamas violently took over the government. Warning missiles not real? You saw it live on Al Jazeera and then said, why does Hamas mix infrastructure with civilians? I wonder why. Do you know anything about Hamas? Do you understand how Hamas operates? Did you know that Hamas is the governing body of Gaza? Did you know that, like, yeah, sure, they don't have, like, real fucking elections any longer, but do you understand that the people of Palestine in general now look to Hamas as the only fucking way out of the situation that they're in? You can say they slaughtered their opponents. Maybe you should also recognize that part of the reason why Hamas was able to capture so much power inside of the Palestinian government apparatus is literally because Israel saw them as a delicate and a very adequate counterbalance to the more popular secular formations. Okay? That's why Israel did some America shit and thought, oh, they'll just fight amongst themselves. We'll just like push the scales in the direction of Hamas and the fundamentalists so that, you know, the more popular secular formations can fucking go away. And then they killed all the socialists. It's nuts to me that to have this kind of attitude when you say, why does Hamas mix their infrastructure with civilians in like the most densely populated open air prison? What the fuck are you saying? What are you saying? Where is the government supposed to be? It is a false notion. It is a complete falsehood, a fabrication to justify the endless bloodshed, to say they're using human shields. Because I will flip this argument on its head and ask you, perhaps they thought that their oppressors were human and thought that even the most inhumane oppressor is not going to bomb a school. And of course they were wrong, and they know that they were wrong. They're always wrong on that front. It's crazy to me that we treat Israel like this unstoppable force, like they are not human beings that are making these decisions to bomb schools, mosques, hospitals, and also the Associated Press building. And as long as they can say, hey, guess what? actually, sorry, there's a Hamas there, even though there is never any fucking evidence whatsoever for the record, okay, then it's fine. It's perfectly fine. Hamas is everywhere. Hamas is everywhere. It's like, yeah, after a certain point, Hamas does get to be everywhere. You want to know why? Because if you keep pushing these people, then Hamas is the only out that they have. Oh. Yeah. Sorry, when there was a peaceful march to return to Israel, we had to snipe 12-year-olds and pregnant women and doctors and people who are a part of the press, which we still continue to do because Hamas is using them as human shields. You know what I mean? There is no singular way to make this argument. There is no way that you can make this argument from a morality point of view. Okay? You can hyper-focus on it all day, every day. You can say, well, what about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? No one ever calls Israeli officials to question when they are a well-developed state that has consistently oppressed the Palestinian people and killed them in ways that, like, Hamas wishes they could fucking touch Israel with. Okay? People are like, oh, I can't believe they, like, are openly shooting people out in the streets. It's like, what do you think Israel has been doing? There is no comparison, okay? There's no comparison. Unless you look at Israelis and say, they are the humans, and you look at Palestinians and you say, they are the dogs. And for the record, once again, you can say whatever you want. You can say whatever you want. You can get so fucking rabid. You can get so fucking angry. But ultimately, it doesn't change the reality because even liberal Zionists inside of Israel are saying that this level of anger that you are directing, this level of violence that you are subjugating the Palestinian people to, is the reason why Israelis are dying. Okay? You can fucking keep saying like, oh, why don't you denounce Hamas? Why don't you denounce the murders? Why don't you denounce the civilian deaths? It's like, of course, dude. What do you think? You think it's fucking awesome that civilians are dying? No, of course not, you fucking idiot. You are trying to shadow box. You are trying to shadow box desperately. Because you know that there is no real reason for, there's no real way out of this other than scaling back Israel's war crimes. Okay? You don't want to address the actual root cause of the problem, so you just desperately want to fucking find a shadow to tackle, and be like, oh, seems like you love Hamas. Yeah, dude. Big fan of Islamist fundamentalists, dude. Big fan. Definitely. Like, totally. Why does it feel like Israel's always in the hot seat for anything? Seriously, Hamas has been launching a bunch of missiles. Brother, if you ask this question, then either you are completely oblivious to the reality of the occupation and how brutal it is, or you are cynically saying this because you know others are. You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy to me, dude. That's crazy. Just look up literally one stat. Look up the United Nations numbers. Look up Amnesty International or the Human Rights Watch. These are not fucking communists, okay? These are just simply NGOs that oftentimes work at the behest of the Western world. But the Israeli apartheid has gotten to such a severe point of violence that internally that violence is being criticized by people who want the maintenance of the Israeli state to continue. Do you understand? When you have liberal Zionists turning around and going, dog, this violence is the reason why Israelis are dying today. We need to fucking scale it back. You come in here and you go, nah, dog, actually, the best way out of this is just like full-blown genocide. That's crazy. That's crazy. Where's my link? You can't link unless you're subscribed because, obviously if everyone could fucking send all of their links willy-nilly without subscribing, then this fucking, we could have like bot raids in here with like keylogger links and shit. You can also avoid the top of the hour ad break by subscribing. That's another amenity that you get when you do subscribe. Here's the 3-minute ad break now at the top of the hour. Like I said, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Yeah, and by the way, I do think that this is going to get much worse because Hezbollah is most likely going to mobilize. You have Syrian fighters, you have Hezbollah, and you have Iran, okay? You're activating all of these people. And let me tell you something. Hezbollah is not fucking Hamas, okay? They are actual fighters with literal fucking fighting experience. They are probably one of the more effective forces in the Middle East. The IRGC as well. These are guys who fucking fight all the time. You want to know why? Because they've been fighting against the fucking the ISIS extremists and even Al-Qaeda at certain fucking points. They've been literally engaging and mobilizing against all of the same terror cells that America has been fighting in perpetuity. So they have a lot of fucking experience. So them going in and going against an occupying force that doesn't have a lot of experience fighting, unless it's a fucking 14-year-old on the way to school, is going to not look so great. Okay? It's not. You can have all the fucking weapons in the world, but ultimately, you still need fighting experience. So when that happens, when that mobilization occurs, we are in fucking we're all hands on deck bedlam. Okay? Oh. George Galloway Schools of Zionist Part 1. What? Why does it feel like Israel's always in the hot seat for anything? Seriously, Hamas has been launching a bunch of missiles at Israeli citizens, and then today I stumbled upon this UK politician, George Galloway, who's been calling Israel a racist apartheid state. What? Yeah, brother, Israel is a racist apartheid state. That is true. If you do not recognize the current formation of the Israeli state to be an apartheid state, I don't know what to tell you. You are just denying objective reality, okay? It's true. Dude, how... I can't. I don't know. I don't understand how you can look at this. Well, I guess I can understand how you can look at this because, of course, in a situation where you have people who are under the oppressive arm of the apartheid state, and you have people who are living in the more comfortable apartheid state side, yeah, of course you're going to empathize more if you're an American with the people that are living inside of the military apparatus that is that is seen as like a full-blown citizen, and not those who are fucking getting owned. You also won't even hear about the persecution and the systemic oppression and the violence that they're subjected to. So you don't have the interest in understanding or empathizing, and the media certainly is not making it easy for you to see it either. A lot of Americans just don't know what life is like for Gaza, so here's an analogy that might help. Imagine Gaza as Rhode Island. Yeah, here's what it would look like. Anyone from Rhode Island would be trapped within its borders. Rhode Islanders can't leave without express permission from Massachusetts. Connecticut is complicit in this plan, effectively restricting any movement from those trapped in Rhode Island. Keep in mind, Rhode Island is the second most densely populated in the U.S. with 10x more land and half the amount of people in the Gaza Strip. If we do basic proportion of this analogy, Rhode Island's population would have to be 26 million people. Despite hearing a lot of scary stuff about people in Rhode Island, over 40% of its 26 million people is 14 or younger. Over 40% of the Gaza Strip is 14 and under. Do you understand? That's who you're bombing when you're bombing Gaza. That's who you're bombing. 2 million kids, dude. Well, not all of them are children. There's a lot of elderly, too. Think about that. The average age in Gaza is 18. That's who you're fucking bombing when you're bombing. And then they say, oh my God, Hamas is using them as human shields. These children have known nothing but bloodshed. Israel just cut the remaining water supply that they had. 97% of the water is toxic. Over 50% of Gazan children have PTSD. They're depressive. They're depressed. They're suicidal. They have no outlet. They have nothing. Their existence is a crime because they were born on the wrong side of a fucking fence. A fence that Israel put up. A fence that originally Britain put up and also allowed Israel to facilitate and continue. And the Western world continues that apartheid state. Nelson Mandela town hall interview. Yesterday you said you wanted to cover South Africa more with respect to comparison to Israel. If you want to cover it here, there are good timestamps from the town hall Mandela did in 1990. Here are good timestamps that are relevant. 9 minutes, 19 minutes. Bro, this person keeps saying read old logs, please. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Why? Why do you keep asking? I don't understand the high support for Israel, though. What the fuck is this?
Several celebrities have copped backlash for...
What do you mean you don't understand the high support for Israel? First of all, Gal Gadot literally served in the IDF. Of course she's fucking going to be supporter for Israel. And why the fuck wouldn't the celebrity support Israel? A lot of people think that celebrities are like somehow smarter than the average person. Look to your fucking community. Look around. Look at Reddit. Who do you think... Why do you think they have a high level of support for Israel? Because it is almost impossible to empathize with the colonized if you are living in America. That's number one. And number two, it's not like the media makes a deliberate effort to educate people and they simply propagandize the apartheid state. America especially is egregious when this in this propaganda. Okay? Why do you think the support for Palestinians in Ireland, another Western nation, is so fucking high historically in comparison to every other nation in the West? Think about it. There are so many reasons as to why Americans view Palestinians as terrorists. The war on terror is another reason. Okay, the fact that they're aligned with Iran is another reason because that's like one of the only places that they can get actual fucking support from. There are spiritual reasons, obviously, like I said, the dialectic between those who are colonized and those who are the colonizers. Obviously, Americans are going to be more empathetic to the colonizer, considering our current circumstances and how this nation state was developed. But then beyond that, the media is doing round-the-clock propaganda. The media is doing round-the-clock propaganda, and I don't mean like this past week. I mean in perpetuity. It goes all the way from the neutral coverage whenever Israel is retaliating and they're forced to retaliate, all the way to when a Palestinian kills an Israeli, that's a murder. When an Israeli kills a Palestinian, that's just simply collateral damage. That is always the coverage. That has never changed. Okay? So if every single person is seeing it like that, and there is no one out there that is actually in mainstream circles genuinely advocating for the plight of Palestinians and actually describing what the situation looks like regularly with the same severity and fervor that mainstream media engages in the other side's propaganda on, you're never like it's designed to churn out these results. Like, think about it. And then even when you do actually end up talking about Israel's atrocities, okay? Atrocities that has caused this last security fuck up, by the way, for multiple different reasons. Even when you cover it, people come in here, even now, and say, Hasan, you're a fucking piece of shit. You love Hamas. You want like gang rape, systematic gang rape to happen in Israel or something. Like, people do not want to address the situation accurately. Oh, you're anti-Semitic. Actually, well, luckily, I don't get hit with the Hasan, you're anti-Semitic stuff. No, not to bring it on, but I don't like that people are using Hamas and Palestine interchangeably, not you. I don't think you understand the situation on the ground. I think that you and many others like you understandably want to remove Hamas from the interests of Palestinians when the Palestinians on the ground do not see it as a separate entity. Palestinians inside trapped in the West Bank or trapped inside of Gaza see Hamas currently as the only group, the only entity that will fight back for the security of Palestinian people. Do you understand? They see it that way. That's why Hamas, over the recent years, has gotten 53% support. Again, Israel's fault entirely, and that's not me saying that. Okay? That is not me saying that. That is the Israeli Interior Ministry's own assessment of the situation. And it's not simply just what they're doing in Gaza, but it's also what they're doing in the West Bank. Okay? What is this? Oh, the Prime Minister of Israel is tweeting out footage of his country bombing Gaza and his civilians. Yeah. Straight up. They're posting this like it's a dub, dude. Just wiping out entire city blocks where people live, children live, and then posting it as like this major fucking dub. How can you assume this when you are not there? I guess we have to sometimes go back to like principles in general, like the concept of education, learning, reading, understanding, reading comprehension, critical thinking, surveys, just simply talking to Palestinians living in Palestine. I think, maybe you can figure it out that way. Like, I cover a litany of different issues. Hamas hides behind civilians. Brother, that's not true, because there is no way for them to hide behind anybody else. They are literally... They are stuck inside of Gaza, okay? They are stuck inside of Gaza. There is nowhere to go, okay? I thought the chat would be more educated, but it's just infuriating. No, this chat is one of the more educated groups when it comes to this kind of conversation. It's just that doesn't stop people from coming in to specifically try to do bad faith debates deliberately. That's it. Do not be discouraged just because people are coming in here to try to, get their licks in. Dude, do you think Israeli brass would get bloodthirsty enough to just point to the point of just nuking Gaza? Palestine doesn't have nukes and doesn't have a security guarantee from a nuclear state. The only reason why they will never nuke Gaza is because they would nuke themselves if they nuked Gaza. That would be ridiculous. I don't think there's any tactical nuke out there where the nuclear fallout would not literally directly radiate and harm the Israeli people living inside of the Israeli border. Do you know that Israel sends a warning before each missile strike? If Hamas doesn't want civilians to be killed, why are they shooting rockets from hospitals and houses? Also, keep ignoring Hamas and people in Gaza literally celebrating killing innocent civilians and kidnapping and sitting on naked bodies of women. I never ignored any of those things, but I will say once again, if I sent a warning shot to your house before I wiped it out, I think you would probably also have some feelings about me. Like violent feelings. The idea that so many people, I think, like feel comfortable just repeating this, like Israel is the most moral army on the planet line, the propaganda line, is actually kind of funny because it demonstrates how big of a bubble that they have existed inside of. You describe this to any other human being, they're going to go, what did you just say? It's okay to bomb an open air prison as long as you tell people to like evacuate the hospital immediately. Like you have lost your mind. Okay. Like you have no basic dignity or respect for humanity at that point. Do you understand? like, like, is it okay? So Russia's crime in Ukraine isn't simply invading Ukraine and killing everybody. It's that they're not giving warning shots. Is that what it is? Do you feel like that would be adequate? Because remember, I have always maintained the position that the people of Ukraine deserve emancipation from Russian invasion. Okay? Always. Always. Wait, what? Ukraine didn't attack Russia, though? What do you mean? So the Palestinians attacked Israelis? Is that what you're saying? You think the Palestinians were menacingly attacking Israelis by living there before the British mandate came in and thought, you should live here instead? Like, what the fuck are you saying? It's so convenient that every single time Israel retaliates, against an unprovoked attack, history starts exactly at that moment. Okay? Not a moment before and not a moment after. History starts immediately at Hamas firing rockets or Hamas actually invading Israeli borders. History did not exist a moment before that. And they're doing it because they're bad. They can be bad, and they are, okay? But that doesn't change the reality that, like, the people look to them as the only force of violent emancipation. What is this? If Gaza is an open-air prison that is under siege, explain the following. High obesity rate, oodles of luxury goods. Gaza shares a border with Egypt. If there's a blockade... Bro, this is... Oh, for the record... This is identical to Nazi arguments against the Holocaust. High obesity rate does not, first of all, not even entirely sure if that's the case, but I'm pretty sure that's just a lie. But also, high obesity rate does not mean that, that does not mean that, like, people are actually healthy, dumbass. But... Wow, imagine supporting a group of militants murdering and targeting civilians. I thought you were better than this, Hasan. I myself support Israel, which obviously hasn't targeted any civilians and only kills 14-year-old Hamas terrorists. By the way, did I tell you about the idea of being vegan? That part, but also the the idea, oh my God, it's just shockingly obese people are not so healthy. I mean, I didn't know that there was a high obesity rate in Gaza. I'm shocked if that is true even. I definitely know that oodles of luxury goods do not exist in Gaza. You know what I mean? So I think that is an abject lie. Hold on. But for the water issues, maybe stop digging up water infrastructure and materials to build rockets. I don't know. Also, relying on your supposed oppressor for water and electricity is just wild. Yeah, it is wild. It's so crazy how that situation occurred. But it's certainly not an open-air prison. But they are not allowed to even create water desalination plants. Yeah. Again, you cannot make this argument and make it make sense because of the reality of how fucking insane the situation on the ground is, how cruel and inhumane the situation on the ground is. So, of course, even when you try to cut propaganda, you just either come across like a fucking moron like this guy, or you literally end up saying shit, and this is my favorite type of Israeli defense brigade troll, I guess, is they regularly use Israel's own fucking war crimes to make it seem like it's actually the Palestinians are doing that. Like, you saw the fucking footage of the babies locked in cages, right? And they were like, I cannot believe Hamas is locking little babies in cages. And it's like, no, dog, that's Israel. They are doing that to the Palestinians. That's crazy. What is this? This seems relevant. Violence never solves anything. Send them every tank in existence. I don't want to have this argument over and over again, okay? Yeah, I really didn't think I needed to say that the situation over there is heartbreaking and terrible. You know, it's fucking crazy to send someone a message like, are you against rape and murder? Have you tried being normal? And this is ignoring you're from Long Island or whatever. Yeah. People immediately go, oh, dude, you are in support of like the roving Muslim barbarian gangs of rapists that have infiltrated Israel to do rapes, to do mass rapes. That is like how do you not see what the fuck's going on there? How do you not recognize like what you are participating in? Like the barbarian Muslim hordes are there to do rapes. Gaza has an obesity rate of 20%, which is around the same as war-torn Yemen. Nothing like the 40 to 50% in rich Gulf countries. It might just be a genetic predisposition to obesity, low BMR among Arabs. Can you explain why this isn't about religion? Why the fuck would this be about religion? Religion is a tool. Religion is a tool to galvanize. Religion is a tool to weaponize. Religion is not the real reason why people engage in any kind of conquest of land, okay? Religion is just used in that situation. To give you a sense of how effectively Western political leadership is working right now, the EU first said it was suspending all aid to Palestinians. Then it was pointed out that this aid wasn't going to Hamas anyway, and Ireland, Spain, and others objected. So the EU says, never mind. So, for the record, not giving aid to Palestinians is literally against the interests of Israel. Donald Trump tried to lower the amount of aid that Palestinians were receiving. You know who fucking said you can't do that? Israel. You want to know why? Because the less aid Palestinians get from Western sources, which is already marginal to begin with, the more they get from Iran. Even Israelis understand that. Even the guys who are literally like, this is our open air prison, dog, even they recognize it. And it's not because of a morality point of view. That's what I'm saying. Because fascism is inherently a self-defeating ideal, okay? It is self-defeating. You will inevitably erode your own sense of security, which is happening right now. The more you push, the more people are finally going to recognize that they have no other option. And let me tell you, Palestinians can't fucking get on the first flight from the Gurion airport back to Long Island, okay? They're there. They're stuck. So they're going to fucking inevitably go, I'm pushed into a goddamn corner. I have to fight back. Holy Land, this forever conflict, the hatred that fuels all, it stems from religion. Yeah, dude, that's why fucking Theodore Herzl was like, we should go to Argentina or Uganda to build the Jewish land. Like, no, man, that's just a way to fucking justify it. What the fuck are you talking about? Shut the fuck up, atheist. Jesus Christ, your horniness for like how much you hate religion ends up causing you to do bad analysis. It's like saying Hamas, or it's like saying Palestinians across the board are just like rabid Muslims and that's why they hate Israel. Because Israelis are all Jews. Like, what are you doing? If that was the case, why the fuck are they owning the Palestinian Christians of the West Bank? Why are they not making any fucking differences there? I'm only showing you the difference between IDF and Hamas. IDF doesn't target civilians, only specific military targets. No, dude, you're doing propaganda. IDF, of course, targets civilians. You're a fucking idiot if you think that that is not the case. Literally look at one singular number. Please look at a single fucking statistic of how many civilians have been injured or died. 5,900 civilians before this last fucking blood and soil conquest in Gaza. On the Palestinian side to 260 on the Israeli side. Okay? You're out of your fucking mind. It's so odd. It's such a fucking weird and idiotic point to constantly try to hammer in, and it doesn't work outside of like your immediate circle of influence. You understand that? If you come into a place like this and you try to make this argument, you are going to get yelled at because it's insane. Imagine being like, dude, Israel actually doesn't target civilians at all. So what the fuck's going on in the West Bank? What happened? Did 5,900 Palestinian civilians fucking perish on their own? How do we get to a point where Gaza is 40%? 40% of, more than 40% of Gazans are under the age of 14. How did that happen? Was that just like, they were just like, hey, we're all teenagers. We love, being teenage dirtbags, baby. 5,590 deaths on the Palestinian side to 251 on the Israeli side. How does that work? How does this disproportionate violence happen? And by the way, you want to know what this 31,000 number is? That is the peaceful march to return. That's when Palestinians in Gaza, trapped in the largest open-air prison on the fucking planet, decided to demonstrate peacefully. And you know what they did? You know what Israel did? They shot them and they killed them. Pregnant women, 14-year-old girls, okay? They shot them. They kneecapped them deliberately, okay? There is no world in which you can defend this monstrosity. You can't do that. Just because the entire world didn't give a fuck doesn't mean it didn't happen, dude. 31,558 Palestinians were shot. There were snipers on the Israeli side that literally said they were deliberately taking 42 kneecaps a day. They shot medics. They shot journalists and killed them. They fucking killed a beloved journalist in a refugee camp and then tried to say Palestinians did it like literally a couple months ago. An American citizen. But because they are ostensibly on the side of truth and believe that Palestinians deserve humanity, then they are an enemy combatant, despite the fact that they literally had a helmet that said press and a fucking armor that said press on it, and they still got shot in the fucking neck deliberately by an IDF sniper. And then they turned around and they fucking lied and said the Palestinians actually shot that person. And then it didn't end there. When the Palestinians tried to have a funeral for this person, the IDF came in and beat the fuck out of them. What do you do in that situation? You think that's just? You think that's the most moral army in the world? If you think that that is the most moral army in the fucking world, you are the most immoral person I have ever fucking seen in my entire life. Yeah. Even American media was like, yeah, dog, that's crazy. Literally kill people on camera and blame Palestinians is just insane, the cognitive dissonance people have. Yes. To show you the cruelty of the Israeli siege of Gaza, Senator John Kerry, an enemy of Palestinians, mind you, once urged the Israeli government to allow pasta into Gaza. Pasta was on the list of prohibited items. They raided her funeral. Dude, look at this. Human cost from 2008 to 2023, leading up to this this moment on October 7th. Okay, you really think that this is comparable in any way? You think that this is comparable at all? Here, look at what they did.
Trying to get inside.
This is what they fucking did.
Israeli.
Here.
The Al Jazeera reporter was
I have
shot
to pee.
in
I'll
the
be back
head
in a
while
second.
covering a raid by Israeli forces in the occupied West Bank on Wednesday. Earlier today, an Israeli officer was shot dead and several Palestinians injured during an army raid to make arrests near Jenin in the West Bank. It follows several weeks of mounting violence with dozens killed on both sides. Our Middle East correspondent Tom Bateman reports.
Shireen Abu Aqla was one of the best-known voices to Palestinians. Now in death, a national symbol. But grief for a revered reporter was to turn to fear and panic for the mourners. Israel's security forces had entered the hospital gates. as Palestinians tried to walk the coffin out. The police fired stun grenades and pushed the crowd back. Many rushed for cover inside.
We've had complete chaos with people trying to get inside. I saw a woman with a very young baby, a patient or somebody who was here just at the hospital, caught in the middle of a huge crowd trying to get inside.
And even the pallbearers had to retreat as police kicked and beat them with batons. And the coffin slips to the ground. The force says it acted to stop what it called incitement and stone throwing. Shireen Abu Aqla was shot in the head covering an arrest raid by Israel's army. Reporters on the scene say the gunfire came from the soldiers, but Israel maintains Palestinian gunmen may have fired the fatal shot.
It's censored. It's
time
censored.
to say a final goodbye. At her Christian funeral mass,
they wouldn't even let her they wouldn't even give her the dignity. They wouldn't even let her have a fucking funeral, dog. Get the fuck out of here, okay? Get the absolute fuck out of here. You're crazy. You're crazy. There is no justification for this. In many instances, it is simply just violence for the sake of violence, brutality for the sake of brutality. They did it because they don't care, because these people are not actually fucking, like, they don't see Palestinians as humans. And if you do say Palestinians are humans, you're also an enemy. If you're critical of the Israeli state, then you are an anti-Semite. There is no way out. Okay? Yeah, also, it's just religion falls apart. It's just religion is inherently a fucking anti-Semitic argument in this situation. What are you saying then, like, that Jews are somehow incapable of exercising self-control and they just like hate all of the other religions? Like, that's not the case at all. It's ridiculous. There are secular Jews living inside of Israel. They are the ones who are fucking also fighting against the Israeli far right. This kind of violence is so unjustifiable. And here it is. Here is Netanyahu saying anyone who wants to thwart the establishment of a Palestinian state has to support bolstering Hamas and transferring money to Hamas. Netanyahu told his Likud party's Knesset members in March 2019. This is a part of our strategy. Another concept implodes. Israel can't be managed by a criminal defendant. A direct line runs between the judicial overhaul and the Gaza war. Why are even the Zionists pointing this out? Okay? Why are Zionists pointing this out? Because, once again, fascism is a death cult. And the more fascist you get, the more you harm yourself. White supremacy is a death cult. It kills white people too. Okay? And it's the same for the ultra-Zionist far right in Israel. Okay? The more you fucking squeeze and the more you think you can get out of the Palestinians, the more you can back them into a fucking corner, the more you lose sight of treating your own people. Why do almost all countries follow the Israeli narrative and disregard the Palestinian one? No. My friend, you live in the Western world. You live in the imperial core. And that is the reason why you think that almost all countries follow the Israeli narrative and disregard the Palestinian one. That is not the case. If you look at the world map of countries that have declared help to the Palestinian people, you will realize that that country, the map looks... And then you look at the countries that have actually, offered aid to Ukraine, for example. Okay, you realize that it's the exact opposite map. The entire world recognizes Palestinian statehood outside of the imperial core. Now, obviously, the reality is this is reductive still. There are still countries that are, back and forth and will offer not unconditional aid, but then there's also fucking nation states that are claiming to be in support of Palestine and recognize Palestinian statehood, like the Gulf nations and shit. You know what I mean? This is not a perfect map. So don't try to do a gotcha in here. Ultimately, there is a large number of people who do recognize Palestinian statehood. Okay? The people recognize it. I think one of the craziest parts about this story, however, is the reality that the Palestinian coalition that took hostages and brought them back into Gaza thought, and this is their statement, okay, thought that Israel would not be as brutal. They literally said, we are treating these hostages, we are holding on to these hostages because we want to ensure that whatever you do to us, you do to them as well. They wanted collateral damage for Israelis, specifically because they know that they're not human, right? Palestinians are not fucking human. So they were like, we will bring humans, people that you think are worth 1,000 Palestinian lives. We will bring them inside of the borders with hopes that you will not fucking do an endless bombing campaign. And guess what happened? They still did it. They don't give a fuck. They don't give a shit. As a Palestinian, I'm shocked when people are as educated as you are rather than when people aren't. A country recognizing Palestinians is vastly different than actual people and individuals throughout the world doing the acknowledgement and educating themselves on the conflict. You're confused as to why Canada is in support of Israel? Israel is an ally to the West. Okay? Now Hamas is threatening to publicly execute the hostages. Yeah, you know what? You know what is crazy? First of all, I don't trust the Wall Street Journal. Let me just say. But they might actually do that. They might actually claim to do that. That is, it doesn't matter. That plays into the hands of whatever the Israeli military was going to say when the inevitable death and destruction of the Israelis that are currently being held captive in Gaza happens. Also, let me tell you why I don't trust the Wall Street Journal. Because yesterday, Wall Street Journal was like, oh, dude, Iran definitely is the reason why Hamas did this. Okay, Iran and Hamas are collaborating. The American State Department said, we have no information. This is probably true, by the way. Hamas is probably threatening to execute Israelis in response to the bombing of Gaza. Terrible mistake. Oh, wait, hold on. Evet koy, dolaba koy ne olur. I can't. Dolaba koy, içeri aldım ben. Sen dolaba koy yeter. Oh my God. Doesn't it make sense after Iran received $6 billion that they would help Palestine? First of all, do I think that Iran is helping Hamas? Of course. Do I think Iran is helping Palestinians? Of course. I'm shocked that the IDF's own internal spokesperson and the American State Department, however, has said that that is not happening. This is a last-ditch effort by the Palestinians, it's not going to do anything. They're done. Once Israel decided, no, we're going to keep the bombing campaign. We're going to keep doing the bombing campaign. And even if our bombs killed Israeli citizens that are currently held hostage, it's done. It's over. Anti-Defamation League director asks if Hamas is writing MSNBC scripts in coverage of attack on Israel. That's crazy. The retaliatory threat to execute hostages was broadcast on Al Jazeera. Yeah, it seems like they're saying this is a last-ditch effort. There's nothing left for them. It's only going to get worse from here on out. Yesterday, you said that if the IDF started bombing Gaza and the hostages there, that the Israeli people would riot and protest. Do you still think it's going to happen, or are the Israeli people going to rally behind Netanyahu and go full genocide? I don't think Israel is interested in facilitating a prisoner swap or even caring for the Israeli citizens that have been taken hostage. It seems as though the Israeli government's position is, like I told you, it could be, those guys are dead already. I don't think it is getting public attention it needs, so I write as clearly as possible. There's an exchange deal that is currently on the government's table. The release of all women, children, and the elderly held in Gaza in exchange for 36 Palestinian women imprisoned in Israel. The government refuses. The captive citizens must not be abandoned. The government needs to come to its senses immediately. There have been numerous exit ramps for the increasingly violent Israeli government in every part of this conflict, in every part of its maintenance of its apartheid state that they have just launched their vehicles off of. For the record, chat, this person is an Israeli citizen in Israel. It's not like this person is some random fucking guy in the West. It's crazy Israel are willing to risk their hostages to bomb non-strategic apartment buildings and shit. No, I think I told you guys this. There was a closed-door meeting where the far right elements within the Israeli security apparatus said those guys are as good as dead. I thought that there would be too much pushback from inside of Israel, like the Israeli left or what remains. And I'm talking Zionists, like Israeli liberals who are Zionists themselves. I thought that they would say, what the fuck are you doing? You're killing our own people. And there would be all bedlam. I might be wrong. I thought that that was the reason why they would, at the very least, I thought that was the reason why they were doing a ground invasion and risking the lives of Israeli soldiers instead of an endless bombing campaign. But they haven't stopped their bombing campaign at all. If the Israeli government lets the hostages die, do you think it would be a turning point in Israeli politics? I don't know. What do you think is an appropriate response? The murder, rape, and mass shooting should be. I mean, first of all, that's a really interesting question that you bring up, because I don't know if you're saying that specifically about the Israeli apartheid state and the violence of its maintenance because that is exactly what you described, or if you're talking about what the Palestinian incursion was only a day or two ago. Because I can't tell, because one is like a one-off, the other is literally a systematic deliberate attempt at violently purging Palestinian people. And for the record, in the fog of war, or whenever things are happening, whenever there's an active situation, people immediately rush to put judgments forward. Do I believe that rape happens in war? Abso-fucking-lutely. Okay? It is not unlikely that it has happened. I have yet to see evidence of it, however. The evidence I thought people had, because everyone was just like going along with this like systematic mass rape is occurring and you're fucking turning a blind eye to it, which, by the way, even if that isn't happening, 250 concert goers still fucking died. Okay? Like, there's plenty of things you can point to that is still very brutal and awful in general. Okay? Stupid question, but how does Hamas acquire weapons with the blockades? I mean, there's a will, there's a way. Iran. Yeah. Israel pouring cement on water springs used by Palestinians. Yeah, I mean, this is like this in and of itself, for the record, is like daily existence in the West Bank. This is the collaborative experience. I don't know if this is specifically from the West Bank. The hostage swap seems like fake news. That would have been reported on by Al Jazeera at least. Well, fake news coming from a Israeli, like an Israeli outlet. I saw on the news today a guy who lives in Gaza said that Israelis are raping Palestinian women. Yes. Israelis raping Palestinian women is a well-documented part of Israelis' apartheid apparatus. So that part is not, that part, of course, comes with the territory of humiliation, subjugation, and that part is real. It's just you will never hear about it from those people who are now running with the narrative that like Hamas actually went into Israel, or Palestinians went into Israel specifically to do mass gang rapes or some shit. And I'm not even saying that is impossible. Of course it's not impossible. It is very possible. A disorganized military apparatus, no rules of engagement whatsoever, very little training, very little resources. It's slated to happen. Okay? It's just that like, I don't know. I haven't, like, even the people that say that this is definitely something that happened, like Noah Opinion was like running with that. And when someone questioned him, when it was like, where did you get this information from? Like, I'm genuinely trying to find out. He was like, oh, well, I actually don't know. I saw a video and it looked like it was maybe someone was raped in the video. Which is like, that's insane. Like, what the fuck? There are miles between mass gang rape is occurring inside of the Israeli borders in the hands of like the Palestinian roving gangs of Muslims that are engaging in like gang rape and oh, I saw a video and it looked like it might have happened beforehand. It's always like battling hypotheticals. And once again, I am not stating that that is impossible, okay? It is certainly possible. Mohammed El-Kurd interviewed with the LBC. Boris Johnson's sister interviewed me today. Jesus Christ, dude.
Situation of lose-lose which has been obtaining for far too long, for decades, really since the inception of the State of Israel, because the security situation for Israelis isn't great. The security situation and the conditions for Palestinians in occupied territories is acknowledged to be terrible. So how can lose-lose ever become win-win? Is there ever a situation that you envisage?
It's certainly not. It's certainly not lose. Let's start here. It's certainly not a lose-lose situation. There is one population that lives under a system which has been deemed by many global human rights organizations as a system of apartheid. Me and my family are not residents, are not citizens of the state of Israel. Despite living in Jerusalem, we live in constant fear of settler expansion, of home demolition, of home evictions and home expulsions. I fear for my life. I do not have the luxury of having a shelter to run into, let alone another passport that I could just use to run to another country the second there's an alarm going off. I do not have any of those luxuries. It is not a win-win. There's a population that lives inside a cage without citizenship, without right to movement, without access to clean water, and there's a population that enjoys its full rights. I mean, if your major concern is that they have some bits of anxiety here and there when Hamas fired.
I think you are minimizing. You're minimizing the Israeli experience in the last 36 hours.
I think you're minimizing. When you compare an occupied population, a population that has been ethnically cleansed, a population that lives under a system of apartheid, to a population that is afraid of the population that is occupying, you are minimizing.
Yeah. These are some good retorts overall. The source, the singular source, is just from Tablet, where some lady apparently said, not even the article confirms it, it says a guy who claimed to have seen a video, so many degrees of separation. Yeah, the source of the entire like mass gangs of rapists are like doing mass rape, which by the way is not even wrong. It like was first and foremost pushed by like supposedly liberal Palestine supporters who went along with it, even in this fucking community, which once again, I'm not saying this did not happen, okay? I'm not saying that this did not happen. There is a likelihood, there's a high likelihood that it could have, okay? But the idea that like there is systematic mass rape of like rapist, gang rape occurring, like that's why they came into Israel, is what I have seen so much from a lot of people who are saying that this is going on and then saying that this is the main reason as to why they're doing this. And not only that, but also they've moved beyond saying that, but then also saying people are defending this rape. Okay? That people are actually just saying this is totally permissible. This rape is totally permissible. It's not. Okay? Of course it's not. And I haven't even seen it from the literal Israeli media. It's extremely reminiscent of the 2017 Swedish propaganda about Muslim rape gangs. It usually shows that Western Islamophobia never went anywhere. Yes, that is a very, I mean, that's the classic fucking thing. I've seen also use the same folks. I've also seen folks use that same argument at Tibet, though. What argument? What are you talking about, brother? You are so fucking lost in the sauce. Like, it doesn't matter if you are. It doesn't matter if you are on my side or if you're against me or whatever the fuck, but like you are so incredibly lost in the sauce if you're trying to like turn this in. If you're trying to turn this into like a conversation that took place 3 fucking weeks ago, okay? Like I've seen so many people I've seen so many people fantasizing about like how Ethan and I are going to duke it out and we're no longer going to be friends after this online. Like, how is that your first point of view? I am not even thinking about that. And I am friends with my co-host of my podcast. And you are imagining it for me? Like you're fantasizing about like how I'm going to say stuff to Ethan and then we are going to fight it out and then the Leftovers podcast is no more. Like you don't know what his perspective is. At that point, you didn't know what my perspective was. And like, you know, Palestinians enter Israel. They take over police precincts. They kill a bunch of fucking IDF soldiers. Okay, they paraglide into a fucking festival, 250 dead, and that's your first point of view? Is like in my head canon, how can I turn this into a protracted people's war against the Hasanites inside of the H3H3 podcast community? Like, are you okay? Are you fucking all right? Have you also even looked at what Ethan's perspective is on the matter? I mean, I don't know what his current opinion is, but he is significantly more progressive on Israel than the overwhelming majority of freaks that are fucking launching psychopathic fucking takes. If your first opinion in this situation, if your first opinion on the situation is like, ooh, how will my favorite online commentators, like, how will the battle lines be drawn? You're crazy. You don't care about like you don't care about the actual indignity on the ground. You don't care about the people that are dying. You don't care about the Israeli people that are dying. You don't care about the Palestinian people that are dying. You don't care about anything. You just care about fucking drama. It's so gross, dude. Like, imagine making your whole life about internet arguments in a situation where there's like actual bedlam that is on the verge of breaking out, when hundreds of Palestinian children are currently being ruthlessly massacred inside of Gaza with no access to water, food, or electricity. Okay? 300,000 reservists are moving inside of Gaza. You have an Israeli security apparatus that is internally conflicted. You have an Israeli people that are internally conflicted. Ynet, legit Israeli news source, says, Israeli warning via French diplomats to Hezbollah. IDF will attack Lebanon, also destroy Damascus, target Syrian President Assad. If Hezbollah joins the war, U.S. warships will support Israel in war. Yeah, that's why they moved. Was this the cinema you were talking about? Yes, this is Siderot cinema. 9 years ago, this photo was taken of Israelis cheering in the massacres of Palestinians in Gaza in real time. Gaza was under blockade then and has remained under blockade since. Some described it as the best reality show in town. Others said it is better than the World Cup. This was called Siderot cinema, where people would go on top of the hilltops in Siderot, an area that was actually one of the towns that was invaded, okay, by Palestinians in this last bout. Israelis bringing up chairs to hilltops in Siderot to watch the latest from Gaza, clapping when blasts are heard. Is it your position that Hamas is an evil organization and deserves what is about to happen to them, death, but the Israeli state has been subjecting Palestinians to apartheid and they need to come to a peaceful solution? That seems like a very one-sided take, because something that a lot of people don't understand is that Israel has made it so that Hamas is simultaneously everyone in Palestine and actually an insidious terror cell that does not represent the interests of Palestinians at the same time. But I don't care about that. What I care about is what Israel does to Palestinians. They use that. They use the Israel as a right to retaliate, and Americans actually fucking push for that as well and say Israel has a right to retaliate, and then they're just basically opening up the floodgates of slow genocide. And that's precisely what's happening. That's insane, dude. When you say, oh, Hamas deserves what's coming for them, you're not talking about Hamas getting what's coming for them, okay? You're talking about Palestinian people being eviscerated. And then you will do the second thing where you turn around and say, well, Hamas was using human shields. Okay? Anyone who wants to thwart the establishment of a Palestinian state has to support bolstering Hamas and transferring money to Hamas, Netanyahu told his Likud party's Knesset members in March 2019. This is part of our strategy. Yeah. Director of Human Rights Watch in Israel called out Israel's defense minister, by the way, abhorrent. This is a call to commit a war crime by Yoav Gallant. The International Criminal Court should take note. Defense Minister Gallant's statements are abhorrent. Depriving the population in an occupied territory of food and electricity is collective punishment, which is a war crime, as is using starvation as a weapon of war. The International Criminal Court should take note of this call to commit a war crime. They will not. They will never. They will always turn a blind eye to the realities. They have always turned a blind eye to the realities. Okay? This has never changed. The International Criminal Court will never do anything. The UN every fucking year will go, no, Israel, stop doing this apartheid shit. Stop fucking killing people in the West Bank. That's not your territory. And Israel and defenders of Israel, the ultra-nationalists, the Zionists, the ultra-Zionists will go, whoa, the UN is so anti-Semitic. I can't believe they keep saying we shouldn't do this. They have no power, by the way. It's not like the UN can do anything. They got no veto power because the one country that it's designed around is also fully in support of Israel doing whatever the fuck it wants. But then they go, oh, you guys are being so anti-Semitic to us. What the fuck? Why do you care about us? It's like no different than what they do with Saudi Arabia, okay, at this point. Oh, Saudi Arabia, don't do a genocide in Yemen. Come on now. That's kind of fucked up. Knock it off. Knock it off. And then what happens? Nothing happens. Saudi Arabia doesn't even go around saying this is Islamophobic, by the way. So, seeing Hezbollah has entered the war, is this confirmed? I'm not shocked if they do. I'm not shocked if they do actually end up entering. Like I said, this is, I think, the real reason why both the Israeli security, the IDF spokesperson, and the American State Department said, oh no, Iran is not involved in this attack, specifically was because they did not want to draw Iran into it, because I have never heard either of these institutions not blame Iran for shit that Iran isn't even doing. Half the time Iran is doing shit, but even when they're not doing shit, they always blame Iran. So the fact that this time around they're saying Iran is not responsible and only Wall Street Journal is saying Iran is responsible is fucking nuts. It's scary, and I think that it is by design. It is deliberate. I think that the reason is possibly because they don't want to draw Iran into the conflict, or at least like take their sweet time before Iran is drawn into the conflict. IDF Hezbollah exchanged fire on the northern border as a nation told the gird for emergency. Tensions spike on the Lebanese border, and battles persist in the south. Death toll rises to 900. Army reissues advice on stocking up on supplies, sparking reported run on goods. Which is, by the way, do you think Egypt actually knew and tried to tell Israel? We are going to look at that right now. The other thing I wanted to talk about By the way, yeah, a Hezbollah member was killed in an Israeli shelling in Lebanon as conflict expands. So they're already like back and forth shelling. But there is more. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, yeah, BJP is going nutty with it. They're being simultaneously uncritical support to Israel while also being deeply anti-Semitic. We'll talk about... Oh, here it is. This is from the Times of Israel. Okay. Egypt intelligence officials say Israel ignored repeated warnings of something big. Mounting questions over Israel's massive intelligence failure to anticipate and prepare for a surprise Hamas assault were compounded Monday when an Egyptian intelligence official said that Jerusalem had ignored repeated warnings that the Gaza-based terror group was planning something big, which included an apparent direct notice from Cairo's intelligence minister to the prime minister. So it's not like the Egyptians are like, oh yeah, we love Hamas. We love Palestinians. We're going to defend them. No, they're collaborating. Okay? The Egyptian official said Egypt, which often serves as a mediator between Israel and Hamas, had spoken repeatedly with the Israelis about something big without elaborating. That something big was the top of the hour ad break, which you can avoid by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub. It might not be worth anything, but the IDF dismissed this claim. Yeah. The IDF both dismissed this claim, but also simultaneously are saying Iran is not responsible. So there's a lot of mixed messages that are coming out of the IDF currently, especially when we know that there is internal conflict within the Israeli security apparatus between certain members of the security apparatus being like, you have to literally not move fucking troops in the West Bank. You have to stop killing Palestinians in the West Bank because you're literally causing more chaos and forcing the hands of Palestinians to violently retaliate. It is going to become a security flaw for us. Okay, here's the 3-minute ad break now. I do not believe that Mossad would openly allow Palestinians to actually invade Israel. I don't believe that. There's no fucking way. Especially because if they want to galvanize the population, if they want them to like start getting even more mad, and they, let's say, supposedly have the interest in doing that by allowing like a terror attack to happen on Israeli soil, there's a much better way to do that without looking like fucking assholes, looking like you got caught with your pants down. Okay? How do you do that? You just let like one bomb explode and Hamas to take credit for it in like a crowded area of Israel where a bunch of Israeli Jews died. You know what I mean? You could just do that without having a bunch of your military commanders fucking dying and a bunch of precincts in the southern part of Israel remain captive to Palestinian forces. So no shot would they ever allow this to happen, because this move, this incursion has destroyed the security state, the level of comfort that Israelis felt, okay? Yes, Hamas throws rockets all the fucking time. And yet, there is a difference between feeling secure inside of your own borders when you can go to a fucking shelter, okay? And knowing full well that like the collateral damage would be minimized by one of the best well-guarded fucking apartheid states on the planet, okay? Versus your entire understanding of security being shattered when Palestinian forces penetrate through the border and are literally on the streets killing fucking civilians. From what I've seen, Hezbollah has, till now, only attacked the Sheba Farms area, Israel-occupied Lebanon, and it's not Israel, and not Israel proper because they don't want U.S. heat right now. I don't know. Biden has also made a statement on American citizens that have been captured or killed. President Biden says 11 Americans have been killed in the Hamas attack on Israel. We also know that American citizens still remain unaccounted for, and we are working with the Israeli officials to obtain more information as to their whereabouts. While we are still working to confirm, we believe it is likely that American citizens may have been among those being held by Hamas. I have directed my team to work with their Israeli counterparts on every aspect of the hostage crisis, including sharing intelligence and deploying experts. Oh, Haaretz reported this, by the way. Haaretz reports that Blinken has now twice deleted tweets of calling for a ceasefire and urging Israel to exercise restraint. Whatever Israel does now to 2 million civilians in Gaza, almost half of them children, is then with the apparent blessing of Biden. U.S. officials keep deleting posts calling for ceasefire and Israeli restraint. Why do they keep posting it, and then why do they keep deleting it? I don't fucking know. What the fuck is going on inside of the State Department? I do not fucking know. Is there anything you can do to help Palestine? You have the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund, and you also have the other Palestinian charity operating out of UK. But ultimately, there's not really much you can do in this immediate moment. Like there's literally nothing you can do. A lot of Palestinian charities, Palestinian Medical Aid is the UK one. They're both good. They most likely will be blocked. They often do get blocked. And there's not really too much you can do in general. Look at this. Look, you're talking about Palestinian Children's Relief Fund, and motherfuckers are still going, avoid donating to Hamas. Like, it's so Jover. It's never been more Jover than it has been before. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, dude, you're right. I have the Comrade Lamb Gaza Fights for Freedom censored video if you want to watch it today. Oh, thank you. Yeah, we can do that. But there's too much to cover on the ongoing issues, so I don't want to like go into that and dive into that. Also, when people ask why so many people support Israel, is because they only see this shit. YouTube ads made by Israel brother.
War against Israel. Armed Hamas terrorists infiltrated into Israel via a ground invasion and started going door to door slaughtering innocent Israelis. Hundreds of Israeli civilians, including children and women, have been killed or injured, and Israeli hostages have been taken. This is a war, and Israel will take every measure necessary to protect our citizens against these barbaric terrorists.
This is so unserious. Brother, it's full-scale propaganda war, too. Wrong. They didn't say Islamist terrorists, poof, amateurs, because they also recognize that this is a coalition of Palestinians and not simply Hamas, which is a fundamental fact that many people on the supposedly liberal, radical, pro-Palestinian side are refusing to come to terms with. Okay? I, Jewish and in the U.S., have always been told Palestinian is bad by my parents. Is the Israeli propaganda just that ingrained? I've found it weird that my family who's never been to Israel has had that idea beaten into my head. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, they use the Palestinian flag colors on purpose. Do you think the use of Hamas is calculated versus saying Palestinian? I'm pretty dumb. The Israeli state makes no distinction between Hamas and Palestinians in the way that they fucking operate, okay? They don't. And after doing that for years and years and years, while also simultaneously fucking destroying the supposedly secular and peaceful coexistence project within the PLO, within the West Bank, Palestinians also recognize Hamas as the only militant way to push back against the Israeli apartheid state. That is precisely the reason why the popularity of Hamas has gone up over the years. A similar thing has happened with the Taliban in Afghanistan. Okay? So at this point, the distinction or trying to parse through is ridiculous. Like, trying to parse through is not only ridiculous, but also counterproductive. It doesn't matter because the victims are not Hamas only. The victims are always Palestinians, despite the fact that Hamas is an Islamist fundamentalist group that literally was propped up by Israel as a counterweight to secular Marxist emancipatory organizations. Okay? It does not matter what you say about the situation. What matters is how Israel reacts to the situation. Egypt is apparently closing its borders to Palestinian refugees. Can you please explain why Egypt participates in the blockade of Gaza? This is not to let Israel off the hook at all, but Egypt is an important part of the story, and I legitimately have no clue why they're doing this. Yeah, because, I mean, they are... Any state that is an American client state is going to behave in the way that America wants. Why does Palestinians keep rejecting the two-state proposal? Yeah, I don't know, man. Look at the West Bank. Yeah, you're right. Palestinians did vote for Hamas, but look at the West Bank. Does it look like the two-state proposal is looking good right now? You can only have this perspective if you just do not think that like the West Bank is being actively partitioned, and violently partitioned, and there is a deliberate ethnic cleansing occurring in the West Bank, an ethnic displacement and an ethnic cleansing. So go ahead, explain to me how you live in this universe where you're like, why do Palestinians keep hitting themselves in the fucking face? Anyway. What are the Turks saying in the QRTs? Hasan zaman çok yanlış adam oluyorsun ama helal olsun ne diyeyim. This guy says it's the worst time to say this. But you know, you're a good guy. And a lot of Turks fucking hate me because I called them sons of whores for defending Israel unconditionally. I said you are dogs to the West. And in their eyes, you are no different than the Arabs, no matter how elitist you find yourself to be. Wait, do you take it back? Fuck no. No. Turks that are offering unconditional support to the state of Israel do not recognize it, and that's far from the majority of Turks in general. There are multiple different reasons as to why they're doing it. One, because they think like, oh, if we are as servile as we possibly can be, maybe the Western world will make a distinction between us and those yucky Arabs who are backwards, right? That is a legitimate reason as to why they think that. There's also a lot of anti-Arab sentiment in Turkey since the Erdogan regime took in more than 6 million, almost 10 million Syrian refugees into the country. So there's so much happening. There's too many different variants. There's also, of course, the comparison that Turkey will make to their treatment of Kurds with respect to like Israel's treatment of Palestinians, which in my opinion is nowhere as bad. Except, I did say, the other part I said they could Mavi Marmara. I said Israel could make Mavi Marmara 100 times in their mother's asshole, and you can't do anything about it. Yeah, I did say that. So Mavi Marmara was a peace mission, was a commercial fleet, like a little dinghy, like a boat, of Turkish humanitarian aid workers that went through the Gaza blockade, okay, to specifically give food and supplies to the people of Gaza. And you know what the Israeli government did? They went in with a attack helicopter and fucking slaughtered them. Okay? Yeah. They went in and fucking slaughtered humanitarian aid workers with like automatic machine guns. They like helicoptered in to this fucking ship. And of course, Erdogan, who said 1 minute and has played the role of played the theatrical performance of like being anti-Israel for the memes, it has always been a servile dog of the Israeli state. Even during that process where there was like a lot of conflict between Turkey and Israel, we were still literally training Israeli pilots in Turkey. We are a NATO nation. We are America's lapdog. And by we, I mean Turkey. Okay? That is the reason why Erdogan maintains his power. Yeah, Israel is bombing border crossings out of Gaza into Egypt as well. This is the same shit that the UN rightly yelled at Russia for doing. Wonder if they'll have that same energy for Israel. No. And even if they do, it doesn't matter. Here is Mohammed El-Kurd. This is terrifying. This is the only military barrier not controlled by the Zionist regime. Bombing it is a declaration of intent for genocide. Israeli airstrike hits the Rafah border crossing between Gaza and Egypt. The only other way out of Gaza. You know, actually, that's not true. Right now, there is another way out of Gaza. It's through all of the different areas that that the Palestinians have penetrated through into Israel. So I don't know why they're doing this. You know, there is another way. You could just go into Israel to avoid the bombing. Taşak Meclisi'nin 100 sene önce Filistinler bizi arkadan bıçakladı, niye anlatmıyorsun? İngilizlerle beraber. Oh, there's the other historical reference point too. I forgot. Well, I did bring it up. Lawrence of Arabia. Turks also still hold on to being backstabbed by the Palestinians who collaborated with the British, just like all of the North African nation states as well. And that is the also secondary anger there. I don't give a shit. Okay? I don't care. Why would I care about that? I mean, sometimes I bring up the historical reference point to say every single, every single country that collaborated with European colonists thinking that they would offer them a better deal than the Ottomans had were wrong, objectively. Okay? Except that doesn't change the ongoing reality right now on the ground. Why the fuck would I? Yeah, the Gulf states. You mean the Gulf states and the Levant, and also yes, the Gulf states and the Levant. Exactly, MENA, in the MENA region, all of the formerly Ottoman Empire territory got were collaborating in an effort for emancipation, collaborating with other colonial powers. Of course, it ended up hurting them in the long run. Anyway. And of course, this is not the like, none of the things that I'm mentioning is for all Turks, of course. You know, there are many different opinions. I'm just talking about some of the opinions reflected in the chat. Algeria, ironically, did not betray the Ottoman throne. It was the Ottoman fleet that got destroyed near Greece, that the Ottomans betrayed us, yet we still hold great admiration for the Ottoman period. Good Turkish relations. As a Turk, I understand we have no say since Erdogan wants to play both sides, but I don't get to holding a grudge for hundreds of years. No, Erdogan is playing both sides because he is, at the end of the day, an asset to America. He's an asset to the West. That's why he can maintain his power. Erdogan is deeply corrupt. Do you think the American intelligence community is oblivious to how corrupt he is? Of course not. If you are that corrupt, you have a lot of blackmail. Any time Erdogan gets out of pocket and says too much and says things like, we're going to fucking not allow Sweden to be a part of NATO, for example. Anytime that shit happens, guess what? They'll just be like, all right, we're launching an investigation into Halkbank, or we're launching an investigation into like one of your fucking kids and I don't know, stolen assets or whatever. And Erdogan's like, all right, never mind. Just kidding. Sweden can now join NATO. I was just kidding about that. Because he is incredibly easy to control. He's incredibly easy to control. He's incredibly easy to fucking manipulate because he is deeply corrupt. So ultimately, most of what he says is still going to be silly. He's not as bad as like, and I can't believe I'm saying this, he's not as bad as some of the Gulf nations, okay, who are directly just lapdogs. Like they're openly fucking saying, you know, please, sir, I want some more weapons. Like, tell me how high I need to jump. I will jump as high as you want, especially because like there is no even semblance of democracy in many of these American client states. So like they can do whatever the fuck they want, regardless of what the people on the ground want, right? They're doing tricks on it, okay? But having said that, it's just, you know, he can maintain this position like he is the savior of all Muslims around the world and working towards the restoration of the Islamic Caliphate or whatever the fuck. But ultimately, he will do whatever America wants him to do. But they'll use him. They'll use him as an opportunity to be like, look, see, this is a beloved Muslim leader who is saying, you know, we need reason, we need peace. So you believe that in northern Syria, U.S. supported Turkey and Turkey acted as U.S. wanted? Do you think that Turkey, a NATO nation, is allowed to take parts of Syria without America's go-ahead? Are you out of your fucking mind? Yes, I do believe that in northern Syria, U.S. supported Turkey and Turkey acted as the U.S. wanted. What happened? They shot down a drone the other day. Are they fighting? You said, okay, smile. This has got to be a troll, right? Yes, I 100% believe that. Why would I not believe that? There has never been a moment where Americans have not, the American State Department has not dropped the Kurdish militias on a fucking dime over and over again, only to allow them to be fucking ruthlessly executed after training them, militarizing them, and sicking them on whoever they consider to be a problem in the Middle East. Sometimes problems like ISIS which is their own invention, right? You're biased because you're Muslim, right? Israel for the win. You're biased because you're Muslim. No, I'm biased because I believe in emancipation for all peoples. That's my bias. I'm Israeli and it hurts my soul seeing so many of my friends start openly saying genocidal things. I'm terrified of speaking what I actually think because I'm scared people won't like me anymore, and if I don't mean to social life, I'll end up killing myself. You're doing a bete. I'm Israeli. I'm an anti-Zionist. I've been to nearly all the poor Palestinian anti-occupation blocks that were held in Tel Aviv this year. Supporting Hamas on the sickening horrors from these past few days is the least leftist thing one can do. I don't think people are supporting Hamas. I think people are supporting Palestinians and saying, understandably, that the more the Israeli government squeezes the West Bank, the more they bully, the more they ritualistically humiliate, the more they kill people in the West Bank, the more Palestinians see Hamas as their only fucking mechanism of pushback. And this is not my perspective either. This is, it seems, the perspective widely shared, maybe not widely shared, but certainly shared by the Israeli security apparatus as well. Nobody likes, you want to know why nobody likes the PLO? None of the Palestinians like the PLO? Because, and I think many people understand this at this point, PLO is seen as collaborators with the Israeli state that is killing them. Okay? That's it. Under the leadership of the supposed, under the leadership of the supposed collaborative effort in the West Bank, people living in the fucking West Bank have seen what has happened to them. It's not PLO, sorry, Palestinian Authority. They see what's going on. They recognize it. They're like, what the fuck? What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? Our land has been partitioned. Our land has been taken from us. This is a failure, and it is a failure, by the way. So if peaceful collaboration with Israel means West Bank and violently pushing back against Israel means Gaza, then Palestinians are like, okay, well, we have nothing. We have nothing. Try not to suck Israel duck Lamau. What? Yeah, and also the other the other part of the Palestinian Authority is that they have given up militants. They've given up militants to the Israeli securities. So it's just like, yeah, Palestinians see Fatah as an arm of Shin Bet, Israel's version of the FBI. They pick up kids that throw rocks and hand them to the Israeli DBI. So why the fuck would any Palestinian trust them? And they don't. And their trust has been eroded over the course of many, many years at this point. So that's a major issue. If you wanted to truly coexist, if you really wanted a two-state solution, you would try to show the example in West Bank. You'd be like, look at the difference in the quality of life in West Bank and look at the difference in the quality of life in Gaza. Gaza doesn't collaborate with us. They fucking die in an open-air prison. These are the same people, by the way. So obviously that propaganda would probably not be effective. But Israel doesn't even try to do that. So what the fuck are the Palestinian people supposed to do? What are they supposed to do? Just die. Just sit back and fucking die so that I, in the Western world, can feel comfortable defending you, okay? Just sit back, take it, fucking die. Most of the time, we won't even cover it, okay? Just die on your hands and fucking knees, and most of the time, we won't even cover it. When we do, we'll go, oh, Israel doing the wrong thing again, right? Oh, man, here goes Israel again, engaging in ethnic cleansing and displacement. And optically speaking, that's a much better position for me in the Western world to defend you that way. If you ever fight back, then obviously I'm going to be incredibly critical of all of the actions that you've taken. This is bad timing. This is bad optics. I'm going to tell you you're fucking wrong. I'm going to run with whatever fucking counter narrative is out there so that I can show everyone else in the Western world that, like, I'm still, I'm the most moral guy ever. It's good optics for me, sorry, because I don't care about you. You need to be a perfect victim. You need to be a perfect victim, put down your fucking arms, and die. Okay? It's a deeply selfish way to cover the story. To look at the oppression and the struggle and look at the situation on the ground. Yeah, this is happening since yesterday. Senior U.S. defense official says USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier strike group will arrive in Eastern Mediterranean very soon. How did things go so awry from the 90s? I feel like the Oslo Accords surely made great strides towards a genuine two-state solution, but ever since Yitzhak Rabin got assassinated, the Israeli left got deranged and never recovered. I mean, think about it this way. One of the motherfuckers who said, we will find his car and we will assassinate him is currently an incredibly important part of the Israeli coalition. A person who is a Kahanist terrorist is now in power in Israel and is literally supposed to be running the West Bank. Tell me how things got so fucked up. I don't know. Maybe because the mass displacement of Palestinian people never stopped. The ethnic cleansing never stopped. The situation worsened over and over again. All of their fucking socialist leadership and secular leadership was assassinated. Hamas was seen as the perfect counterbalance to said secular leadership because it would be very divisive. Okay? And now we arrive at the situation that we're in. Anyway, ultimately, I don't care. Please stop linking me other Turkish people and criticizing this from a Turkish point of view. Turkey, masada değiliz abi, okay? İyi ki de değiliz masada. Ne olur masaya girmeye çalışmayın, okay? Yeter, yeter. Gerçekten yeter. Yapmayın etmeyin. Ya masa götümüze girecek yakında. Evet, aynen öyle. Götünüze girdiği zaman masa anlayacaksınız ne olduğunu. Masa biziz abi. Hayır, burada masa falan yok. Yapmayın etmeyin Allah aşkına. If Turkey is a client state, why isn't Israel actually asking why are they allowed to do anything? What do you mean? Israel is also a client state. The biggest one. What? Okay. So now the situation worsens. IDF and Hezbollah are clashing. We have, I was going to talk about the ADL in a second. But yeah, ultimately the goal of the hostage taking from the Palestinian coalition was specifically so they could soften the blow and would not get direct attacks from Israeli forces. They do not give a shit. They are still bombing the shit out of Gaza. So, and there's a full closure of Gaza as of now. So I think that even if they say, oh, we're going to kill the Israeli hostages, like Israel doesn't give a shit. Israel doesn't give a shit at all. Even if you fucking personally execute the hostages at that point, Israel's not stopping its bombing campaign. They literally would love it if you openly killed all the hostages on television so they could say, oh, they did this on their own volition. We had no other way of dealing with it. So there is nothing more perfect for the Israeli government than to have to eat the blame, even for a little bit, on the hostages dying inside of Gaza, because they are dying and they are going to continue dying. For the record, the Americans, the international hostages, every single one of them is going to die when Israel invades Gaza, and they are dying specifically because like their water and their electricity is shut off. And that was the main goal of the Palestinian coalition, was to say, look, what you do to us, these people will withstand. You don't see us as humans, but you see them as humans. We want to survive this situation. Don't cut off our electricity. Don't cut off our power. And we want to do a fucking hostage swap inevitably, like we have done before. Do not bomb us, because if you bomb us, then your hostages are going to die. Do not cut off our electricity, because if you cut off our electricity and stop giving us food, then your hostages won't get food. Okay? And Israel was like, yeah, dog, nah, we don't give a fuck. Those guys are dead already.
Targets with dozens of planes over the course of the last 3 hours as a devastatingly bloody war has erupted. The Israeli defense minister says he's given the order to begin a, quote, complete siege 3 days after Hamas launched an attack by land, air, and sea. Major blasts rocked Gaza just minutes ago. Israeli airstrikes raining down on the Palestinian enclave. This days after the coordinated attack by Hamas. Israel says Islamist militants killed 700 people. The Israeli response to this weekend's attack also coming on the ground. Heavy armor and troops have been moving south. But any ground offensive will be complicated by Hamas and its allies holding hostages. The Islamist militants in Gaza claim to be holding more than 100 captives. And that's on top of Palestinian civilians on the ground who will likely be caught up in any fighting. Palestinian officials say more than 500 people have already been killed in Israeli strikes. All this as rocket fire from Gaza continues. Many of the rockets have been intercepted, but some have landed in Israeli territory. You can see the damage here where charred vehicles litter this street in southern Israel. And it's not just the south. There are growing concerns Lebanese militant group Hezbollah will enter the conflict and threaten Israel's northern frontier. Israel says it's already killed armed suspects who entered from the Lebanese side. And it says its helicopters are striking inside Lebanese territory. UN forces have reported explosions near a town on the Lebanese side of the border. For the latest, CNN's Becky Anderson is live in Tel Aviv, Israel. Becky, how have things been unfolding? You and I last spoke around 5 a.m. Eastern time. Quite a lot has happened since.
Yeah, this is central Israel. I've got line of sight down the road towards Gaza from here, about 50 miles, and I've got line of sight towards northern Israel here, the Lebanese.
Oh, also, I did see the fucking, what's her face? The CNN lady, like ducking and covering under Hamas, under a barrage of Hamas missiles. Wonder why they're doing it from the Israeli side. Wonder why the coverage doesn't exist on the Gazan side. Yeah, Clarissa Ward is on the ground, terrified of the Hamas rocket fire that's coming in. And it's odd. Because she's not in the... Why is she not on the Gazan side? You say she's not allowed in there? That's not true. That's 1,000,000% not true. If you asked Hamas right now, directly went to Hamas and were like, would you like one additional American to be here? Why do you think they got the hostages, dumbass? They would love for journalists to fucking cover the situation on the ground from the Gazan side. Palestinians would love for the journalists to cover the situation from the Gaza side. Why is Associated Press allowed inside of Gaza? Why is Al Jazeera allowed inside of Gaza? You just made that up. You just made that up. The reason why American journalists are having a hard time getting into Gaza or don't want to go into Gaza, don't say why would they risk being a hostage. That's fucking bullshit too. Clarissa Ward herself has interviewed Hamas before. Suck my dick. You do not know anything. These people want to let their message be known. So why the fuck would they kill the journalist? That's what the Israeli side does. Okay? The real reason why they do not want to go to Gaza is because they don't want to get killed. Okay? That's it. They don't want to get killed by IDF missiles, bitch. That's the real reason. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, they don't want to get killed, not by Hamas. They don't want to get killed by Israel, dummy. That's the real reason. Historically, do they ever report from the Gaza side? Of course they do. Of course. They've also like literally met with different coalition leaders in the past. Like they've sat down and talked to people, and people always get confused. They're like, what the fuck? Like what? Clarissa Ward interviewing ISIS and Al-Qaeda? Like, yeah, no shit, dude. These guys, look. It is not a secret that I am not fond of ISIS or Al-Qaeda, unless you're like a psychopathic reactionary who thinks like I love Al-Qaeda or some shit, okay? But at least I still understand that they have goals, okay? As a unit, as an organization, they have goals. They're not simply doing inhumane, bloodthirsty, psychopathic violence for the sake of violence. As a terror cell, they have a goal in getting a message across. So in that situation, who gets your message across? Journalists, okay?
Border, and we are in central Israel, as I said, in Tel Aviv.
Israel kills journalists? Examples? No way, dog. Okay, I'm going to say this is good faith, okay? I'm going to go ahead and say that this is good faith. It has to be, I hope. I mean, some people are. Wait, what do you mean some people are? Okay, maybe it's not good faith, but yeah, Israeli occupation forces bombed the home of colleague Tamer al-Mashhad in Gaza, presenter of What is Hidden is Greater program of Al Jazeera. We saw him yesterday. I mean, he wasn't in the house, for the record, luckily. But, like, do you think Hamas was there? Or do you think they know exactly where all the journalists live and they bombed the shit out of it anyway? I mean, they bombed the Associated Press building, guys. What are we talking about? Ne yapıyorsun lan? Amına kodumun FETÖ'cüsü. Senin ananın amını sikerim. FETÖ'cü diyor bana, geri zekalı. Is it literally because I'm Irish that I remember the U.S. citizen journalist at the IDF murdered and then beat the funeral attendees? Yes, that's why you know. Yeah, dude. Israel literally destroyed the Associated Press office in Gaza and then said, sorry, Hamas was there. Like, this also had multiple other journalistic outlets in there. Yeah, dude, all the journalists were collaborating with Hamas. Get the fuck out of here. This reporter got fired for being pro-Palestine. Yeah, Jackson Frank, who recently became the Sixers beat writer for the Philly Voice, was let go following a tweet showing solidarity with Palestine in response to the team's remarks about Israel. Mr. Frank is no longer employed by phillyvoice.com as of today. Fun time to remind everyone that supporting Israel by saying that you would like to boycott, engage in divestments, and engage in sanctions on Israel as it continues its apartheid regime is illegal in 36 states in the United States of America. This is a very severe violation of the First Amendment laws in the United States of America. And yet nobody talks about it, and it's perfectly allowed. It is so fucking ridiculous. If you support Palestine, you can get fired from your job. You cannot get a job in certain instances, like in Texas. You have to sign a pledge that you will never support Palestine to become a fucking teacher, and it will never be challenged in the courts. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Why would this be challenged in the courts, brother? What do you mean? It is by design. A Jewish friend of mine expressed solidarity with Palestinians on Facebook and got reported to his boss by psycho Zionists. Yeah. I mean, that is what the Canary mission does. Their whole job is to be like, oh, you support Palestine? You should be fired immediately. Oh, this nurse supports Palestine. They should fire him. And then they do get fired, by the way. If they don't get fired, they get fucking bullied and harassed nonstop. For people who are wondering, list of journalists killed during the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Professional or citizen journalists and media activists killed in Israel in the occupied Palestinian territory. Freelance journalist shot by IDF during the 2023 conflict. Dream radio journalist shot in the chest by IDF en route to a job in Hebron. Al Jazeera journalist shot in the head by Israeli forces. Radio broadcaster killed in his house by Israeli missile strikes. Photographer shot in the abdomen by the IDF. Video journalist shot in the abdomen by IDF sniper. Associated Press journalist killed by live bomb dropped by IDF on soccer field in the Gaza Strip. Al-Risala newspaper editor who was critically injured by an Israeli strike on his house on July 20th and died 11 days later. Palestine Network for Press and Media cameraman killed in Israeli bombing of a market in Gaza. Al-Aqsa TV cameraman killed in Israeli bombing of a market in Gaza. Former Palestine national football team player and sports television presenter killed in Israeli bombing of his building as he slept. Continue TV cameraman killed by Israeli shelling. Driver for Media 24 killed in his car by Israeli airstrike. Al-Aqsa TV cameraman killed in his car by Israeli missile airstrike. Al-Quds educational radio employee killed in car by Israeli missile strike. Italian activist, newspaper and radio journalist and international solidarity movement member kidnapped and murdered by extreme Gazan group Tahwid al-Jihad. There you go. So far, 1. Back to Palestinian media and communication company cameraman killed by Israeli airstrike. Reuters cameraman killed by flechette shell during the Al Burej massacre. Editor and distributor of Daily Palestine newspaper beaten and shot by gunmen in presidential guard uniforms, potentially Fatah. Now we're gotten to 2007. So now we're talking about like, some. That's another one. Okay, there's 2. Radio correspondent and freelance photographer shot in the stomach by IDF. Magazine journalist and advisor to President Yasser Arafat shot outside of his office by gunmen of unknown but suspected Palestinian origin. Documentary filmmaker shot in the neck by IDF. Freelance photographer shot in the head by IDF. Voice of Palestine radio host shot in the head by IDF sniper during the protest against the siege of Palestinian National Authority headquarters. Freelance photographer shot in the leg by IDF. Freelance photographer shot 6 times in the chest by IDF. Najah press office and Islam Online reporter killed in Israeli bombing of Palestinian Center for Studies in Media. Kuwait news agency correspondent killed in Israeli bombing of Palestinian Center for Studies in Media. Wafa reporter killed in explosion of unknown origin. So, and this is before we get to the professional or citizen journalists, media activists killed outside of Israel and the occupied territory. So, do you guys understand the situation? Do you understand the situation a little bit better? Do you get what's going on there? Do you think that there is any equivalence here? Do you think that one side cares about free speech and free press? Like, what's going on? How does this work? Explain this to me. Explain this to me. Damn, if Hamas dresses journalists, the IDF don't miss. This is part of the reason why people have been incredibly... My bro, you literally have people in here saying they were marked as journalists after they died for martyrdom purposes. I swear to God, this chat gives me brainworms. Yes, all secret agents of Hamas. Hamas is in every fucking shadow. It's in every corner until it literally does become the truth, for the record. Now, one thing you need to understand. One thing you need to understand here, okay? There is an asymmetry to the violence, of course, because one is a colonial apartheid state. The other is militias formed out of the rubbles of the victims of said colonial apartheid state. Okay? That's why all of the fucking conversations revolve around the hypothetical of, like, what if Hamas actually joined? What if Hamas actually was able to take over the entirety of Israel, and then they would do an ethnic cleansing? It's like, yeah, dude. Yeah, exactly. Except if Palestinians had full control over historic Palestine, Hamas would not be the major fucking power player, because Hamas only exists and has life breath into it, specifically because of Israel's endless occupation and blood and soil conquest. Okay? That's it. And Bibi Netanyahu knows this reality, okay? This is by design. And of course, in the Western world, people are playing their own fucking McCarthyist agenda by saying anyone that pushes for the emancipation of Palestinian peoples, anyone that says Palestinians are human beings, is treated like they're saying that they're Hamas operatives. They love Hamas. They want to hug and kiss Hamas, and and that there is no nuance in the situation. Israel is, once again, blameless, even though they keep doing it over and over again, even though their own internal FBI is saying, bro, stop fucking squeezing the West Bank. You are breathing fire into Hamas by doing so. Members of Netanyahu's coalition criticized the head of the Shin Bet security service after he warned Netanyahu about the dangers of Israeli Jewish terrorism. Think about that. Think about that. PA authority refutes BBC journalists. Oh, yeah, here. This was good, too. This is why we refuse a condemnation paradigm repeated by mainstream media for decades, including BBC News last night. Here, let's take a look at what he said.
Morning, when you first heard what Hamas had done, what went through your head?
Regret that the international community...
I had a whole talk. My girlfriend explained this because she only ever heard mainstream news saying Hamas is evil. I mean, yes, Hamas are not good people, okay? I can't speak to the government authorities, but yes, Hamas is a fundamentalist Islamist group, okay? They are a cutout of the Muslim Brotherhood. It's not like they are good people at all. okay? But if given any kind of opportunity, I don't think the people of Palestine would say that they choose to be they choose Hamas for their own liberators. It is just who they have left. It's all the Palestinians have. It's like if you reduced Ukraine after colonizing it, you reduced Ukraine to no other formation, no other coalition but the Azov Brigade, and then that is all the Ukrainians had to defend themselves. And then they were like, well, these are Nazis, gotta fucking rid them and destroy the remaining parts of Ukraine. Now, obviously, that's an unimaginable circumstance because Ukraine is a nation state and is also backed by the entirety of the Western world. Okay? And in that circumstance, it would be understandable if the people of Ukraine was not a proper nation state with a standing military and were getting like endless amounts of munitions from Western nations, okay? And instead they were reduced to nothing and were under complete Russian control and were trapped in an open-air prison on the one side, and on the other side, you had like Ukrainians collaborating with the Russian authorities, and then were engaging in mass expulsions, okay, and did all of this shit. And the only remaining forces that were fighting for Ukrainian emancipation were fucking the Azov Battalion. Then the situation would be understandable. This is precisely the reason why I said from the jump that Russia's invasion, okay, saying Ukraine is a nation state isn't accurate, but they are a state unlike Palestine, which is your point. No, it is accurate. What do you mean? It is a fucking nation state. Constantly at the grips of either being in the Western sphere of influence or the Russian sphere of influence. That's not, what do you mean? There's no such thing as, I know Israeli propagandists are in here saying there's no such thing as historic Palestine, by the way. They are a cutout of the collapsed Ottoman Empire. Yeah, that's crazy. So I guess they don't deserve to live there. You're right. They should be fucking wiped out and ethnically cleansed. Got it. Thank you. No, people do not have the opportunity to have like any sort of post-colonial struggle there. No need for emancipation. You're right. You got it, dude. Thanks, man. That's a great take, dude. They should just fucking execute everyone there. Oh, wait, they literally did that in the Nakba and then engaged in mass purges as well. But hey, hold on. The British and Zionist brigades that did that, apparently, before they engaged in like mass rapes, for example, and all that systematic displacement, endless bloodshed, they gave away pamphlets saying, hey, we're coming for you. Good take. Yes, this is the question. Do you think the violence the ANC committed in the fight against apartheid was the problem, or do you think apartheid was the problem? That's it. Do you think the worst issue is violence committed in the emancipatory struggle against apartheid or the apartheid? Which one is more violent? Which one? Tell all this is the mother of Shani Louk. What? Yemen, Rojava, Palestine, and all of the oppressed people in our hearts. Doesn't matter. I condemn violence whichever way it comes from. Well, then, yeah, you are condemning. If you are standing in a neutral position against horrific, historic amounts of violence, like the continuation of an apartheid state, then you are siding with the apartheid state. Like, taking a centrist position in that regard is saying, that's great. No, apartheid is good and it should continue. All the IDF mass rapes during the Nakba were proven and documented as well, unlike the current claims of Hamas gang rapes in Israel. Yes, and you know what else was also massively documented? All of the mass rapes of Palestinian girls in Israeli prison. that is also not my take on the subject matter, but NGOs. I guess all of them are anti-Semitic, though, technically.
Community has not heeded our warnings for all these years. Regret that this was allowed to fester for decades. Regret that there is attention now in the BBC and all over the world only because blood has been spilled. I only hope that, or I wish, we did not get to this moment.
So you listed a number of things you regret there. Do you regret the loss of innocent life in Israel?
This is a fucking insane take, by the way. An absolute insane take. Okay? Every single fucking time they bring anyone who is like pro-Palestine or Palestinian, they only bring him there specifically to be like, condemn the violence, condemn the violence, condemn the violence, condemn the violence, condemn the violence of the Palestinians, condemn the violence of the Palestinians. I have never seen in all of my life bringing up an Israeli politician, okay, onto Western media, sitting their fucking ass down and going, do you fucking condone your snipers shooting children? Never. Never. That has never happened. It will never happen. It will never happen. It is so infantilizing. It's so disgusting. It's so infuriating. And Palestinians and Palestinian supporters have to fucking sit there and take it, even though they know that this is a contentious circumstance. You want to know why? Because this is the only opportunity someone like him will have to have his voice be fucking heard. Okay?
Every loss of life is regrettable, of course, and tragic. Absolutely. The question is, how do we stop this? How do we provide an alternative path? How do we learn the lessons and the mistakes of the past? How do we treat the Palestinian people after 100 years of suffering equally to all other nations? How do we stop this demise into the mayhem that you have described? Do not underestimate people's will and desire for freedom, to end occupation and captivity. This isn't about Hamas only. This isn't about the last 48 hours. This has been ongoing for more than 100 years. It started here, by the way, Louise, in this very city. It was Britain that gave our rights away without even consulting us. And then this whole international Western approach to us has been failure, dismal failure. This is about time that we really give a different path, because there is no other alternative. As our ambassador to the UN just said, justice, not vengeance, and peace, not war. And we, the Palestine National Movement, we, the PLO, have given that alternative avenue 30 years ago. We have recognized Israel. We have committed to negotiations and nonviolence. We have committed to international law and resolutions. Israel was supposed to do one thing, end its occupation and stop its colonial settlement expansion. It did not do this for once. All the successive governments and the international community was supposed to provide accountability and guarantees. The US-led international community did not do so. So we are here today, Louise, and the question is, the most important question, how do we stop Israeli massacres that are about to happen against Palestinian civilians? Well, and how do we...
I want to jump in on, and I appreciate the historical context, and we will come back to that. Just on the last 48 hours, though, do you support what Hamas launched?
Look at his face, dude. It's like, hey man, hey dude, are you there to do a job? And what is your job? If you are there to do like an interview, is your job to like fucking humiliate the person that you brought on? Who are you working for? Are you there to understand the other side, or are you there to just like fucking yell at them? Okay, he already said it's a massacre. Everybody fucking understands that it's a massacre. Not a single person thinks it's appropriate, okay? Everyone understands, however, is that the violence happens as a consequence of the endless amount of violence that Palestinians have endured every single fucking day. It is so stupid. It's so ridiculous. And he also explained it. Shut the fuck up. It's disgusting, dude. His job is to provide an opposing viewpoint to allow the interviewer a chance to respond. Yeah, except they don't do that for Israeli officials. They don't do that for Israeli officials. They defend Israel's actions tooth and nail, okay? That's the problem. They're only one-sided in this circumstance. Even when Israel has killed significantly more children, significantly more journalists, the goal is not to provide an opposing viewpoint. The goal is to just simply try and attack and trap your interlocutor in that situation, not your guest that you've brought on to hear their side. The goal is to trap them into a corner strategically so you can cut propaganda off of them and bully them and humiliate them. Chatters in here should know better than that. You know why you should know better than that? Because it happens to me all the fucking time by the freaks. Freaks do this for free. At least that guy is getting paid. He's getting paid well. Freaks in here do that for free. They come in here, they bait me, and they wait for a fucking response. And then when I give it to them, even if there is a longer, more elaborate way to respond to it, they fucking clip the shorter period, and then they pump it on fucking Twitter for free. They do it for free. That is the saddest part about their existence, in my opinion. They ride the dick for fucking free. Now, here's the thing. Okay? Why is Western support so one-sided? I mean, come on, dude. It's just colonial actions. Certified freaks 7 days a week, exactly. All the freaks also know, however, that no matter how hard they bait me, they will still eat the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break that they will see unless they subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. The IDF forces killed my aunt's best friend, Rachel Corrie, American with a bulldozer back in the early 2000s. Been the norm for living memory. Oh, yeah. What is the motive for Hamas? Is it ending in apartheid or is it taking a piece of land? Genuine question. I don't know what the exact motives of Hamas are, but I know the Palestinian motive is to, in the short term, stop the brutality. That is what Palestinians want, is to stop being bombed, is to stop having their homes taken from them, is to live a life of dignity. Live a life of peace and dignity. Not have their hospitals bombed, not have their schools bombed in Gaza, and be able to live in the West Bank freely as is supposed to be the legal rights that they have. That is what the Palestinian need is. As far as Hamas goes, I don't know what Hamas's genuine interest is beyond, I guess, like controlling Gaza and also having a unified interest in ridding Gaza of the open air prison status that it currently has. I am serious, yes. Do I think Hamas will be able to achieve that? I don't know. It is entirely in the hands of Israel. Israel has the opportunity and has had the opportunity time and time again to collaborate with Palestinian officials and treat them with dignity and humanity and treat the Palestinian people in the West Bank with dignity, and yet they have consistently engaged in ethnic displacement. So tell me why or how Palestinians are supposed to struggle. And let me use another example here. Okay? Let me use another example here. People get so mad at the violent ways in which Palestinians have reacted to their circumstances. Okay? Which is, you know, maybe you are genuinely a humanitarian and across the board you don't think that violence is permissible in any circumstance whatsoever. Okay? Fine. But if that's the case, then why is every American currently losing their fucking mind? Every American politician is losing their mind that Americans are exercising their First Amendment rights to support Palestinian liberation, Palestinian emancipation, which would literally help the Israeli security in and of itself. So why is it? So which way does the Western man go? Which way does the Palestinian go? They get yelled at if they are peacefully protesting. They get shot by sniper rifle if they're peacefully protesting. They get shot all the time for just existing in the vicinity of an Israeli settler in the West Bank. They get bombed for being born on the other side of a border wall. And then even if they do protests saying Palestinians are human, they deserve dignity, they deserve to be free, people still yell. So what is it? Is there a permissible way to defend Palestinians that people will say, you know, that's actually appropriate? I will allow that. Go ahead, please. Shackle us that want to defend Palestinians. Go ahead. Explain to us what the boundaries are. Is there any legally permissible way of defending Palestinian dignity and Palestinian lives that anyone will ever think is appropriate?
On Saturday morning?
Well, this is not the right question, Louis. Really, the right
it's
question.
An important question.
No, it is not an important question because
whether you support their action or not is an important question.
No. It is not an important question. Hamas is a group, is a militant group. You're talking with the Palestinian representative. Our position is very well known and clear.
And what is that? Do you support Hamas's actions?
And then you cannot equate. This is not about support or not support. I am here to represent my people, the Palestinian people, what they are going through. I'm not here to condemn anybody. And if anybody that needs to be condemned, it's what you call the only democracy in the Middle East, that is Israel, between parentheses, that is doing what you have just reported, targeting civilians. And this has not just happened the last 48 hours.
Hamas was just targeting Palestinians, but you won't condemn that.
I'll tell you one thing. Hamas is not the Palestinian government, okay? The Israeli government is giving orders for its organized army. So please don't draw any symmetry here. Don't equate. There is no way you can draw any symmetry. And don't equate between the occupied and the occupier. This doesn't.
Yeah. Oh, so good. He's so right. Exactly.
Serve justice to understand for your audience and viewers the real situation. Since Israel's establishment, it has had one military doctrine. When it fights, it goes and fights civilians, kill civilians, so they pressure the fighters. Since 1948, and go back to the record, and this has been repeated in Gaza and will continue to be repeated. So the conversation is not a blame game. I am not in the business of blaming the victim here. The real conversation is how do we stop this vicious, deadly cycle?
You just condemned Israel for killing civilians, and you won't condemn Hamas for killing civilians.
How many times you have interviewed Israeli officials, Louise? Hundreds of times. Hundreds of times. How many times Israel have committed war crimes right live on your own cameras? Do you start by asking them to condemn themselves? Have you? You don't. You don't. No, I'll answer that question. You don't. You know why I refuse to answer this question? Because I refuse the premise of it. Because at the very heart of it is misrepresentation of the whole thing. Because it's the Palestinians that are always expected to condemn themselves. I mean, come on, this is a political conflict. We have been denied our rights for a long time. So this is the wrong starting point. The right starting point is to focus on the root causes, is to try and get out of this extreme dark tunnel, as opposed to this business by BBC and the mainstream media for 75 years. You bring us here whenever there are Israelis who are killed. Did you bring me here when many Palestinians in the West Bank, more than 200 over the last few months? Do you invite me when there is such Israeli provocations?
I'm a Palestinian citizen living in the West Bank. I'm a peaceful citizen. I didn't go to any protest, nor I post anything about Israel and Palestine conflict, yet I am targeted by every settler by existing. I was attacked not once nor twice. And I am just scared of being shot for no reason and not getting justice. This is the daily existence of Palestinians living in the fucking West Bank. They have no rights. The entire fucking military occupying force apparatus is against them. The goal is openly and very clearly defined by the Israeli state to ethnically displace every single Palestinian living in West Bank, regardless of fucking creed, regardless of language, regardless of religious beliefs, because there are plenty of fucking Palestinian Christians that live there as well, okay? The goal is deliberately to kick them out. There is a reason why if you live in the fucking West Bank and you leave the West Bank, you can't come back in. Think about that. That is really important to understand, because whenever people say, what do you say to the Palestinians refusing a two-state solution time and time again? Are you fucking blind? Are you fucking stupid? Or are you a bloodthirsty jackal who wants the continuation of the apartheid? That you are further to the right than the Israeli security apparatus in this moment? Peaceful coexistence in the two-state solution that supposedly is in the hands of Palestinians is the West Bank. Do you think that they are happy? Do you think that they live a life of dignity? Or do you think their lives are controlled by checkpoints, by Israeli partitions, and that there will never be a two-state solution because Israel will never allow it? Two-state solution is just a continuation of apartheid. It's a justification for doing slow burn ethnic cleansing to make the lives of Palestinians living in the West Bank as miserable as fucking possible by sometimes directly killing them or at least delegating that responsibility into the hands of the settler colonial psychopaths and then defending them at every fucking turn with the occupying police force. That is your fucking two-state solution that the Palestinians supposedly have ignored or said no to. What living is that? What kind of existence is that? Many of you would absolutely, if you defend Israel unconditionally, many of you would defend South African apartheid 100%. It is so real. It is so disgusting. You are in denial. You want to think that you are above it. Everybody wants to think they're a Nat Turner defender. Everybody wants to think that they're a John Brown defender. Everybody wants to think that they would be on the side of the liberating cause, the emancipators in all of the historic battles that have played out, and yet you're showing your ass. There is an opportunity for you to take the right side in this circumstance, and you are choosing the opposite. And you're doing that either because you have been duped, maybe because you have been misguided, or because you know the facts and you don't care. It is not hard to pick the good side. You are out of your fucking mind, dude. No, that's crazy. That is fucking crazy to say that under an apartheid regime, you have those who are colonized and those who are doing the colonizing, and you go, it's too hard. I don't know what to do with this. I don't know whose side to be on. Can you explain why Palestinians are allowed to live in Israel, but Israelites cannot live in the West Bank? I love you, chatter. Thank you. These are the reason why I love these takes is because these are like every single propaganda point I've heard throughout my entire past 10 years of publicly defending Palestine. Okay. I've heard this a million times over. Okay. First and foremost, what fucking Israeli wants to live in the West Bank? First of all, you meant Gaza. Okay. Not the West Bank. Okay. You meant Gaza, not the West Bank. That's number one. Because the actual propaganda is like, oh, well, Israelis can't live in the West Bank. Or Israelis can't live in the Gaza. Not West Bank. Israelis do live in the West Bank. So they shouldn't, but they do. Okay? So you didn't even do the propaganda right. I'm responding to the actual propaganda that you're supposed to do. So next time you want to do that, say that instead. Okay? Explain why Israelis don't live in Haiti. Yeah, exactly. This must mean that Haiti is deeply anti-Semitic. The West Bank is supposed to be the tiny marginal fucking land remaining for the Palestinians that are supposed to be there. Their entire leadership collaborates with Israel. Okay? As far as Gaza goes, Israel unilaterally pulled out of Gaza so they could erect a wall around it. That is true, so they could fucking make it an open-air prison. But as far as Israelis living in the West Bank, this is not a peaceful existence. This is not a peaceful coexistence. This is called, and there is a term for this in political science, settler colonialist terrorism, okay? Settler terrorism is the appropriate term. They are not simply coexisting and erecting monuments side by side with the Palestinians and living alongside them and collaborating as though they are neighbors. They are going from Long Island to the West Bank to sit on top of the houses where Palestinians currently live. And the only way that they are able to do so is because of the violent military occupying force of another country. Technically, if you believe in a two-state solution, you are supposed to say that's West Bank. They are supposed to have their own authority. They're supposed to have their own standing military. They're supposed to have their own courts, but they do not have any of those things. Okay? These people are not just going, oh man, that'd be so sick if we could just like sit here. You paint this issue so black and white when it isn't. No, my friend, the unfortunate reality is that you are so blinded by propaganda that when I tell you factually accurate information, it hurts your feelings. So you can't actually respond to the information and go, maybe I should re-examine my perspective on the matter. No, I will attack the messenger instead. I will attack the person who is, for the first time perhaps in my entire life, giving me what is actually going on the ground. Why are you pretending Gaza doesn't have a border with Egypt? Hamas does not control the border with Egypt. Egypt controls the border. Egypt also collaborates with the Israeli government. The notion that like all matter of goods that go into Gaza is not controlled by Israel is a silly one. Israelis themselves or the Israeli government themselves openly recognize this reality. You are simply using propaganda talking points that are very clearly and very quickly destroyed by the actions of Israel today. If you are asking me, oh, I can't believe you're saying this is an open prison, for example, how the fuck is Israel controlling the food supply going into Gaza? How did the defense ministry come out and say, we are stopping the food from going into Gaza today. We are stopping the electricity from being run in Gaza today. We are stopping the clean water from being accessible in Gaza today. How can they do that if they actually have a way out? Oh, for the record, that border that you said Egypt has with Gaza was closed already, and then Israel bombed it. But again, is he saying that Israel is in the wrong? Israel is right? Is he saying, are you talking to other chatters? Are you that dense that you can't comprehend my words when I speak them? But they don't kill civilians? Yeah, no, it's just a oopsie. This, oopsie, right? 6,407 Palestinian deaths from 2008 to 2023. Before the until August 31st, 2023, before the last little back and forth that we're in currently. Was this a oopsie, you think? How did this happen? What's that about? Oopsie. Is that what it is? Just numbers? 152,560 Palestinians were injured in the process too, shot deliberately by Israeli sniper fire in their peaceful demonstrations after 2018. Many of those people were shot down and maimed deliberately by IDF snipers. So, what's up? Where's that chatter now? Israel doesn't kill civilians. Israel demands correction from Sanders. It only killed 533 Palestinian children in the summer of 2014. Yeah. Oh, they warn civilians before they destroy anything. Oh, dude, got it. Chatters who have been in here. Chatters who have been in here for the past 7 hours yesterday and the past 3 hours today will notice a trend in here. The talking points always go back to the same talking points. These talking points only work if you are captive in an echo chamber. Okay? When you move outside of that echo chamber and try to pull that shit in a community that is a little bit more informed and better equipped, all of a sudden, they perish. These arguments fall apart because the arguments are fucking insane. Because the unfortunate reality is, for all of those who want to legitimately defend the apartheid state of Israel, well, at a certain point, you got to at least be as honest as the far-right elements in your country. Okay? That's the reality. At least the psychopathic dogs like Ben-Gvir are honest about their goals. Okay? They're right. They want to do ethnic cleansing. That is correct. They're brutal, but they're honest. Palestine people go to Israel and live there in safety. Yeah, and Palestine is unsafe because of Israel, and Palestinian people do not have any safety inside of Israeli borders. So there you go. If I blew up your fucking house and gave you a 15-minute warning, I don't think you would have this kind of opinion. I think you would literally rise up and grab the first gun you could find and try and kill me. Okay? Hasan is the propaganda machine. This is wild. Yeah. What's the counterpoint then? Also, was the breakdown of civilians versus Hamas/terrorists? Your numbers, statistics don't show any of those breakdowns. I mean, okay, that's a good take, right? I don't know. Maybe 2 million people living inside of the Gaza Strip and 47% of them being under the age of 14 or the age of 14 should show you that routinely bombing and stopping food from going in there is completely insane, unless you think 14-year-old and under are all also Hamas. You think that's cool? You think that's a justified act? No. Here's what the fucking troll says. And I will tell you. They are using the human shields. They're using those babies as human shields. That's what Hamas does. Yeah? Is that what they do? Where are they supposed to go? And why are you a mindless robot? Why are you killing the children? Stop killing the children. There you go. Anyway. Bombing entire city blocks. Oh, by the way, this is also correct. You're not supposed to start the two-front war voluntarily, you dumbasses. Israel strikes Hezbollah targets in southern Lebanon. So now southern Lebanon, or at least Hezbollah, will go into battle as well.
In Jerusalem and elsewhere. Because Israel, what Israelis have seen, which we started by saying tragic, the last 48 hours, the Palestinians see every day for the last 50 years. You know the situation in Gaza, you've just described it. This is the biggest open-air prison. Those people, 2 million, have been taken hostage by Israel for the last 16 years. So I'm saying this just to say, Louise, perhaps this is about time we abandon this rhetoric, very dangerous, this framework, and we start giving people the real ugly truth sometimes.
What is the solution in your eyes?
International law. That's it.
What does that mean?
The equal application of international resolutions and law and legitimacy. As you did in Ukraine. Would you bring the Ukrainian ambassador here and start asking him to condemn some of his fighters? We need to fully and equally apply the rules that were created by the League of Nations after the horrors of the Second World War. We need to make sure that Israel is not the exception. It has been for the last 75 years. We need to make sure that nobody is above the law. Britain is renowned, Louise, for the rule of law. I think that's the solution. Israel is an occupying force. It is responsible to provide protection for the people under its occupation. And should they commit crimes and crimes against humanity in the coming hours and weeks, it must be held accountable by the international community and the international judicial system.
Why are people saying open prison? It seems like a prison. They say open air prison because it's a city. Technically, it doesn't have a roof over its head, partially because it makes it easier to fucking bomb by Israel. But I don't know. I read a lot of old New York Times articles on South Africa's two-state solution of Bantustans and reserves, and the white government sure seem pretty equitable. I trust them. They're definitely reporting on this conflict accurately. Yeah. Israel has been carrying out a genocide for decades without consequences. They'll start a two-front war if they want. They assume that the rules don't apply to them, and for good reason, because the rules have not applied to them until now. But there is one thing. Rules don't apply to them, and yet there is one thing that they have. Limitations, okay? You can only fight battles on two fronts for so long. One thing you always have to consider is that, first of all, you're not working with like a lackluster, shitty Egyptian military. Okay, you're working against a individuals that have hardened, battle-tested dudes that are very good at launching insurgency campaigns. So that's number one. Okay, if we're talking about Hezbollah, and two, no matter how much support you have. You literally, and no matter how much international support you have, no matter how much U.S. support you have to remember something. And then you have the IRGC as well. But I'm not even getting into that. You have a standing military. You have a standing military that is comprised of dudes who have not fought real insurgency battles for years. Your standing military is used to fighting, not ISIS, not fucking Al-Qaeda or anyone else. Your standing military is used to fighting 14-year-old Palestinians that are throwing rocks, civilians. That is the reason why what happened yesterday and a day one more yesterday, the day before happened. Okay, because the IDF was not ready to fucking actually, defend Israel against, like, genuine attack. Anyway, how can you say that the pen is mightier than the sword and have gotten really good at killing journalists? Yeah, maybe, perhaps, if the Hezbollah wore press vests as they tried to infiltrate Israel, then they could get fucking absolutely eviscerated. But for the time being, I don't think that would pan out well. Nobody wants conflict at the end of the day. That only is a continuation of the harm. That only is a continuation of the conflict. That only is a continuation of the bloodshed for no reason. Now let's continue with the Israel orders complete closure of Gaza. Every day there is a massive amount of news stories that I want to get through, and I simply cannot get through it because I don't have it in me to watch mainstream media. It hurts my soul, okay? It hurts my fucking soul when I see the coverage afforded to the situation. Very rarely do they have a decent understanding of the situation, or very rarely do they actually offer the dignity to the Palestinian people, see them as human beings. Very fucked up.
Lviv, where we have continued to hear all day the kind of low-level rumblings, booms, the Iron Dome intercepting incoming rockets from Gaza fired by Hamas towards Tel Aviv and Ben Gurion Airport. We've got some evidence this morning when an engineer was coming in that there was an explosion just south of the airport here. Everybody hit the deck there.
Yeah, this is the other thing I said last night, which many people got mad at me for. I wonder if people will consider why Haaretz, Amnesty International, an IDF veterans group, the father of one of the Israeli women held hostage, and hundreds of other organizations correctly recognize the root cause of the violence as Israel's occupation. Everyone that is involved in this, and everyone that is like looking at it not with like bloodthirst, okay, with bloodlust, everyone that's looking at this situation in an honest way realizes why it's happening and realizes the only way to stop it, okay? But There is no democracy. There is no democratic process. And I don't even know what the democratic process would look like if they were to hold a referendum on genociding all Palestinians. Okay? It is sad.
And so, you know, the intensity of this, I think, is really the story of the hour, you know, and the fact that we have Gaza in play, Tel Aviv and Jerusalem hearing sirens because there are incoming attacks or incoming rockets from Hamas, and then to the north here, the potential for something significant happening on the Lebanese-Israeli border. It is a ratcheting up, there is no doubt, in what is this very bloody conflict, Casey.
All right, Becky Anderson in Tel Aviv. Stay safe, Becky. We will be coming back with you much more throughout this hour. But joining us now from Jerusalem is CNN's Ben Wiedemann. Ben, Jerusalem, of course, one of the places where these sirens have been heard. What's the latest there?
Yeah, Casey, about an hour and a half ago, we heard the sirens go off and then some distant thuds. We understand there may have been as many as 10 intercepts. And there are reports coming from the Israeli Medical Service that several people were injured on the outskirts of Jerusalem. It's not clear if that was an impact or, as I've seen myself before, when the Iron Dome intercepts incoming missiles, there's a lot of shrapnel that falls to the ground. So that may have been the cause for those injuries as this conflict intensifies. What we have heard so far today, for instance, Yoav Gallant, the Israeli defense minister, has ordered what he called a complete siege on Gaza, cutting off all food, electricity, and fuel to a place where 2 million people are living. Now, according to the World Food Program, 63% of the population of Gaza is, quote, food insecure. The Israelis are, of course, preparing, by all accounts, for a massive ground invasion into Gaza.
I like that. I like that this guy, maybe talk to Tobias Hutch. What did he say about Hamas killing random people? Okay. He doesn't know what I've said about Hamas killing random people. And he just makes an inference. So many vids of people supporting Palestina, Ho chant, kill all Jews. Any clips about what he said about Hamas killing people at a festival for no reason. And then he goes, Hasan acts like he knows everything, but he doesn't know anything. So sad. Bitch, don't you feel like you don't know anything? You're asking chatters, okay? You've made up your mind about what my perspective is. You have no idea what it is. You're asking chatters to clear it up for you while simultaneously saying, I don't know anything. I mean, I have a video out on my YouTube page if you want to watch it. Bro, my keyboard doesn't work. It takes me minutes to type anything. Why would I seal? Okay, got it. It's odd that you literally came in here trying to comprehend, even though you had a perspective of what you think I said. You came in here trying to comprehend what my genuine opinion is, and before even figuring it out, you started saying Hasan doesn't know anything. Don't you feel like that's a bit self-defeating?
Sending lots of armor in that direction. Now, it's not clear how far they're going to go, but certainly in 2008, 2009, when there was a prolonged outbreak of violence between Gaza and Israel, the Israelis did cut the Gaza Strip in half, but they avoided going into population centers. In 2014, Israeli forces entered the Gaza Strip, but yet again avoided going into population centers. Now, the expectation is this time, given the gravity of the situation, the Israeli operation in Gaza will be much more extensive. It may take
propaganda / gut human reactions are fucking terrifying. I'm an Israeli and my cousin just died in this conflict. How am I supposed to ever preach to my family ever again about my opinion that Hamas's entire reason for existing is the IDF sketchy operations, abhorrent right-wing Jewish settlers, and first of all, I'm sorry for your loss. Abhorrent right-wing Jewish settlers and general Arab hatred after an Arab Palestinian literally killed a family of ours. the IDF, Israel's media channels on all political spectrums, and most of all right-winged insane monsters like Netanyahu and Ben Gvir are to blame for this instance, this fucking situation, where even the extremely few Israelis who realize who's really at fault have no way to convince any other person of their opinion, much less get a politician to do something about it. There's one guy in the fucking Knesset that said it is actually the fault of Israel. Except, chatter, don't lose out hope. There is not much you can do. There is not much you can do in this circumstance. I'm sorry for your loss. You just have to keep fighting the good fight. And your cause is just. You're right. And the irony is, of course, the dark irony is, of course, that the Israeli security apparatus, okay, the ones that are not like baying for blood, even though there aren't that many left, it seems, have time and time again said that the extreme thirst from the treatment of settlers, the extreme thirst of like settler terrorism on the West Bank is directly a security flaw for the Israeli state, is not just the assessment of someone like myself, who has always unconditionally supported the emancipation for Palestinian people, but is the assessment of like Israel's own internal intelligence communities. Because fascism does not stop. Fascism only continues to find new enemies and constantly fucking exercise jingoistic, hyper-militant attitudes, and it only has to expand on the violence until that violence comes back and hurts the inner core. It always needs another. The issue is, like, given the long history of anti-fascist action from Jewish people, it's shocking that there aren't more people that are able to push back. Propaganda is very strong. I mean, I can't say anything. I mean, I live in America. Look at our situation, you know? Hey, just want to let you know it's customary in the Jewish faith that you are not supposed to necessarily say sorry for your loss or rest in peace. The customary thing is they are of blessed memory. We celebrate the life of the deceased rather than mourning their death. Hope that helps. I like that. Leftism is seen as a joke in Israel for obvious reasons, dude. What the fuck? It's like it is literally designed as a state with the displacement of Palestinians. Of course, leftism is seen as a fucking joke. Bro, they killed their more tolerant Zionists. Like, what are we talking about? The guy who celebrated that execution is now in the government. There is a guy by the name of Ben Gvir, who is now in the Israeli government, who is supposed to be running the West Bank, okay, the occupation, who literally was declared a terrorist and too extreme to serve in the IDF. Of course. Do we not feel like there is probably going to be some spiritual residue there if that is the norm? Hey, he has a Israeli mass shooter portrait in his house.
Time for that to happen, but of course, what we're seeing is that there are, according to the Israelis today, so far 130 strikes in Gaza, they say, on Hamas targets. But what we've seen is that they seem to have done away with what's known as the knock on the roof, where a small explosion is or explosive device is directed at the building. They plan on hitting as sort of a warning shot for people to leave. Sometimes the Israelis will actually call people in the building and tell them to evacuate. It doesn't seem to be happening at the moment. In Jabalia, in the northern part, in the Jabalia refugee camp in northern Gaza, there was a strike earlier today. The extent of damage from the videos we're seeing is massive. There's talk of as many as 50 people being killed in that strike alone. And I think the expectation people in Gaza is that this is just the beginning of what's going to be a very long and difficult period.
Ben Wiedemann in Jerusalem, thank you very much for that. We're going to dive into all of this now with today's panel. Natan Sachs is the director of the Brookings Institution Center for Middle East Policy, Vivian Salama, a national security reporter for The Wall Street Journal, and David Sanger is CNN's political and national security analyst. He also serves as a White House and national security correspondent at The New York Times. And David, let me start with you because you have covered this your whole career, essentially, and can help us understand. Ben was walking us through some of what may happen in the Gaza Strip in the coming days. Really unprecedented.
It is, and it poses a whole series of dilemmas for Prime Minister Netanyahu, his government.
Like, I feel like they would never cover the actions of Hamas with the same way. And one is a disorganized, like, band of individuals that don't have access to fucking adequate training or weapons, like no real rules of engagement. The other is a fucking state. Okay? The other is not just a state, not just any state, but one of the most militant states out there who gets unlimited funds from the United States of America in general. And they're like, oh, one of the most, sophisticated militaries in the world is just, they got a real situation on their hands. They have to really think about, like, a reasoned, tempered response when they eviscerate entire city blocks in Gaza. It's nuts, man. It's fucking nuts. I have covered Itamar Ben-Gvir. Yeah, I have extensively covered him.
For President Biden as he tries to support the Israelis. So the first dilemma is, what do you do about the hostages? There are, as you said, more than 100. We've been reporting at the Times the number may be closer to 150. Clearly some of those are also American citizens, although we don't know how many. But in any case, hostages for any society is a big deal, and for Israel, as you know, it's going to be a huge issue. So they've got competing.
It turns out it's not, by the way. Like, they literally don't give a shit. Which is, again, yet another circumstance where you have failed to correctly assess the inhumanity of your oppressors. You thought incorrectly that they would go, well, you have Israeli citizens in your hands. We care about the protection of Israeli citizens. Meanwhile, if they cared about the protection of Israeli citizens, they would do a better job of trying to fucking stop the Palestinian the Palestinian incursion into the borders of Israel. They're not even doing that. They went on the genocide route. They skipped a step. It's crazy. And yes, if you think personally that if you thought that Israel would be more careful and considerate about their own citizens being held hostage by Palestinians who have openly stated that the real reason for why they're doing that is so that they can at least have some leverage against against Gaza being leveled and reduced to rubble. Okay. And you thought Israel would be more careful with their tactics. Well, I guess, we were all wrong. I was wrong too. What happens if Israel bombs U.S. hostages? Brother, I think at this point, the state of Israel is not even listening to their own internal communications about refusing to be ruthless, even in the West Bank. They don't care. I think they're just moving towards just active genocide.
instincts here.
Stop saying roof knocking, please. I'm gonna fucking roof knock myself, dude. Oh my God. Brother, you have to be insane if you think that, like, dropping a fucking dud 15 minutes before completely leveling a residential building is adequate and it's actually somehow moral. Especially when it doesn't matter. It's still a fucking war crime. You cannot blow up civilian fucking buildings. Okay? Israel is so used to doing that it doesn't fucking matter. Nobody says anything about it. And ultimately, it doesn't even matter because apparently they're stopped. And why shouldn't they stop? What the fuck are you going to do? What is anyone else going to do? What are they going to say? They're blowing up their own open-air prison. Where, again, the average age is 18. They're blowing up their open-air prison. They've killed 6,000 plus people before this, by August 31st, between 2000 and 2008. I mean, between 2000 and now. Okay? They're still destroying people's homes, and you think, like, man, it's fine. It's totally fine. Something to also consider that many of you refuse to consider is that, like, 47% or more than 40% of the entire population is 14 and under. Okay? Yeah, Hasan, please. They announced a bombing and blew up a hospital. This isn't to inform civilians. Exactly. It's to make it seem like it's to give dumbasses an opportunity to try and defend Israel in a very pathetic way, where anyone who has a shred of humanity and doesn't fucking and doesn't consider Palestinians to be like subhuman filth that deserve to be excised is going to look at you like you're a fucking animal. Because you are. You are an animal. You're a bloodthirsty animal if you think that, like, oh, well, they do warnings before they blow up an entire fucking apartment complex. And people still die in said apartment complex. Gaza is one of the most densely packed open-air prisons of the fucking planet. Oh. It's cool, man. I announced my war crime. So it's fine, actually. Like, what difference does it make if they're fucking doing the warnings beforehand and now they've even stopped doing it when you have the military openly stating we have control over the food, we have control over the water, we have control over the electricity, we've shut off all three of those things, okay, into Gaza, and that is because the enemy we are fighting are human animals. They're beasts. They're not human. That's what an official said. They announced it. That in and of itself is literally a war crime. Like, what are we doing? It's so fucking stupid to have this conversation over and over again as though this is, like, not appropriate. Hey, at least they announced it first. Technically not a war crime according to the doctrine if there's actionable intelligence towards pointing towards a civilian building being dual-use targets. I do not support Israel, though. Yeah, also, that's a lie. It is not a dual-use target. And it's still a fucking war crime regardless. You know what is a war crime? Shutting off fucking water to the people that you're trying to starve out. It's called collective punishment. You know, collective punishment is a war crime. It's so crazy. I don't get how you can sit there and justify any of that, dude. Don't get mad at us for being war criminals when we told you we were going to commit a war crime. Yeah, it's like at the top of the hour, I warn you that there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, I tell you, you can just subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. And then you're still fucking caught off guard. It's an excuse to say that they warned all the civilians away and only the people there are violent militants. That is what the military did in Fallujah. It's a way to cover their ass to justify bombing civilian targets. Yes, exactly. The most moral military, baby. Yeah. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Thank you, Cap Calloway, for the 5 Get the subs.
One is to go in to clear out Hamas, and the second is...
There isn't many other broadcasts talking about this from the Palestine side, probably because it's legit dangerous. Thank you for not holding back. I mean, it's not... I don't know. I don't think it's dangerous. For me, it's not. If you're in Palestine, then yes.
Saving the lives of those hostages, and the hostages presumably are in tunnels or in the middle of Gaza. The second problem is, it's one thing to go into Gaza, which we have seen happen before, though not in a long time. It's another thing to stay in Gaza, right? And this is the same problem the United States faced when it went into Afghanistan, when it went into Iraq, because at some point, if you become an occupying force, you just get a constant guerrilla war. So the Israeli government's going to have to make it.
Yeah, genocide. Like, he's literally saying it. He's like, the Israeli government has to make a decision that you can't be a constant occupying force. You just have to genocide them.
Decision about how far does it want to go. And the third issue, and you're seeing it right in these...
Like, can you imagine the callous indifference? Like, dude, you're covering the options, and one of them is literally the final solution. Like, to the Jewish question, but instead of the Jewish question is the Palestinian question. It's fucking crazy. I agree with you 100%. What do you say to the people who argue Hamas is taking shelter in civilian buildings? Brother, it's fucking bullshit. They blow up literally the Associated Press office. They blow up the Associated Press office publicly, okay? Like, they blow up hubs of journalism, okay? You think those journalists don't realize, oh, wow, I had no idea that Hamas was in the fucking basement. No, there is no proof. There is no proof that Hamas is ever in any of these fucking buildings. It's a lie, okay? It's a lie. They're lying. The fuck are you talking about? Not only are they lying, okay, but also on top of that, even if they were being correct, even if there are like Hamas militants in a fucking hospital, ask yourself, is that okay? Yeah, Hamas is baiting them into committing genocide. They really didn't want to do it. Guys, you don't understand. Israel really didn't want to fucking bomb the children's hospital, but just, man, they have Hamas in there, so they just had to fucking kill all the children in the children's hospital. What were Hamas expecting for the result of their terrorist actions? This is such a fucking funny take, man. That's great. That's awesome. You fucking spit on the Israeli flag, and then you try to fucking duke it out with me. It's like half of these motherfuckers don't even have any genuine opinion on the matter. They just want to fight.
These pictures here is going to be one of proportionality. Right? It's been tragic for the Israelis. We think there are about 700 dead. You could see numbers that went way above that fairly quickly if the Israelis sustain this kind of a campaign. And many Palestinians living in Gaza are not fans of Hamas.
Natan, this is a region you spend all of your time focused on. You obviously have deep ties to Israel itself.
Yeah, they killed a journalist who was an American and Palestinian dual citizen who was wearing a press vest and a helmet that said press by shooting her in the neck. And then they went and beat up people carrying her coffin when she had a Christian funeral, okay, because she was a Christian Palestinian, and then broke into her hearth to rip off the Palestinian flag from her coffin. And even in death, they did not allow the Palestinians to have peace. So what the fuck do you expect? There is no, like, I genuinely sometimes feel like I'm having an argument with people that I've had time and time again when they try to defend the actions of Nazi Germany, okay? There are a lot of neo-Nazis that I duke it out with on a regular basis. They're anti-Semitic as fuck, and they routinely speak from both sides of their fucking mouths about all of the issues that have happened, all of the evil that they subjected people to, okay? It's like you cannot, there's a certain point where you literally can just say, okay, this was fucked up. It is so shocking that I have to literally sit here and well, ironic because, Bibi Netanyahu is a Holocaust revisionist. But I don't understand. I don't understand what you expect here. Like, what is the situation here? Like, what do you think Palestinian people are supposed to do when they fucking peacefully protest? They get shot and they get bombed. When they violently retaliate, they get shot and they get bombed. When they don't do anything and they're not even a part of like the Gaza Strip, they get shot, they lose their houses, and they get fucking humiliated by a bunch of settlers who are now armed and have full support of the state. What are they supposed to do? You just want them to quietly die. Just fucking say it. You know what I mean? At that point, you want them to quietly fucking die. You want them to quietly die. You can say, are you justifying terrorism law all day, every day? Israel's current existence is a terrorist state, okay? It is doing terrorism to Palestinians on a daily fucking basis. It is an apartheid state. That is not my opinion. That is the opinion of the former head of Mossad. That is the opinion of former prime ministers. That is the opinion of every fucking Human Rights Watch organization, a human rights organization. It is literally an apartheid state. The only people who are holding on to the dream that it's not are either people who do not see Palestinians as humans anyway, or recognize it, but they just want to, still defend it, kind of. If Palestinians had a lighter skin color, a greater majority of people would have more empathy and understanding an unfortunate reality. This is also kind of funny because what do you think Israelis look like? They look like the exact same as the Palestinians. So it doesn't even matter on that front either. That is a delusional take, really? You think Israelis and Palestinians do not look alike, really? That's what you're going to say to me? Really? So the Mizrahi Jews just, they simply have a different look than other Arabs? Is that what you're saying? No, bro, the thing about light skin, relax. No, it is important because, yes, the people that are being oppressed are Muslim, so they don't give a shit. Because they're Muslim. A big part of Israel's population is of Ashkenazi descent and is white. I'll try to find a number. No, there are plenty of Ashkenazi Jews. Ironically, Mizrahi Jews and Israeli Arabs were originally, ironically, they were also oppressed internally. And Israel had a standing opinion to at least improve their demographic look. Offering up citizenship to Russians and Ukrainians and many others.
I mean, just talk about what David kind of laid out there and what you see being the next turn in Gaza.
Well, what's tragic about this case is that it's not just another round. This is not just another repeat of previous times. In Israeli psyche, this is, to a large degree, Israel's 9/11. What happened on Saturday was so barbaric and so ostentatious in Israeli minds, and we haven't even seen all the pictures yet, that the mood in Israel is very different than it's been in the past. David spoke very well about the price that Israel would pay if it went in, and especially if it stayed there. But Israel is now willing to take prices, to take costs, and to also, take prices also from the Gazans, unfortunately, that it wasn't in the past. And so we could definitely see a massive invasion. We might also see even an attempt to take down Hamas, which is something Israel has never done. Since Hamas
The fucked upness is not about the legitimacy of militants versus apartheid. It's about killing and torturing civilians. In no way a left take. Also, the ideology of Hamas is fundamentalist fascism. Fuck them and apartheid. Brother, nobody thinks Hamas is great, okay? Or maybe some people do. I don't fucking know, okay? I don't know how many times I have to repeat this. If you want Hamas not to have any fucking power, the only way to starve Hamas out is by literally proving them wrong, okay? By stopping the apartheid, by stopping the occupation, by allowing Palestinians to live freely. Because, like I've said a million times over, the collaborative project for the Palestinian existence is the West Bank. And if you think that they are doing fine in the West Bank, you are the dumbest motherfucker I've ever seen in my entire life. Israel's own internal security apparatus has pointed to this reality. The Haaretz editorial board has pointed to this reality. The fucking father of one of the girls that was kidnapped by Hamas said this exact same thing. If people who are currently under fire, who have literally been victim to Palestinians, who are the purveyors of the apartheid state or otherwise defenders of the apartheid state, are recognizing that maybe we've gone too far, why the fuck don't you see it? Everyone wants the violence to stop. I love when people say this is Israel's 9/11. And Israel didn't stop America after 9/11. So why should America stop Israel after 9/11? Bro, you think it was good? You think what we did after 9/11 was good? Are you fucking insane? That is literally a moment for you to go, oh shit, remember what America did after 9/11 and how fucking bad it was? We probably shouldn't repeat that mistake. That's crazy to look at, like an $8 trillion massively destabilizing war with millions of people dead, tens of millions of people displaced, refugee crises, and so much decapitation of power and power vacuums and militant terror cells being built on top of said power vacuums, and looking at that and going, we want to do that ourselves. You're out of your fucking mind.
Hamas took over the Gaza Strip, taking Fatah out and taking over the Gaza Strip. We've seen Israel live with Hamas, of course an enemy, but at least an address they can deal with. Now, a lot of things have changed in Israel. I don't know if the government will decide to topple Hamas. It is not out of the question. It was in previous rounds. It's not today.
And Vivian, your paper has been reporting some of the origins of this. We obviously haven't quite jumped into the conversation about Iran yet at this table, but it certainly seems as though sources that are speaking to the journal, they say, from Hamas and Hezbollah, are saying that, hey, Iran was deeply involved in this.
That's right. A number of my colleagues in the Middle East reported that Iran...
What the actual fuck Hamas thought was going to happen before they attacked? No one can be this stupid. You're right, man. You're right. It's a really different position than what the Palestinians are in now than before 2 days ago, when they were still having their, when they still had only... I guess 97% of their water supply be toxic, not be able to fucking build desalination plants, not even have concrete allowed inside of Gaza. Yeah, what the fuck was Hamas thinking? I guess they really miscalculated, dude. They should have asked HasanAbi instead. They should have fucking checked in with you, dog. They should have been like, hey, liberals and radical leftists in the Western sphere of influence, is it okay if we try to violently break out of the fucking prison that we have been living in? Is that okay? Or will that fuck up your vibes, dude? Will that fuck up your vibes and ruin your plans for the weekend, I guess? You know what I mean? What the fuck should they have done? They should have checked in with you. Man, it's so crazy how Israel changed its attitude towards Palestinian existence literally after yesterday. And it wasn't actually anything like that before yesterday. It was totally fine. And all of a sudden, they're just reducing Gaza into rubble. And now you can say, don't see how killing festival goers breaking out of prison. Of course, that those festival goers did not deserve to be fucking murdered. But why? What do you mean? Like, you're saying breaking out of prison, you're having a festival next to a concentration camp. They did not deserve to die, okay? You know who's responsible for that death, for every single death, though? The Israeli state that, one, allowed there to be a festival next to a concentration camp, and two, has been fucking killing the shit out of people in the West Bank for so long that they've demonstrated time and time again that they are an apartheid state and that they have no interest in collaborating with the Palestinians and want to forcibly expel them from their own fucking borders, okay? This is, once again, not my take. This is the perspective of the Israeli intelligence community. So take it up with them. So I'm glad that Israel is doing what it knows best, which is bombing the shit out of 14-year-olds and executing them. But hey, they let them know ahead of time that they were going to bomb their fucking houses. If you couldn't make it out in time, then sucks to suck, 12-year-old child that fucking exploded. Oh. Very stark contrast between the analysis you see from Western governments and politicians and what you're hearing from actual Israeli civil society, including not just the press, but security intelligence services. Exactly. For years, Tal Schneider writes, Netanyahu propped up Hamas. Now it's blown up in our faces, and the premier's policy for treating the terror group as a partner at the expense of Abbas and Palestinian statehood has resulted in wounds that will take Israel years to heal from. This is literally their side, and they still come to the largely same conclusions that dissidents have come to because they actually have a modicum of skin in the game. Israel removing the shackles off of the Palestinian people is not for the sake of humanity for the Palestinians. It is for the sake of Israeli security. Okay? At this point, it's getting to a situation that is untenable even for those who want the continuation of the Zionist project. That's it. October 7th, 1944, prisoners in Auschwitz revolted. 250 died in the fighting, and the guards executed another 200 prisoners as retribution. This is the you made me do it logic. Yeah, of course. The thing is, do you think that the Palestinian people have no calculation? Do you think that the Palestinian people don't know how Israel will retaliate when they have retaliated in the same way time and time again? It is a constant in their lives, dude. What is this infantilizing bullshit from American onlookers where they're like, oh man, they really fucked up the propaganda bag here? Okay. What have the people living in West Bank done? What have they done other than simply exist? Okay? Do you care about their plight? Do you hear their cries when they get killed and their killers are left free by the very same occupying force that is not there to protect them? Okay? Because you always say, well, technically, you know, these Palestinians, like, what do they think was going to happen? It's like, they know it's going to happen because what's happening has been happening. It didn't start yesterday, and it did not start the day before, and it did not even start in 2008. Okay? It started around 1946. This is an important thing to keep in mind when you see one-dimensional analyses of the conflicts in the Western press releases. They're not even taking the stance of the Israeli state, but a specific extremist faction in the country that is in confrontation with its own military. Exactly. The other side of the issue within the military is that the military is supposed to be secular. And there are a lot of people within the Israeli state that are very upset at the ultra-Zionist Orthodox Jews that on the one hand want the Israeli military to be more and more aggressive, especially in the West Bank, and have actually used the resources and moved the resources from other parts of Israel to the fucking West Bank, and simultaneously don't even fucking serve in the military. The idea internally inside of Israel, okay, is that a lot of the Orthodox Jews, especially settlers specifically, because Orthodox Jews are complicated. Some of them are anti-Zionist, some of them are ultra-Zionist, okay? But what was I going to say? Oh, I'm getting a headache. Oh, Jesus Christ. Covering this nonstop is like fucking killing me a little bit, slowly but surely killing my soul. The problem is, from its inception, settler colonial occupation has been a state project, a secret state project, but it has not been so favorable by those on the ground. Israelis have always been conflicted. You might not want to believe this. You might say, Hasan, shut the fuck up. That's not true. All Israelis love that because that's like the inception of the Israeli state in general. But the reality is, politically, from a political perspective, internally inside of Israel, okay, the settler colonial occupation of the West Bank has always been considered a very polarizing subject matter. As a matter of fact, time and time again, Israelis have said, why the fuck are we paying these fucking religious nuts? Okay? Why are we paying them? Why are they're freeloaders. They were seen as freeloaders for the most part. They were seen as guys who were like religious psychos. We're talking about the settlers, okay? But slowly but surely, okay, under the guise of Bibi Netanyahu, that attitude shifted away from the Israeli state saying, we don't know what the fuck's going on with the settlers. That's crazy. I don't know. I mean, I guess they should stop doing what they're doing, to literally bulldozing houses at their behest, to literally paving parking lots and partitioning what remains of the West Bank, to straight up utilizing the military to kill and suppress, violently suppress the existing people in West Bank. They've done nothing. Their leadership has always collaborated with Israel. Their leadership has collaborated with Israel. That is part of the reason why Palestinians are like, okay, well, we tried the fucking peaceful coexistence, and, my aunt left the country and can't come back in. They're not allowed. Okay? But some fucking dipshit from Long Island can come fly in and literally take her house, or even my house that I'm living in currently, and the military will come in and kick me out violently. And if the other neighbor that is also a settler with an AR-15 comes in and shoots me in the fucking head, he is probably not going to see criminal punishments. This is my home. This is my country. This is everything I've ever known. Why the fuck does that guy ever think that Israel has his best interests at heart? Why the fuck would that guy ever think that there is a possible two-state solution? Why the fuck would that guy not become increasingly more radicalized and go, hey, I wish there was a more secular, I wish the secular Palestinian Authority had my best interests at heart, but it seems like they're collaborating with the Israeli government and literally giving up 14-year-olds that threw fucking rocks at Israeli tanks to the Israeli government and working alongside Shin Bet. So who am I supposed to look to here for help? Who am I supposed to look to here for defense? There it is. That's how you arrive at Palestinians being forced into a corner with no one else but a fundamentalist Islamist Muslim Brotherhood cutout being the only way to push back against Israeli violence. Oh. The Times of Israel anti-Semitic? Does the Shin Bet hate Jewish people? That's the sort of conclusion you're drawn to if you go by the insane standards of orgs like AIPAC, who slap the label onto anyone and everyone to the left of the United Torah Judaism and Jewish power. Straight up. Again, this is a Times of Israel correspondent. For years, Netanyahu propped up Hamas. Now is blown up in our faces. The premier's policy of treating the terror group as a partner at the expense of Abbas and Palestinian statehood has resulted in wounds that will take Israel years to heal from. Amid this bid to impair Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas, Hamas has upgraded from a mere terror group to an organization which Israel held indirect negotiations via Egypt and one that was allowed to receive infusions of cash from abroad. My mom just told me that she failed as a parent because I support Palestine and I'm going against my Jewish heritage. Do you have any advice? I don't know. I don't know what to tell you about your parents. Like, what the fuck? Tell your parents, show your parents the Michael Brooks video. It's simple. It's super simple. It's not that hard to understand. If there was a quick role reversal and you had a Muslim apartheid state that commanded the interest of Jews, okay? If there was a role reversal, everyone would know what's going on, okay? Straight up. Not a single person would question that is an apartheid state, that is like an ongoing active genocide. Anyway, for Mandela React, good transition. Here are timestamps that are relevant. 9 minutes, 19 minutes, 21 minutes to 26 minutes, 51 minutes to an hour. You will end up malding the whole thing, which is why I watched it. Yeah, I have watched this, by the way, Little Bear. I've seen it. I think that anyone who wants to understand the violent means in which Palestinian people are retaliating to the violent conditions that they exist under, a decent comparison can be the ANC and Nelson Mandela specifically having a change of opinion, okay, and fighting against apartheid through violent means. They tried all of the non-violent means, and once all of those opportunities and all of those struggles were met with violence from the state, which, by the way, its normal existence as an apartheid state is a violent one, okay, they switched tactics.
That is enough for us to find further common room with the president. And this is the message that I'm going to put to him when I meet him.
And when you say you have the support of Congress, are you satisfied that you have enough votes in Congress to keep sanctions in place?
That I cannot say. That lies in the future. But when I address Congress, the main thrust of my speech is that the Congress should support sanctions.
Why are you so insistent, Mr. Mandela, and then we'll go to a question at this microphone over here. Why are you so insistent upon maintaining sanctions at a time when it can be argued that the...
For the record, the BDS movement in the United States of America against Israel was designed off of the BDS movement in the United States of America against apartheid South Africa. Israel is an apartheid state, just like South Africa was an apartheid state at the time. And how the difference, however, is that the BDS movement in the United States of America. Stop saying BDSM movement every fucking time I say this, you fucking children, okay? Jesus Christ. Boycotts, divestments, and sanctions on the state of Israel as long as the apartheid state continues, as long as the occupation continues. This movement was tailored around the BDS movement against apartheid South Africa. The only difference is now it is illegal to participate and openly state that you are for boycotting Israel, for divesting from Israel, and for applying sanctions to Israel. It's illegal in 36 states in the United States of America. A peaceful, non-confrontational demonstration of your First Amendment rights. You can't be a fucking teacher in a public school in the state of Texas. Okay? Yeah. They locked down international, any kind of international consideration. They locked down any kind of international counter movement. They learned the lessons from apartheid South Africa. Violent suppression of all peoples. And also, more importantly than that, also on top of that, stopping any kind of criticism from coming from other countries.
South African government has made more concessions, your release being only one of them, than it has ever made in the past 40 years.
I should know better about this matter, Mr. Coppell, than you.
No doubt.
After all, it is the ANC, not the government, that is responsible for the present talks. We have been hammering the government since 1986 to meet us, and in spite of the humiliating and insulting conditions they tried to impose on us before they could agree to meeting us, we nevertheless had sufficient patience.
BDS does almost nothing to Israel, but it does cause massive increase in violence against diaspora Jews while raising lots of money for its grifter leadership who does not much for actual Palestinian lives. Okay, I need to explain something here. I don't know if you know this, but if you've ever tried to donate money to Palestinian causes, it's like pretty impossible to do so. Most of it is stopped. You can't like directly donate via PayPal, for example, because it's illegal. Okay, there are very few charities, and even then, people will propagandize against the existing charities like the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund and say that these are Hamas operations. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, what do you mean it causes massive increase in violence against diaspora Jews? Like, what the fuck? What do you mean? Like Ben & Jerry's is doing violence against diaspora Jews despite being diaspora Jews? Is that what you're saying? Like, is that what's happening? Like Ben & Jerry's being like, we're no longer selling our ice cream in Israel. Like, wow, what happened? Did you get killed because of that? Is that what happened? Like, how is a peaceful movement, BDS rallies have regularly resulted in correlated with violence against Jews? Yeah, it's fucking bullshit, dog. Bullshit. That also is a secondary conclusion you arrived at. Peacefully protesting against Israeli apartheid and trying to demand boycotts and divestment and sanctions on the state of Israel as long as the apartheid continues is fucking ridiculous. You're equating it to like, oh, well, sometimes violence occurs when there's like counter protesters and people clash. That's fucking ridiculous. You're making it seem like BDS protesters are going around painting swastikas outside of synagogues, dude. Get the fuck out of here. And you think this kind of attitude did not exist within apartheid South Africa? It did. What do you say to peers who have family in the West Bank and are explicitly pro-Israel? They should leave. It's not your home, and you should literally fucking leave. That's what I say. It's not your home. You should not be there. It is unjustifiable that you're there. Get the fuck out. 100%. Get out. That's crazy. Leave.
And sufficient commitment to peace as to continue hammering them to meet us. They have eventually done so But despite the fact that the talks are now on, apartheid is still in place.
Israel is our ancient homeland and a decolonial initiative. Comparing the Jewish homeland to apartheid South Africa is anti-Semitic. Dude, I love you, chatter. Yes, you're right. Well, technically, South Africa is the homeland of all peoples, right? Because we all came from Africa. If you go back long enough, so I guess the Boers did have the Afrikaner had a real right to South Africa, I think. So you're right. It is the ancient homeland of the Afrikaner. Why do you have a say in the matter? What the fuck do you mean? That is disgusting. Disgusting to make this comparison. Yeah. I mean, it is closer to being you are talking to an Ottoman son, first of all, okay? You are talking to an Ottoman son. So it is closer Ottoman territory. It is closer history to say it is mine than it is yours. Okay? So let me just put that out there. Just understand that. But again, this is not a good argument. It's actually such a silly one that most people make fun of it, by the way. Especially when you find out that the idea that Palestinians were native, the Israelis were native to Israel is not an idea that Theodor Herzl shares with you, chatter. Theodor Herzl and other original Zionists had very openly written about, one, looking for a homeland for Jewish people, including looking at multiple different places, except for outside of where Israel is in historic Palestine, even though they did try to get historic Palestine from the Ottomans, and the Ottomans were like, no. But also on top of that, they expressly mentioned it as a colonization initiative. They openly mentioned that it was a colonization initiative and that Palestinians were referred to as the natives. So you're wrong. You're both ahistorical, and what you're doing is also trying to find a justification for it. But the justification for it is completely fucking ridiculous because, once again, and yeah, here it is, the original Zionist theorists, such as Theodor Herzl and Vladimir Jabotinsky, explicitly called Zionism a colonial project while referring to Palestinians as natives and themselves as colonists. The current nativist narrative is nothing but ad hoc justifications. Herzl approached Britain because he said if it was the first to recognize the need for colonial expansion, according to him, the idea of Zionism, which is a colonial idea, should be easily and quickly understood in England. This is, of course, after he went to the Ottoman Empire, and the Ottoman Empire was like, get the fuck out of here. In 1902, Herzl approached Cecil Rhodes, who had recently colonized the territory of the Shona people as Rhodesia. You are being invited to help make history, he said in a letter to Rhodes. It doesn't involve Africa, but a piece of Asia Minor, not Englishmen, but Jews. How, then, do I happen to turn to you since this is an out-of-the-way matter for you? How indeed? Because it is something colonial. It is utterly impossible to obtain the voluntary consent of the Palestine Arabs for converting Palestine from an Arab country into a country with a Jewish majority. My readers have a general idea of the history of colonialization in other countries. I suggest they consider all the precedents which they are acquainted and see whether there is one solitary instance of any colonialization being carried out with the consent of the native population. There is no such precedent. This is equally true of the Arabs. They feel, at least, the same instinctive jealous love of Palestine, what is it? Not jealous love. Zealous love of Palestine as the old Aztecs felt for ancient Mexico and the Sioux for their rolling prairies. Should I keep going, or did you get it? Do you understand it? So, the founders, the founding fathers of Zionism very openly and very clearly fucking said what they wanted. Every native population in the world resists colonists as long as it has the slightest hope of being able to rid itself of the danger of being colonized. That is what the Arabs of Palestine are doing, and what they will persist in doing as long as there remains a solitary spark of hope that they will be able to prevent the transformation of Palestine into the land of Israel. The iron law of every colonizing movement a law which knows of no exceptions, a law which existed in all times under all circumstances. If you wish to colonize a land in which people are already living, you must provide a garrison on your behalf, or else give up your colonization. For without an armed force, which will render physically impossible any attempts to destroy or prevent this colonization, colonization is impossible, not difficult, not dangerous, but impossible. Zionism is a colonizing adventure, and therefore it stands or falls by the question of armed force. Sorry, what do you mean? Israel's a decolonization project. The kibbutzim, bro. Also, Lamau, hey Hasan, what do I do if my friends are settler colonizers currently seizing a historic Palestinian village? What do I tell them? Tell them that they're engaging in the beautiful act of decolonial action. Decolonial action. Dude, Americans were engaging in decolonial action when they were engaging in the indigenous genocide and mass displacement of the Trail of Tears was decolonial action, technically. The Zionist Congress wanted Uganda at one point, or Argentina as well, from what I understand. That I did not know. Zionism is an ideology that was born among Ashkenazi Jews who thousands of years have been living in Europe. Europe was the only home they'd ever known, and the Ashkenazis developed distinct cultural and linguistic features. That's why I mean, jokingly, I think I agree with Brace and Felix when they say they should have built Israel in Germany. Like, could you imagine? They were considering Alaska. The fuck? The Ashkenazis of the 19th century had no connection with the land of Palestine and very little with the Mizrahi Jews who actually lived in Palestine. For them, Israel was a promised utopia born in reaction to the oppression they faced in Europe. What do you think about Mosioa Lekota, who was an anti-apartheid activist that was imprisoned alongside Mandela? He seems to not consider Israel to be an apartheid state. Yeah, well, Mandela does. So, you know, he's the guy. How about that? And also, even if Mandela and Lakota did not consider it to be an apartheid state, you know who considers it to be an apartheid state? The former leader of Mossad. Like, where is the argument? You got motherfuckers who were doing the apartheid state shit being like, no, dog, it's an apartheid state. I should know. I was running Mossad. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Oh, shit, dude. Well, this guy doesn't think so. Okay, never mind. Like, who am I arguing against at that point? Like, if you're fucking CIA, okay, Mossad, which is the Israeli CIA, if the guy running the Israeli CIA is like, it's an apartheid state, then I don't give a fuck who doesn't think that way. You know what I mean? What the fuck do you mean? He said it. İki. Büyük. İki büyük. Yoksa 4 küçük. How can I absolutely condemn the actions of Hamas if there's so much overlap with the emancipatory violence of the ANC? Like, the conversation is where the violence begins, okay? Whenever someone specifically says, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? You can have first principles like murder is bad, okay? That's fine. That's understandable. But anyone who tries to pin you down and be like, oh, dude, what about this? What about that? They don't want to have a real conversation, because the reality is that they are, one, trying to associate you with Hamas, even if you are not in agreement with Hamas. They are trying to say that you are justifying Hamas's actions. You like murder. You like their ideology. And last but not least, they don't want to end the violence. Because if you understand that violence begets violence, and if you understand that the Palestinian collaborative effort, not just Hamas, but the Palestinian effort that took place over the past weekend, which was very violent, and that is fucked up, okay? But if you recognize that was an inherently violent action, that was retaliation for an apartheid regime, then it's ridiculous. If your goal is to end the violence, then your goal should be to end the apartheid state. That is the most effective way to stop the violence. My friend is too Sam Harris pilled and is like, well, if Hamas has the power of Israel, they would have murdered all of them. He goes on, yeah, but that's a hypothetical. That's so stupid. I hate that. Like, it's ridiculous. If Hamas had statewide power, they wouldn't be Hamas. They wouldn't be popular. Okay? The notion that all Palestinians across the board are literally like, yeah, we want to fucking genocide all Jewish people or whatever the fuck Israelis fantasize about so they can justify ethnically cleansing all Palestinians from Gaza is fucking ridiculous. The only reason why Hamas has any fucking power is literally because, one, they were propped up by Israel, and two, they were negotiated with on behalf of Israel as though they are a proper party. And last but not least, perhaps most importantly, people do not have any other options because the collaborative effort in the West Bank was a failure. It's so stupid. It's like, oh, okay, well, what if they had a nuclear weapon? Would they use it on Israel? Who knows? I mean, let's just engage in pure fantasy. This is what people who are saying Hamas discredited their cause is over for them don't get. They are trying to get they are not trying to get international sympathy. They're trying to change the security calculus for their opponents. This is Vietnam, not South Africa. With this said, I think it's debatable if this will work out for them. If their perspective is that international opinion never mattered for Israel, sure, they have nothing to lose. But it's also true that they have aligned international opinion towards Israel in a big way. The only way the pre-invasion status quo can be maintained is if Israel thinks the increase in international support they get fills the gap of the sense of security they just lost. It's just hard to imagine how much more material support they could get now compared to before. Basically, the U.S. may be taking a step to compare Hamas to ISIS. That's a big deal. But they already called them a terrorist organization before. What does that change? In comparison, Hamas breaching the border changes quite a bit.
Okay.
A story in two parts. A young woman in Gaza explains what is happening as the bombs fall around her. The second video just posted half an hour ago. She's a journalist.
Sometimes all the neighbors, they just leave their door open so you can just enter your neighbor's house. It's okay. For my neighbors, they didn't evacuate as well. They have their windows down. Here are their windows. And here is the family. They're gathering all together. Also,
Is this going to be a chatters? Is this TOS? What is this? Because they're propped up by Iran. Also, why the fuck is Iran giving them weapons and not food or water like they asked? How did they get the weapons? I mean, why did you say, no, it's not? It is safe? Which one is it? Who said they don't want weapons? They do want weapons. They want to fight back. It's clear. That's why they're fighting back. What the fuck do you mean? No, the second video. I don't know if the second video is safe. Also, I didn't say they are. He's talking about the Jewish Zionist migration and colonization of Israel. So I'm saying, look at the history of Jews, where they have settled before you claim that European Jews were always European. I don't know who you got. Okay, you guys are duking it out.
in a place far away from the window. I was trying to explain things, but I think you can hear them now. I'll go check on my parents.
Where is the video taken from? Gaza. She's a journalist in Gaza.
Now, we're inside the house right now, and literally we can't breathe. That's the view from the window, and I can't keep it open. That's the view from the balcony. There is literally no view. You can't see anything.
Yeah. Yeah. Here's the second part.
So it's around 12 p.m. right now. Still no electricity, no internet. My battery is at 2%. My parents are still asleep. So yeah, that's the update for now. I found really close to my house. That's my window right now. That's the view.
But guys, they warn people before they blow out the entire city block. This is not the actions of a terrorist state engaging in bloodthirsty terrorism against innocent civilians. This is, you know, you guys don't understand. Simply, this is the most moral army on the fucking planet from the most democratic place in the Middle East. Come on. They don't always warn. Apparently, they don't anymore. Plus, what need is there for a warning when you've also shut off their food and their water and their electricity? Okay? We're the liberal American hand-wringing now. They bomb the mosque. They bomb hospitals all the fucking time. They bomb schools all the fucking time. And then they turn around and fucking say, well, you know, guess what? Hamas was there. A Palestinian friend sent me this message. At this point, we don't care or need the world to support us, and we are not asking for permission to live. The world has decades to help us. It has refused to do so. These are our lives, and we get to decide what needs to happen and how. She said we need to start a we don't give a fuck what you think movement. She's right. Okay, this is like, who cares? This is, it doesn't matter. That this is like, the goal is not, if you are in the Western world, the goal is not to say, like, who gives a shit? Because you should give a shit. And everyone else should give a shit as well. Not that it will stop. But, not that it will stop the violence from occurring, but it's the right thing to do. Israel needs to get rid of Hamas. Gaza will appreciate it. Yeah, dude. Have you ever, like, talked to a Palestinian at all? Like, have you? Like, a Palestinian living in Gaza or a Palestinian living in the West Bank? Because, you know, there are two different structures of governance inside of Israel or occupied land. And you know, it's not like there isn't a collaborative project that simply does not work and has not worked at all. Being like, oh, dude, Israel's going to get rid of Hamas and they're going to thank Israel for it is fucking delusional cope. You are a genocidal freak and you are trying to, in a really silly way, justify genocide. Shut the fuck up, okay? Yeah, dude, that's what Israel is doing when they bomb entire apartment complexes, dude. Boo-hoo, fuck them both. I hope one day, I hope you are trapped in a similar circumstance one day. Only then you will be brutally forced to reckon with the inhumane treatment that Palestinians are subjected to on a daily fucking basis. One day. That is the only way you will understand, you fucking dog.
People in the street are calling for ambulance, but there is no ambulance. Here is the window. يعني literally the whole window is down. We can hear the sound of airplanes. We're all gathering at our neighbor's house. No internet, no electricity until now. It's around 7 p.m. We literally don't know what's happening in the world. Here we're just listening to bombs. No one knows anything, literally. We're evacuating right now. هاي عمارتنا. احنا بالشارع. مش عارفة وين رايحين. حرفيا الصحراء مش شايفين اشي مش عارفين اشي. يلا. احنا بس ماشيين. We're just walking.
Our house is
This is our building. We're in the street. We don't know where we're going. We can't see anything
basically
translated.
burning behind my back.
How are they even warning them without electricity and communications? Oh, they drop a dud on top of the building beforehand, before they blow it up. Which, by the way, it doesn't even matter because they don't even have that anymore. Yes, this is the invention of Mizrahim. Israel invented the word Mizrahim to strip Arab Jews of their histories as they tried to do with the Palestinians. This is the other side. This is something that I bring up regularly, okay, about Arab Jews and the historic oppression that they faced inside of Israel. As like Ashkenazi Jews or whiter Jews were considered to be like an internal caste system, which literally created, which still kind of exists to this day, and not against the Mizrahi Jews, but instead against Ethiopian Jews. There was also a campaign of one, forcible expulsion of Ethiopian Jews inside of Israel, but also a campaign of forcible sterilization, and not only that, but this also created an attitude among some Mizrahi Jews that made them even more militant to show that they themselves were with the cause. Ben-Gvir being one of those people. You want to disprove the talking point of roof knocking being humane? You can show this video. I don't know if I want to. Is there TOS here?
This is how the Israeli military is warning Palestinians of an impending missile strike in Gaza. A small missile shell is launched on the target, supposedly to give people a chance to evacuate. And then, a minute or more later, the real missiles hit. It's called roof knocking, and it's supposed to minimize the number of civilian deaths.
Guys, this is so moral. I can't. Man, I love looking at the morality of the most moral army on the fucking planet, you know? Man, they're so good. I love how many chatters have come in here. You can literally count them by the thousands that fucking came in here to defend that, by the way. Man, I love that. That's insane. It's like God chooses you to die today, pretty much. No, it's fucking, oh man, I am in awe of the morality of the most moral genocide I have ever seen happening right before our eyes, folks. Man, they're good. Fuck, it's so goddamn good. Holy shit. Wow. Wow. Here, let's look up. I'd like to now bring in my friend Medhi Hasan, host of Medhi Hasan is saying. MSNBC. Medhi, welcome. There's a lot to get to here. So, first of all, explain to us what Gaza life is like when it's not in active conflict with Israel.
So, Alex, it's a great question. It's an important question to consider tonight because what happened in Israel was horrific, deadly, heartbreaking, and
yeah, if you're a brown guy, okay, if you're a Muslim, and you want to talk about Israel, okay, and you want to be on the payroll still, you have to. That's war. Stop bitching is ugly when you live in the U.S. The fuck do you mean? Like, yeah, when you're in that situation, you have to do like an 8-minute thing about how Palestinians are kind of dogs, actually. Like, don't worry, I'm with it. Okay? And yeah, you have to keep repeating yourself. I mean, they do it here. Every fucking white guy that comes into the chat, literally, first thing, Hasan, why do you love what Hamas did? Yeah, you love it. You want everyone to die in Israel. You got to do 11 qualifiers before you say, I cannot stand that Israel has an apartheid state, okay? You got to do it. You got to do it all the time. And you got to fucking get on your hands and knees and beg for forgiveness for the crime that these rabid dogs have engaged in of trying to expel their colonizers in the apartheid state that they exist under. You have to beg for forgiveness every time. That, of course, exists when you say something that's outside of the boundaries of America's foreign policy interests, but still.
The Israeli government is obviously going to retaliate, as you mentioned there. There have already been retaliatory airstrikes, but there's talk of escalation, of a ground invasion, of exacting a price. And you have to understand, when we talk about Gaza in the West, for a lot of people, it's very easy to conflate Hamas, which is a militant group that carries out acts of vicious terror, as they did this weekend, with Gaza, which is a place that contains 2.2 million people, Alex, half of them children. Half of the 2.2 million people are children, and it's one of the most densely populated places on planet Earth. You've got 2.2 million people crowded into 141 square miles. So they automatically become the victims of Israeli airstrikes because it's so crowded, because it's so densely populated. And it's basically like living, Alex, in an open-air prison. And those aren't my words. Those are the words of the former head of Israeli intelligence just a few months ago, Tamir Pardo. He said, "We're treating Gaza like an open-air prison." So that is the context that is so important for us to remember when we talk about Gaza as some kind of, strange, faraway place, people shouting with guns. It's actually a real place with real people, families, and they're living in horrific conditions, Alex. 59% of Gazans live in poverty, 63% food insecure, 70% of young people unemployed, 90% of Gazans have no access to clean drinking water. The UN Secretary General called it hell on earth. How much more hellish is it going to get in the coming days?
Absolutely. We know tonight electricity has been cut off and the like. It was uttered on this program earlier to me that it is a place that is without hope. Does that accurately describe the area to you?
I mean, if you've got 70% of young people with no job, you've got 50% of the territory living in poverty, and there's no end in sight for the occupation, the blockade. Gaza has been blockaded by Israel and Egypt for the past 16 years. They control what goes in, what goes out, who goes in, who goes out. If you're a 15-year-old child living in Gaza, Alex, you have endured 4 conflicts already since you were born in 2009, 2012, 2014, 2021, in which thousands of Palestinians in Gaza have been killed, and you're about to try and survive a 5th one as we go forward these days. So yes, there is no hope, and of course hopelessness is what contributes to the violence, to the fighting, to the sense that you got nothing to lose. And this is not some lefty perspective or Palestinian perspective. Israeli generals, Israeli intelligence chiefs, Israeli terrorism experts have said for years that if you don't give people hope, there is no end to this conflict.
So, Medhi, the Israeli Prime Minister warned actually civilians in Gaza, certainly those that are near the border with Israel, about what was coming and told them essentially, get out of the way. Here's the question. Where are they supposed to go?
Yeah, as Jon Stewart famously said on The Daily Show once, what do you want Gazans to do, swim for it? I mean, they are surrounded on all sides. As I say, there is this blockade that's been in place since 2007. Egypt controls one of the entries. Israel controls the rest. There is nowhere for them to go. Israel makes it impossible for the people of Gaza to leave. And by the way, people say, oh, well, Gaza, it's not occupied. Why is it called occupied territory? The Israelis disengaged in 2005. The thing is, Israel still controls the airspace, the territorial waters, most of the land borders, the population registry. These are people who are not free. And again, this is not about defending Hamas or justifying Hamas or what. Hamas is a group, right? There are 2 million people in Gaza, and it's offensive, I would argue it's racist, to conflate all 2 million people there with a militant group that kills innocent people. They are not to blame. And when I see the reports coming out of Gaza that already over 30 children have been killed since Saturday morning, I mean, the response to Israeli kids being killed can't be Palestinian kids being killed. That way lies madness.
It's extraordinary when you talk about Hamas, and I think a lot of Americans don't understand exactly who they are, what they do, the way they run Gaza. So who are they aligned with, Medhi? What is their influence on everyday life there in the Gaza Strip?
So Hamas have been in control of the Gaza Strip for for more than a decade now. They were originally elected, but Palestinian elections have been a bit of a joke for a long time. And the reality is, right now, a lot of people in the West, we saw Nikki Haley on the Sunday shows today, suggesting this is all Iran. Iran controls Hamas, which is a very simplistic approach to this conflict. Hamas, like any other Palestinian militant group, is an indigenous group which believes, rightly or wrongly, from its perspective, believes it's fighting for freedom. Obviously, many of us would argue this is not how you fight for freedom, by killing innocent people. But they see themselves as a resistance group. They are a quote-unquote Islamist resistance.
I think that's like, listen. I don't think that's a bad take. I thought he was going to be way more ruthless, but he's right. First of all, you can't say anything more than that on fucking MSNBC, okay? What do you expect them to be like? May Allah guide Hamas's rockets on, the colonizers? Like, what do you want him to say? What are you, fucking nuts? Okay? That's the old Medhi, okay? He used to be a bit of a fundamentalist himself. Many don't know this in America, at least. But ultimately, he's not wrong that the goal of Hamas is liberation, just like every other fucking Palestinian group. They have ideological differences, they have differences in tactics, but everyone wants liberation. True.
Group. And therefore, right now, they've been in office for a while. Look, the question you have to ask, Alex, is what has happened in terms of negotiations?
HasanAbi nodding ahead, agreeing with these terrorist indiscriminate murders and hostage takers. Keep stuffing your fat face, too. The only thing fat about me is my cock, and you should ask your mom about that, because she seems to love it. As I lay it down every night, baby. You probably hear it from your room. That's not the TV that's on, bitch boy. You're hearing your mother's bag walls. HasanAbi. Nice. Nodding head, agreeing that these terrorist indiscriminate murders and hostage takers are freedom fighters. I think sometime during the stream we would have a 10-minute Kaya break for some smiles. Yeah. Far-right politics are fuel for Hamas. Netanyahu and the far-right are to blame. Exactly. So Hamas views liberation as creating an Islamic state, unfortunately. Yeah, except there would be no fucking defense of Hamas if the secular option was seen as a viable one, but it's not. You want to know why it's not seen as a viable option? Because the secular option has been collaborating with the Israeli state, and people have the opportunity to see what's going on with their own two eyes with what it looks like when you collaborate with Israel. It's the West Bank. If you don't collaborate with Israel, it's Gaza. If you do collaborate with Israel, it's the West Bank. Both are fucking awful options because Israel is an apartheid state. Anyway, why isn't he not responding? After he came to the conclusion that I fucking destroyed his mother's bag walls.
Negotiations with the Palestinians, whether it's Fatah in the West Bank, Hamas in Gaza. There has been no negotiations. A lot of people in Israel thought they could just manage this conflict forever, the status quo ante. Just keep Gaza as it is, penned in, people in a cage for years to come. That's just not sustainable. Some of us were saying that for years. Jake Sullivan, Joe Biden's national security advisor, said a couple of weeks ago, well, there's more, it's quieter in the Middle East than it's been for a long time. Well, that quiet was never sustainable. To go back to what you said earlier, when you don't give people hope, they turn to the arms of groups like Hamas.
Yep.
Medhi Hasan, this all begs a larger conversation that you and I should have sometime soon. I would appreciate that, but I do appreciate your time now. Thank you, my friend.
Ban the guy? No, I don't care. He's like a little boy. He said HasanAbi. Why would I ban someone who says HasanAbi?
Had basically cooked up a plan with leaders in Hamas and Hezbollah as well, trying to.
Well, the Palestinian observer to the United Nations, Riyad Mansour, is speaking out against Israel's military response to the Hamas terror attacks.
Yes.
History for some media and politicians start when Israelis are killed. We know only too well that the messages about Israel's right to defend itself will be interpreted by Israel as license to kill, to pursue on the very path that led us here.
The death toll is rising on both sides, with more than 700 people confirmed dead in Israel, nearly 500 Palestinians killed. The UN estimates that more than 123,000 Palestinians have already been displaced since the fighting began on Saturday. Joining us now is Palestinian-American Middle East analyst Omar Badar. Omar, appreciate your time. To start with the timing, I think the big question has been the surprise and how did this happen? How was Israel caught so off guard? But what's your sense in terms of the timing as why it happened now?
I think the timing is inherently random because otherwise it would not be a successful surprise attack. And I just want to mention that obviously what we've seen out of it has been absolutely horrific. I've been listening to your previous guests who are talking about not being able to find their children, and that's absolutely heartbreaking. I'm the father of 2 little children, and I can't imagine how I would feel if they were kidnapped and I did not know where they were. But the real scandal here is that this is every bit as horrific as it is predictable and preventable. A lot of people are talking about this as an intelligence failure, but I think there's a much more fundamental failure of common sense, that you can put millions of Palestinians under indefinite military occupation and a system of apartheid as recognized by every major human rights organization in the world, where Israel commits daily war crimes against Palestinians everywhere, land theft, lack of access to water, dropping bombs indiscriminately on civilian areas, and to think that this is a situation that's not going to eventually lead to an explosion is absolutely insane. This is absolutely predictable. We were obviously heading towards eventually a disaster.
Not only was it predictable, the Israeli state predicted it. So just important to consider as well for those who come in here and want to say like, Hasan, what the fuck do you mean? Blah blah blah. Like, wow, I can't believe you're in support of Hamas. It's like, no, I'm not. Which is why the Israeli apartheid regime must end. Okay, in order to end Hamas. In order to stop, you must stop breathing fire. You must stop giving life to Hamas. Every fucking building you blow up gives life to Hamas. It justifies their fucking position. Does Hasan eat the whole stream? That's crazy. Do you guys like come in here exclusively when I'm eating? I eat for around 25 minutes at the same time pretty much every day. And then And you know, I'm live for 8 to 9 hours. I try to do it on camera because I don't want to interrupt the coverage. And instead of going, oh, how nice that this fucking dude is like basically our news monkey and is eating on camera, they go, oh, he must be eating all day. What a fucking asshole. Yeah, sure, I'm eating all day. I'm eating your mother's pussy at night when I'm done eating all day, okay?
Of this kind, and now all of this direction towards further militarism and further violence is obviously not going to lead to anything better, because that is exactly the track that got us here. I think that is absolutely correct. We need a real, meaningful solution to the underlying injustice that drives this violence, and that has to mean that Palestinians get to live free of Israeli control and occupation.
Omar, you just heard from Michal and David Abramov searching desperately for their 20-year-old son. They are one of many, at least 100 hostages being held at this moment. This is what the spokesman for the IDF, Lieutenant Colonel Hecht, said overnight.
Yeah. She's like, I ain't listening to nothing you're saying, dog. Okay. Address these guys that you kidnapped right now. Why did you kidnap these people? Tell me what you think about kidnapping. What's he supposed to say, dog? Oh, dude, it was sick that those people got kidnapped. What are you, fucking crazy?
We don't focus our attacks on women and children. We'll do everything we can to minimize collateral damage. But again, we are at war with Hamas. And sadly, there might be people that are involved killed. It won't be intentional. And sadly, Hamas have entrenched themselves in a cynical way within the civilian population.
You have said that this conflict cannot be solved militarily. How do you see this ending? Where do you see this going?
I mean, look, there's all these pronouncements about the need that they're going to do everything they can to avoid civilian casualties. It is really worth emphasizing here that Israel has bombed Gaza many, many times before, and Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International, and even Israeli human rights organizations like btselem say that this is not at all what Israel.
btselem is the most goated fucking bravest motherfuckers, dude, doing the goddamn work on the ground. I love them. They're awesome. Big fan of btselem. I used the video that they showed, if you remember, of the settlers bullying the shit out of the West Bank Palestinians. If you remember, that was a btselem video. They're awesome.
Israel's conduct is. There isn't an effort to minimize civilian casualties, that there is mass indiscriminate bombing of civilian areas. And frankly, we're watching that unfold right now as well. The policy is essentially to punish the entire Palestinian population, cutting off electricity to all of Gaza, preventing anybody in Gaza from coming in and out. This is an act of collective punishment. And this is exactly the trajectory that we unfortunately are on. I think what we're going to see is much greater death that's going to cover the entire Gaza Strip. And at the end of it, Palestinians are going to remain a population that is captive and under an illegal siege, as recognized by the UN. And we're only setting ourselves up towards another round of this in the future. What we need right now is the world community to come together and start dealing with this issue seriously, understanding that this policy of giving Israel a carte blanche to behave however it wants.
Bro, not challenge you, but what do you say when people say Hamas puts civilians in front of their bases and doesn't care about their own civilians? Is a lie. Israel has never needed Hamas to actually put any civilians in front of any bases because they bomb places that are, they bombed the Associated Press's office, they bombed Al Jazeera, they bombed a mosque literally today, they bomb hospitals, they bomb schools, they bombed a school yesterday. They don't care. It's a lie. They lie and say Hamas is there. Now, if Hamas was there, okay, even if they were there, you're not supposed to fucking bomb a school, okay? Even if they were there, you're not supposed to bomb a school. That's insane, okay? The idea that like, oh, well, I was asked to be a human being, and of course I am a force to be reckoned with, is a silly one. Not only that, but also, this is one of the most densely packed open-air prisons on the planet. Like, even if there was actual fucking Hamas, there's still plenty of goddamn children, okay? Children there. And last but not least, the bullshit human shield narrative is so funny because Hamas and the Palestinian liberation groups that got together to execute this attack that took hundreds of fucking Israeli hostages found out that Israelis don't even care about Israeli human shields. The IDF does not even care about Israeli lives, it seems. And they're saying, fuck those hostages. And they immediately engage in a relentless bombing campaign. They cut out the food. They cut the fucking water. They cut the electricity. They don't care. I think one of the wildest parts about this, is that this is all happening. This is all happening while there's still, as far as I understand, active combatants inside of Israel. Like, there are still Palestinian forces fighting inside of Israel. And they have not been able to gain control of southern Israel territories. I don't know why you go into genocide mode. Okay? I don't know why you go into genocide mode instead when you got your own backyard to fucking clean up. Anyway. Really good website on the history from btselem.
Israel occupied the West Bank and the Gaza Strip in 1967. Ever since, it has chipped away at Palestinian space, annexing East Jerusalem, declaring military zones, building settlements, restricting movement, taking over farmland, isolating Gaza, building walls.
Notice that most of the major operations happening where Palestinian lands are being partitioned has nothing to do with Gaza or Hamas, by the way. That's why it's such a funny lie that these fucking ultra-Zionists love pushing forward. It's like, oh yeah, dude, is that why they fucking partitioned, literally, they took over Jerusalem and partitioned the West Bank? And settled in the West Bank? Because Hamas? Shut the fuck up, bitch. Suck my cock. That's why you never hear from these fucking pig dogs about the West Bank as though it does not exist, okay?
Israel has fragmented the Palestinian land it occupied, using it for its own needs and controlling 5 million people denied their rights. Conquer and divide. A special interaction.
Yeah. I love the argument that, like, hey guys, Israel didn't even want to occupy the West Bank and Gaza Strip. They were forced to in the 1967 war too. Just like they just had to do it. And they annexed East Jerusalem. What is this? Noam on why the U.S., Britain, and Australia, by extension, Western media support Israel so hard.
There's a history, and a very interesting one. It actually goes back a long time. One thing to remember is that Christian Zionism is a very powerful force, which goes back long before Jewish Zionism.
Yep.
In England, particularly, Christian Zionism was a powerful force among British elites. It's part of the motivation for the Balfour Declaration and for Britain's support for Jewish colonization.
Protestantism has been a blight on mankind in perpetuity.
Of Israel, remember, the Bible said, and that's a big part of British elite culture. Same in the United States. Woodrow Wilson was...
Specifically, pound for pound, the most devastating colonial force, still to this day, I would say, is the British. Like, over the course of history, if you look at it, America, like, is only now catching up. Okay? Just genuinely, I mean, obviously, you would have to make adjustments to the material realities at the time, right? But they are so fucking nasty, bro. Like, the things that they have done, including this, by the way, like Israel-Palestine. That's not your joke. Stop crying and get a job, soft hands. Bro, these soft fingers finger your mom every night, okay? I'm gonna keep up the energy. I gotta keep him not as rugged for your girlfriend. Oh. Oh. Oh. Ow, ow, ow, ow, ow, ow. Oh. Fuck.
A devout Christian who read the Bible every day. So did Harry Truman.
Fuck me.
In the Roosevelt administration, one of the leading officials, Harold Ickes, once described the return of the Jews to Palestine as the greatest event in history.
Because I pushed Gaia.
Realizing the
That's how fucking heavy she is.
These are deeply religious countries in which the
just kidding, I was coming.
Commands, so-called, are taken quite literally. Also, this is just part of colonization. This is the last phase of European colonization. And notice that the countries that are most strongly in support of Israel are not just the United States. It's the United States, Australia, and Canada, the offshoots of England, Anglosphere sometimes called, unusual forms of imperialism. These are settler colonial societies, societies in which not like India, not like the British in India, say, societies, South Africa was a little like this, or Algeria under the French, settler colonial societies in which the settlers came in, essentially eliminated the native population, also driven by religious principles, very religious groups driven by Christian Zionism. Those are major cultural factors. There are also significant geostrategic factors. You go back to 1948, there was actually a split between the State Department and the Pentagon in the United States over how to react to the new state of Israel. The State Department was not committed strongly to Israeli conquests, the establishment of the state, and was concerned about the refugees. It wanted an implementation of the refugee problem. The Pentagon, on the other hand, was very impressed with Israel's military potential. The Israeli military successes, if you look back at the internal record and declassified, the Joint Chiefs of Staff described Israel as the second largest military force in the region after Turkey and a potential base for U.S. power in the region. That continued. Can't run through the whole record, but in 1958, when there was a serious crisis in the region, Israel was the only state that strongly cooperated with Britain and the United States, and it won plenty of support from the governments and the military for that reason.
How does he know all this? Yes, he was there, bro. He was there. Okay, for the development of the Israeli state, he literally was there. Like, he is that old, unironically, but he was there when the Roman Empire fell. You know what I mean? Like, he's been around.
1967 is when the current relations with Israel were pretty much established. Israel performed a major service.
She's so fucking ridiculous. I don't know why Kaya chooses to literally lay right next to the fucking wheels of my goddamn chair. Okay? And then I can't move. And then I have to move her. And because I did abs today, as well as all these other workouts earlier, when I move her, I squeeze my abs in a weird way and I fucking cramped. It was so goddamn painful. And I can't even move my goddamn chair without, like, hurting her. What is this? A quick guide to Israel's PR. This is so accurate. An algorithm for Israel's public relations, a hotspot of propaganda. It works every time. Israel's style public relations. 1, we haven't heard of reports of deaths. We'll check into it. 2, the people were killed, but by a faulty Palestinian rocket/bomb. 3, okay, we killed them, but they were terrorists. 4, okay, they were civilians, but they were being used as human shields. 5, okay, there were no fighters in the area, so it was our mistake, but we kill civilians by accident. They do it on purpose. 6, okay, we'll kill far more civilians than they do, but look at how terrible other countries are. 7, why are you still talking about Israel? Are you some kind of anti-Semite? Test this against the next interview you hear or watch. They have gotten better at this. I feel like I feel like they don't do that anymore as much. They just straight up say, like, yeah, we killed them. What the fuck are you going to do about it? Suck my cock, okay? Yeah, death to Palestine. Shut up, bitch. What are you going to do? I legit feel like they did go from, I mean, I think they got real confident with the PR gains that they made, that they were like, we don't need to do that anymore. Yeah, that was from 2014. Nowadays, they're like, yeah, we killed them. What are you going to do about it, you fucking bitch? What the fuck are you going to do about it? Oh, are you going to cry? Oh, are you going to cry? Widow baby, you're going to cry about Palestinians? Widow baby, shut the fuck up. That is the attitude. Fucking callous.
To the United States by destroying a secular Arab nationalism, a major enemy of the United States, and supporting radical Islam, which the U.S. supported. And it continues right until the present. right now. We saw an example of that just during the latest Gaza attack. You recall that at one point Israel began to run out of munitions during the assault.
Yeah, my Jewish friends are saying on Instagram that this attack on Israel is an attack on Jews. I'm not very knowledgeable on all this, but what the fuck are they talking about? No, man. It doesn't matter what religion the fucking apartheid state is, okay? The people who are colonized don't give a fuck. Doesn't matter what Hamas says about Jews. He's like, oh, we got to genocide all Jews. Okay, dude, good luck, okay? Shut the fuck up. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if they were Christian. Doesn't matter if they were Jewish. Doesn't matter if they were Muslim. It's not the religion. That is a silly fucking conversation. And it's actually a way for Zionists to pull support from the international Jewish community to say, hey, our goals in building a nation state is aligned with yours too. And also, all of the things that we do in said nation state, you are now on board with. Like I've said time and time again, Jewish people have a very long history, an understandable history of fighting against oppression, fighting against fascism, right? The Zionist state has been able to successfully capture the attitude and make it seem like they represent the best interest of the international Jewish community. It's completely ridiculous. And it's actually anti-Semitic. It's not anti-Semitic when they do it, of course, but it's anti-Semitic when actual anti-Semitic people say it. Like, can you imagine going up to a dude who's like Jewish and immediately being like, well, you love Israel, huh? What's happening? Yeah, I bet you love when Muslims get fucking purged, don't you? Like, that's insane. Completely insane. I love your point of view about the I love you, bro. Your point of view about the situation is balanced, but aren't you afraid to be canceled? No, I am not. Because a lot of the people literally say that people that hate me have created an opportunity for me for many, many years. Okay? They have tried to cancel me so many times over. I've been doing this for years. I've been talking about this for years. The reality is that people have said unhinged things. Like, first, they tried to go after advertisers. It didn't work because I don't have any advertisers. I only have subscribers, right? So then they wanted to make it ugly and annoying to be a supporter of myself by going after my subscribers. And they tried to say, like, oh, you suck. I can't believe you are following Hasan. Like, you're a fucking loser or whatever. Then that didn't work out. So now they decided, we'll just lie about whatever the fuck Hasan is doing. And over and over again, we'll just keep doing it over and over and over again. Okay? And that is precisely the reason why so many people that come in here right now go, wow, damn, Hasan is based again. Had no idea Hasan had such good takes on this issue. It's like, no, you have just not seen my takes on the issue because you haven't been watching, you haven't been paying attention. It's fine. You've only seen other fucking losers motivating others to be like, yeah, this guy sucks. But all of that has yielded something that is quite positive. Okay? I bought into all that bullshit until I saw you were friends with Brace and the Choppa Boys. Exactly. All of that has yielded into something positive, which is that I have you cannot take me down further than what my enemies have tried. It doesn't matter. I get death threats on a daily fucking basis, and every single thing that famous people or e-celebs fucking complain about with respect to things that I don't want to get into, but harassment and whatnot. It happens on a daily basis. The only thing that has yet to happen is be actually killed by someone, and I hope that that won't happen. But when that is the case, there is not really too much that people can do, right? So I'm used to it. I'm ready for it. This is what I've been doing for years and years and years.
Despite the fact that it's armed to the teeth, that the United States provided Israel with additional munitions through the Pentagon. And notice where they were taken from. These were U.S. munitions
wait. Normally, if I wasn't a seasoned veteran of like absolutely schizophrenic schizo posters in the chat, I would look at this and go, "Oh my God." You know? Like this is the breadth of knowledge of the interlocutors. You enjoy women getting raped? ? What do you think, dude? Are you fucking insane? Are you out of your mind? I mean, you probably are. Maybe you should take an anger management class. Like, why would you write that? It's disgusting.
Positioned in Israel for eventual use by U.S. forces. One of many signs of how Israel is regarded as essentially a military offshoot of the United States. Very close intelligence relations that go way back. Many other connections. And the media tend to take up, to support the policy of the government with very few, kind of little questioning around the edges, but basically accept the policy. So, for example, take another issue. Take the U.S. invasion of Iraq. You cannot find the phrase U.S. invasion of Iraq in the U.S. media, though it was obviously an invasion, a blatant act of aggression, a textbook case of that's Nuremberg trials called the supreme international crime, cannot be mentioned. President Obama is praised as an opponent of the invasion. And what did he say? He said it's a mistake. It's a strategic blunder. We're not going to get away with it. That's the kind of opposition that you heard from the German general staff during Hitler's invasion of Russia. It's a blunder. Shouldn't do it. Should knock off England first. That's regarded as opposition. Same in Vietnam. There's now a commemoration underway, big commemoration of U.S. sacrifices in Vietnam. Try to find the phrase U.S. invasion of South Vietnam there or anywhere in the past years since 1961 when it took place. Non-existent, maybe on Democracy Now, what I write, but way out at the fringe. And this is not unique to the United States. Take, say, Britain. Right now there's interesting debates in the British literary journals, like the Times Literary Supplement, as to whether Britain should finally begin to recognize the genocidal, the word that's used, genocidal character of British colonization hundreds of years ago. Should Britain begin to face it?
Damn, my man was there when Israel was invented. He accidentally said Britain or Israel and then said, never mind, Britain. Because he was there, bro. He was there when the fucking scrolls were being written. He wrote the script. Respect. Yeah, he was there when the lore was written, 100%. Okay. Thank you.
You can ask that question in many places. The tendency of the intellectual community to go along like a herd in support of state power, private power, is just overwhelming. Intellectuals like to think of themselves as dissident, critical, courageous, standing up against power. Absolutely untrue. You look at the historical record, that's a small fringe, and they're usually punished. The mainstream tends to be what was once called a herd of independent minds, marching in support of state power. Nothing new here. Unfortunate. You have to fight against it, not new.
He was there. He was there when it was written in stone, dude. Anyway,
towards Palestinians is not a way to actually achieve long-lasting peace. You can't keep doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. The one thing that has not been tried so far.
Well, one thing that hasn't been like fully realized is genocide, which apparently Marco Rubio's on board with. Jake Tapper says, is there a way for Israel to destroy Hamas without causing massive casualties against the innocent people of Gaza Strip, and roughly 1 million of them are children? Marco Rubio, I don't think Israel can be expected to coexist or find some diplomatic off-ramp with these savages. These are people, as you've been reporting, that deliberately targeted teenage girls, women and children, and the elderly, not just for rape and murder, then dumping their bodies off in the streets of Gaza where the crowds can defile their lifeless bodies. They're just horrifying things. We don't know the full extent of it yet. There's more to come in the days and weeks ahead. You can't coexist with that. They have to be eradicated. It's wild. If not now, Org says, we're learning that people on our staff have lost Israeli loved ones, including a friend who was murdered along with their children. We're terrified for loved ones in Gaza with nowhere to hide as leaders weaponize our pain to call for genocide. War crimes do not justify war crimes. Marco Rubio, stop using our dead loved ones' murders at the hands of Hamas to call for a collective punishment of millions. Massacre does not justify massacre. Savages these people. They have to be eradicated. As Jews, we know genocidal rhetoric when we see it. You know, it's always dudes who are in no way connected, like spiritually, physically, in no way, shape, or form connected to the violence on the ground, that have the biggest voices on the matter. Cool. Really cool. Like, what the fuck is Marco Rubio saying? Like, why? What are you saying
now? Osama Hamdan, he's the Hamas senior spokesman, joins me on the phone. Good to have you with us. So first of all, we understand Hamas fighters are currently engaging with Israeli forces inside Israel. What is the point of their operation right now?
Well, thank you for having me. It was clear that the whole operation is a response for the Israeli attacks against Al-Aqsa Mosque, Jerusalem, and the West Bank. And I have to say that there was a big message for the Israelis. The Palestinian occupied lands is still a Palestinian lands, regardless to the presence of the settlements and the settlers. And there will be a time that those lands will be evacuated from the Israelis and it will be back for the Palestinians. This is the important idea of still fighting on our occupied lands and in the year 1948.
All right. You're fighting, as you say, to end the occupation, but why is Hamas attacking civilians?
Well, there was no attack against the civilians. All what was declared by Hamas.
Let me jump in there, Mr. Hamdan, if I may, because a statement by the UN Secretary General clearly says that he's appalled by reports civilians have been attacked and abducted from their own homes. And we've seen videos, in fact, of what looks like Israelis being taken into Gaza. Are you saying the UN Secretary General is wrong? The pictures we've seen are wrong?
This is a very important point to be figured. Through the last 20 years, Israel held attacks against Gaza and killed thousands of Palestinians, civilians, and no one has any comment. I watched President Biden talking about standing beside Israel and its attacks against the Palestinians. Well, it's a kind of hypocrisy. He is not talking about the Palestinians who were being killed. Yesterday, a whole family, 18 members.
Why is every civilian not considered a combatant since there's forced mandatory conscription? I mean, there's also children, dude. What are you talking about? And there are people who literally serve prison sentences in Israel for refusing to serve in the military, like that Taylor Swift account. The idea is that, like, Israel is 100% in the wrong, but the people being like people born in the state of Israel should get kidnapped or absolutely arranged. The idea is, in their minds, they're like, this is literally a fraction, and there is truth to this, by the way. This is a fraction of the violence that Palestinians are subjected to. And mathematically speaking, that is correct. It's just correct. If you're fucking living in Gaza and you turn around and you're like, oh, dude, what the fuck? Civilians got kidnapped. That's crazy. I'm so sorry about that. Like, yeah, that is yesterday and the day before that was the first time since in the past 50 fucking years was the first time that Israelis living inside of Israel's borders actually felt for a brief moment the genuine fear that Palestinians live with on a daily fucking basis. Straight up. Like it was a legitimate breaking point for so many Israeli people. For Palestinians, it's every fucking day. You know what I mean? They literally live that reality every day. That's why there is this almost, there's almost suicidal ideation amongst people. Jesus, imagine on a whataboutism murdering civilians. Man, shut the fuck up. Are you a humanitarian? Are you anti-violence? Because I am. If you're anti-violence and your argument just starts and stops at like, oh my God, I can't believe you're not immediately specifically condoning the murdered civilians and nothing else, then you're like not a serious person, okay? I have done that so many fucking times. Shut the fuck up. Just because you're new in here doesn't mean that you can come in here and like try to use idiotic terminology here that doesn't even fit. You said whataboutism. Huh. Anyway. His name is one of the Jewish soldiers in Inglourious Bastards. Yeah, well, you know, if your name is one of the Jewish soldiers in Inglourious Bastards, like, you know, you understand a violent emancipation principle behind it at the very least. Now, listen. Yeah, I know 11 Americans were confirmed dead. No, I'm going to unban this person. People just barge in assuming Hasan loves terrorists because other people say so. Just watch for like 10 minutes, man. I know. So far, not a single person, not a single Zionist, not a single defender of Israel has been able to make up a good counter to any of the things that I have brought up. And I don't think there is one because there is no good argument. That's why I say, like, at least the fucking ultra-nationalist dudes in Congress and the Knesset are technically honest about the brutality. You know what I mean? They're like, yeah, no, we are brutal. We are genocidal. We should do genocide. Like, we should do more of it. Like, those guys are honest. Like I've said time and time again, many people have asked me and earnestly asked me, not in a cynical way, what do you say about the two-state solution? What do you say about both sides being wrong? What do you say about peaceful coexistence with Israel? And the answer to them always is look to the West Bank. If you look at the situation in the West Bank, that's collaboration with Israel. If you look at the situation in Gaza, okay, that is not collaboration with Israel, non-collaboration with Israel. If you think peaceful coexistence with Israel has not yielded an apartheid state and unjustifiable wanton murder, punishments, and a lack of governing body and an apparatus that defends you, in the West Bank, look no further than the West Bank. It's just, it's not existing. There is no state.
Family, Shabbat family, were killed this night by Israeli bombing and an airstrike on their own house where there is no militants there. They were only civilians. While when we are talking about the settlers, you are not talking about civilians like the Palestinians. You are talking about settlers who are armed, who came to occupy
but if I may,
the
Israelis, if the Israelis are targeting and killing...
Oh, that's crazy that they blew up a fucking tank, by the way. That's nuts. I haven't heard your takes on this as much. Wait, what? What do you think is the best solution? One-state solution, reparations for Palestinians, one-state solution that gives equal rights to all people living under a secular nation state that protects the rights of Jews and Muslims alike. One state, equal rights for all, secular one-state solution. It is literally demonstrably better than the fascist, right-wing, ethno-nationalist, theocratic ethno-nationalist fucking pipeline that Israel is staring down the barrel of, okay? It is 100% going to get worse and worse and worse. Unless you literally ethnically cleanse all of the fucking Palestinians living in Gaza, then you ethnically cleanse all the fucking Palestinians, like directly, violently. Not like the slow burn of like shoving them into a fucking open air prison and just being like, oh, well, some of them die all the time. No, straight up going into Gaza, killing every single fucking Palestinian, and then killing every single Palestinian in the West Bank. Men, women, children, grandparents, all of these people, unless you ethnically cleanse them in the exact same way that Nazi Germany tried to ethnically cleanse Jewish people, you are only going to continue increasingly agitating a group of individuals who are going to fight back. By the way, this is a reality that ultra Zionists like Ben Shapiro are aware of, which is why they have advocated for different, more peaceful forms of ethnic cleansing, like putting them on trains. He has written about the final solution for the Palestinian problem. Okay? You cannot solve this problem. You can only escalate or de-escalate. And it doesn't seem like Israel is interested in de-escalating. Thank you. It's the top of the hour, everyone. Fuck you, dude. Are you serious? You made me go through this entire thing only to debate me with a top of the hour ad break? That is an escalation. A senior Saudi official told me in frustration that he finds it mind-boggling that the Israelis can't seem to understand that it is fundamentally in their interest to seek a credible framework for negotiations that can deliver lasting peace. It's so funny when the Saudi guy is like, bro, what are you doing? Read the fucking room. Saudi Arabia is probably the closest to Israel in terms of like doing whatever the fuck it wants, and then America not saying anything. After all, they did 9/11. So
he was my first endorser, and I love those endorsers when they're early.
Yeah, but he's not going to be talking about Israel-Palestine at all. He's just going to fucking blame Biden now. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break right now, by the way. I forgot. I got you baited. Wait, this is non-TOS? Here's a great video on the background of Gaza.
When is a border not a border? When it's a fence that Israel built to create the world's biggest open-air prison. Since March 30, 2018, thousands of Palestinian refugees trapped inside Gaza have taken part in the March of Return, demanding the right to return to their homes in what is now Israel. Israel built a 25-mile fence and has shot people protesting near it, saying it's defending its border. But this fence isn't a border. You know how we know that? Because Israel said so back in the 1990s. When Israel and the Palestinian Authority signed the Oslo agreements, this is how they talked about the fence. The security fence erected by Israel around the Gaza Strip and the line demarcated by the fence shall be authoritative only for the purpose of the agreement. That acknowledges that the line followed by the fence is not a border. Israel wants to portray Gaza as a separate country full of people who want to invade Israel. In fact, international law says Gaza is still under Israeli occupation.
The idea that there is actual Palestinian sovereignty in the Gaza Strip or even the West Bank is false. Israel continues to control all aspects of life in the Gaza Strip, and as such is deemed under international law to still be the occupying force.
In 2010, the UN called Gaza a large open-air prison, and it's not hard to see why. There are only 5 crossing points on the Israeli fence, and
are you kidding? Saudi's the closest to Israel? Very funny coming from an American. Saudi has always supported Palestinian. Bitch, I'm more Turkish than I am American, okay? Don't come at me with that nonsensical bullshit. And even if I was 100% full-blown American, I hope you understand that, like, you know, Saudi and Israel are America's greatest allies. Suck my dick. H91, thank you for the 25 get the subs, allowing 25 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Love when you fucking say Saudi has always supported Palestinians. Yeah, no, it's great. Curious on how you define justifiable versus non-justifiable violent Palestinian resistance. I don't define it. I don't. Like, there's no reason to. I am a firm believer that all matter of violence is bad, okay? All matter of violence is bad. It's wrong. It sucks. It's not about what I define as justifiable versus non-justifiable violence. The obvious standards are enemy combatants are fair play. Military, police, these are fair play, okay? Civilians are not. That is not my standard. That's the standard that is universal, okay? However, when you get into like anti-colonial violence, an apartheid state, there are always civilians that are caught in the fucking crossfire. That is partially the reason why you are supposed to end the apartheid state. Okay? Do you understand? Was the violence the ANC enacted against South African apartheid the problem, or was the apartheid the problem? Exactly. The question you must ask always is, which is the worst problem? You can look at existing post-colonial nations. You can look at anti-colonial struggles like Algeria or South Africa, okay? And an anti-apartheid struggle in South Africa. Why compare them? What do you mean, why compare them? You mean look at other examples? Because we at least have the opportunity to know what's right and what's wrong, instead of looking at something that's happening right in front of our eyes where people constantly just get lost in the sauce. Why do you think a lot of celebrities are supporting Israel over Palestine? Because Palestinians get no fucking like reference point for many average people, and the reality is that a lot of celebrities are fucking dumbasses, dude. What the fuck do you mean? Unless they have a direct relationship with like someone who is a Palestinian celebrity, like fucking Bella Hadid or some shit, they don't know anything. Even Bella Hadid and them, they are not exactly super intelligent either, but they might be more empathetic in this situation because of their own personal experience. Yeah, Palestine has no clout, okay? There you go. Anyway, the point is, if you look at Algeria and its struggle against France, if you look at the ANC and its struggle against the apartheid South Africa, okay? There were a ton of civilian casualties. There were a ton of civilian casualties in that situation. Now, or if you look at the IRA versus the British occupation. Now, ultimately, at the end of the day, when we look back at those moments, do we look at the major point of violence being the continuation of the apartheid state or the continuation of French colonial violence? Or do we look at the violence that civilians were subjected to in that anti-colonial struggle? If you look at the violence in the anti-colonial struggle and not necessarily the violence of the maintenance of said colonial prospect, then you are a bad person. You are not a good person, and most people will look at you and go, you're out of your fucking mind, dog. That's a crazy thing to say. While violence is bad, violence is unfortunately violence is unfortunately a constant, okay? It's one of the major points of politics to begin with. Politics is the distribution of resources, and it's also the distribution of violence. Who gets to do it? Who gets to be there on the receiving end of it? Okay? If you want to end the violence, you have to strike the issue at its heart. And the violence begins in the colonial project. Okay? It didn't happen this weekend. It didn't start this weekend. That's why it is very sad that so many people are lost in the sauce and they get manipulated into believing like, oh, wow, this unprovoked attack by Hamas. It's like, bitch, when has there ever been a provoked attack by any Palestinian group, as a matter of fact, in the eyes of the American State Department? Never. You've never said this attack was provoked. This attack is justifiable. You always say Israel has a right to unconditionally defend itself. You never say Palestinians have a right to unconditionally defend themselves because you don't give a shit. You know? You don't care. And it is in your best interest to continue acting like the violence just begins and ends when the Palestinian side does something. Never retaliatory. It's always an escalation on the Palestinian side. And yet you look at the numbers on the board and you're like, holy fuck. That's crazy. 6,000 dead on the Palestinian side, hundreds of thousands injured versus the 250 on the Israeli side. Seems like these numbers are a little disproportionate because they are. There is an asymmetry of violence in a colonial occupation. There's an asymmetry of violence in an apartheid state. Yeah, it's gross how much people try to like make it seem like it's appropriate to bomb. Look at this. Gaza is not a continuous urban area. Statements that there is nowhere for Gaza citizens to go is not true. There are tactics, techniques, methods for citizens to get out of combat areas before the attacks. IDF warning civilians to flee specific areas and buildings. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, just go in the water. There's a 6 nautical mile fishing limit, which is a lie, by the way. Is this war because of religion? No, it's not.
3 of those have been closed for years. Of the 2 that remain, only one of those is for people. In September 2018, Israel allowed less than 6,000 people to exit through the Erez crossing. Israel even limits what goes into Gaza through the fence. Sage, cardamom, ginger, dried fruit, and potato chips have all been on the prohibited list.
It controls things that demonstrate that
they call this putting Palestinians on a diet, by the way. Not a prison, by the way. But they call it putting Palestinians on a diet. They literally did not allow pasta inside of the borders of Gaza. And they say that the reason is deliberate. The reason is so that they are starving and they can't fucking fight back adequately.
the degree to
Yeah, that's why it was like ridiculous when the guy was saying oodles of luxury goods exist inside of fucking Gaza. Piece of shit, dude. May your fucking 7th generation next of kin, if you ever find someone unfortunate enough to fuck you, experience that same pain that you are actively undermining, that Gazans go through on a daily fucking basis. Shaitan.
to which it occupies the territory, including the population registry.
You're unbelievably out of touch. Oh my lord.
They are not registered within the Israeli authorities. They do not exist. They are unable to travel outside of the Gaza Strip.
More than 2/3 of people living in Gaza are registered refugees whose families were forced out of their homes by Zionist militias in 1948 in what became Israel. Israel's Jewish majority was cemented by expelling 4 out of every 5 Palestinians who had lived there. So this fence stands between Palestinians and their former homes, from which they were evicted and to which they've been forbidden from returning. It confines them to a strip of land in which they've been imprisoned as refugees for generations. To the Palestinians of Gaza taking part in the March of Return, they're not breaching another country's borders. They're simply attempting to go home.
They literally calculated the calories per person in Gaza. Israel-Gaza blockade study calculated Palestinians' calories. Israel calculated the number of calories Palestinians would need to avoid malnutrition under its blockade. It was a part of the research paper that came up in 2 discussions that we never made use of, the Defense Ministry official Guy Inbar said on Wednesday. After the document was published by Gisha, an Israeli human rights group that petitioned to receive it. You will come out victorious out of this. Being in the front lines of this debate will 100% return in your favor, trust. Bitch, I don't give a fuck about winning debates, dude. I don't give a shit about like coming across victorious in any number of debates. I don't do this because I want to feel the victory of debate. What debate? I care about humans, okay? I want freedom for Palestinian people. I want to free Palestine. Maybe it won't happen in my lifetime, and it certainly doesn't look like it's going to happen. That is obvious. Yeah, I don't give a shit about debates. I just want people to stop dying endlessly. I want Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank to experience the same liberties that I experience. It's fucking ridiculous that they do not. You know, access to clean water, electricity all the time. Yeah, this was really fucked up. They dropped a joint memo in Israel, and then they also, our country will support Israel in its efforts to defend itself against the people of such atrocities. It's just like, they're basically saying, like, just go ahead with your genocide. Like, we will support it across the board. Man. These are moments. There are moments like this. There are moments like this where I'm just like, I wish a God was real. You know what I mean? I wish there was something like karma. But it's just, but these are also the darkest moments where I know it's not real. You know what I mean? None of it is real. Because if there was any sort of karmic justice or a God out there, these people, these demons would be, they'd be smitten down, okay, from the heavens. Like, how can you have faith that these evil deeds will be punished by Allah when there is a fucking 12-year-old that just died probably while we were talking about this because she was born inside of Gaza, okay? She just died. She got eviscerated by the most effective baby murdering machine on the fucking planet. You know what I mean? The Israeli military. And then there are motherfuckers in here being like, hey, by the way, that baby, she deserved it. And also, Israel is the most moral military on the planet. They let you know when they're doing the baby murder. They let you know ahead of time. Also, that baby was a fucking human shield for Hamas. If there was any sort of karmic justice, every single person that defended that and every single person that facilitated in that would immediately perish. Okay? Immediately. The fucking irony says take out the trash. This is why heaven and hell exist? Yeah, okay.
Killing innocent Palestinian civilians, that does not mean in international law it's acceptable for Palestinian groups to target and kill Israeli civilians, right?
It's not accepted to attack civilians according to international law. And
so to come back to my question, so why? Let me, if I may, read to you a statement by Amnesty International, which is condemning the targeting by Israel of Palestinian civilians, but it's also condemning in a statement by October the 7th, saying Palestinian armed groups must refrain from targeting civilians and using indiscriminate weapons, acts amounting to war crimes. Is Amnesty wrong?
Well, I have to say that you have to differentiate between the settlers and the civilians. The settlers, according to the international law, they are not civilians. They are weaponed. They attack the Palestinians. They in fact shoot it against the Palestinians. So you have to differentiate between both issues, the civilians and the settlers, who are not, according to the international law, civilians. And
so under international law, firing rockets, which is what Amnesty is saying, firing rockets are indiscriminate weapons that...
Yeah, he's saying the fucking argument is, he's saying settlers aren't civilians, which is true, for the record. But they're not doing this in West Bank. There is truth to what he's saying. If they were in the West Bank and doing this shit, they would 100% be within their legal boundaries to do so. What every single settler, I don't give a fuck if your best friend from Brooklyn or Long Island fucking moved to the West Bank for some free real estate, okay? Every single settler Every single settler in the West Bank is engaging in an act of terror. And yes, technically they are a fucking enemy combatant. Now, the difference is, his perspective is that due to the Nakba, the entire Israeli state is occupied by occupiers and settler colonialists. That is where it gets a little bit trickier. What do you do with the people that live there? It's a little bit different than, in my opinion, than the same opinion that I have for those living inside of the West Bank. There are children, there are babies, there are people that do not deserve violence. There are civilians. There are people who fucking say that they do not want to serve in the Israeli military. Sometimes it's not as easy to just like leave your house and be like, I have a philosophical disagreement with the existence of the Israeli state. Yo, the international tourists at the raid were not settlers. There's also that. They fucking killed 250 people. A lot of those people were not even, or plenty of those people were not even Israeli. They were, however, in the eyes of the Palestinian people that engaged in this, they were like, you guys are partying next to our fucking demise.
Can hurt and do hurt civilians.
Well, we hope that Amnesty can urge the international community to either to make an end for the Israeli occupation or to urge them to send more development.
Yeah, we tracked down where the rape thing came from, and everyone on Twitter was like, mass rape gangs are out there raping. They're rapers, and they're doing mass, savage, brutal rapes on everyone. And I didn't see a single fucking outlet write about that, which I thought was very interesting because, like, obviously, if you want to justify what you are about to do to fucking Gaza, you would go along with that and be like, yeah, this is happening a lot. The only place where that came from, the only place where that information came from was Tablet. Tablet magazine is far right to begin with, famous for articles such as, we should befriend Nazis. I am saying this as a Jewish person, and numerous other incredible, wonderful stories like that. But the far-right Tablet magazine wrote that article, and the actual rapes that were coming from was not even a first-hand account, but instead a second-hand account from a guy who was at the rave who didn't actually see anything but saw videos on Twitter. I have yet to see any other accounts of this. Now, having said that, is it possible that it could have happened? Absolutely, of course. Those tablet links have thousands of upvotes on Reddit. Yeah, because people are fucking bloodthirsty. Okay? Philip DeFranco also said they were. Yes, I'm sorry, but his assessment on foreign policy is whatever the fuck befits America's agenda. Like, come on. I like Philip DeFranco, but I've never seen him stray away from that position. What's Michael saying? Michael from Pennsylvania saying, can we just openly say that bombing Hamas targets of RUBBLE is complete bullshit? The only people affected by bombing would be civilians. Hamas is a distributed military and political formation. They're going to have the best hiding locations, ability to move, and most resources. It's only the poor and marginalized that will get hit. Yes, 100%.
Weapons to attack just only the soldiers because we are not targeting on purpose the civilians. You know, there is a huge amount of...
Yeah, by the way, a lot of people are asking me, Hasan, where did you get the 3/4 number from? Haaretz. Haaretz made an assessment of all the casualties so far on the Israeli side, and their numbers showed 3/4 of the dead on the Israeli side are enemy combatants. No, not 34%. 3/4, as in 75%. Now, obviously, it doesn't matter because civilians still died. Doesn't matter because civilians still died. And that's still incredibly fucked up. especially with so many women, so many children, elderly. And then also on top of that, plenty of people got taken as hostages. About the rape thing, I am totally with you on everything you were saying today, Hasan. Anyway, Hamas is a classic Islamist, and Islamists like that are largely believe that women they kidnap in war are sex slaves and fair game, etc., etc. Just for context, that's all. Again, with you on everything, just providing context as to why it could be true, like you said. Bro. Oh my God. Okay, let's move on.
Civilian targets inside.
I'm not going to address it. I'm not even going to address it. I'm moving on. Dude. The idea that people are simply doing this because they're bad and evil and that's the only reason why they're doing this kind of violent behavior is silly. It doesn't matter what militant faction you're talking about. It could be ISIS, it could be Al-Qaeda, it could be the IRA, it could be the ANC. Every organization, whether they are bad or good from your personal perspective, still operate with very clear-cut reasons, okay? The Palestinian coalition's actions on that moment was to engage in a rapid attack as fast as possible and take as many hostages as possible so that they could stop Israel from reducing Gaza to rubble while also penetrating the Israeli security. Okay? I do not believe that they had time to just like I do not believe that they had time to do to execute mass gang rape while they were simultaneously trying to fucking grab and go as quickly as possible. I am not saying that it did not happen, okay? I'm not saying that it didn't happen. I'm still waiting on actual information on if it did happen, and I have yet to see one. I have yet to see it. But that didn't stop people from just fucking running with that for the past 2 days, nonstop. Fantasizing about, like, Muslim gang rapists.
Which Hamas is not aiming on or targeting them. We have declared that the settlers, they are part of the occupation, and the settlers, they are part...
The IRA are no religious extremists that wanted to kill as many people as possible? Wait, what? Okay. You literally compare them to the IRA. Okay, first of all, I compared them to the ANC as well. I compared the situation that Palestinian people are facing to the IRA situation and the ANC situation. No, I do not believe that Hamas is like the IRA politically, okay? But it is pretty funny that you said the IRA is not religious. That is funny. Okay? So that in and of itself is relatively funny. Like, where do you think the divide happens, or what are the boundaries on which the divide occurred? So that's funny, but you can only have that perspective if you are literally Christian, because you're like, and an American Christian, mind you, not a British one, not an English one, but an American Christian. Only an American Christian would look at the Troubles and think religion played no role in this. Okay? Because in your mind, everyone is either a Catholic or a Protestant, but they're all Christian, right? So you didn't even think of that as a thing. But there were definitely religious divisions, so that's one. But no, of course, I do not believe Hamas is in any way, shape, or form ideologically similar to the IRA. As a matter of fact, my goal, my hope is a future without Hamas. And of course, you cannot simply bomb Hamas out of Palestine. The only way that you can erode the influence of Hamas is by doing the exact opposite of what Israel has done so far, which has led to more support for Hamas by Palestinian people. Yes, Ireland was famous as the first colonial project of the British, and they engaged in Protestant superiority and cleansing Catholics from Ireland.
Part of the armed Israeli power. They are not normal civilians as they are named all the time.
So, some of these towns, though, are in the southern areas of Israel. We're not just talking about settlements in the West Bank.
Well, everyone knows that those are settlements. And if you are talking about Siderot, it's a settlement. If you are talking about Native, it's a settlement. Those are settlements on our occupied lands, 1948. Everyone has to understand that the Palestinian lands is a whole complete land from sea to river. And the Israelis who signed the Oslo Agreement, even they did not implement the agreement, and they are still taking over the Palestinian.
Stop. Isn't the situation between Palestinians and Israel equal to Quebecans and... Oh my God, dude. Yes. Dude, this is what I was waiting for, dude. This is what I want. I want creative motherfuckers out there doing the damn thing, okay? I can't only be looking at Indian Twitter to see the most unhinged takes I've ever seen, like, you know, this shit. Okay? I need that good shit. I need that fucking, that Quebecois juice, dude. Yes. You are right. This is the classic, what is it? Quebec is, a Quebecois, a Francophone Quebecois is treated like an N-word in Canada moment. So good. Thank you. Thank you for finally doing something good, okay? Fuck. When I try to explain the Palestinian fight for freedom and the argument back is just examples of Hamas violating corpus beginning to get rid of the hostages, how would I continue to show that Palestinians still deserve the ability to fight for their freedom? The question always is, when you look back at ANC and the violence that they pushed on civilian populations, same with the IRA, same with the Algerian anti-colonial struggle, do you think of the colonizers or the apartheid state and its maintenance as being the larger form of violence, or do you think about the anti-colonial struggle as being the violent ones? Which is the problem? Which is a bigger problem for you? Is the bigger problem the apartheid state and the violence of its maintenance, or fighting against the apartheid state successfully? That is the real question, because the reality is that every single instance of violence that you can point to that the Palestinians have engaged in, and they have certainly engaged in violence, especially this last time around, there are 1,000 more examples of Israel continuing to exist as an apartheid state, which is precisely why so many people who want to defend Israel end up unironically using examples of Israel against Palestinians to be like, look at what they're doing. Look at what the Palestinians are doing. And then they find out, oh shit, that's actually the Israelis that cage the fucking children.
Lands. So what the Israelis are doing, they are telling the Palestinians there is no hope for the Palestinians to have their independent state.
Anyway, I'm done with this. Yes, Hamas's perspective on the matter is that they're not killing any civilians because all settlers are technically not civilians but colonial occupiers, and they believe that the entire nation state of Israel is, due to the Nakba, technically a colonial occupation. Okay? So they think that their violence is completely just. I do not believe that that is how you move forward with a one-state solution. Oh, here. By the way, while we were having these conversations, these back and forths, British media is doing the same thing that like my hater communities do, but to Jeremy Corbyn instead. The only way to analyze whether things are good or bad is by what Jeremy Corbyn said about it. Let's take a look at how normal the British media has been about Corbyn's take, which was literally the most normal position you can have. We need to end the violence, and the violence starts with the brutal occupation and the apartheid state of Israel. And they looked at that and went, "Oh, dude, you are a lover of Hamas. You killed the Israelis on that day."
Wait a minute. Why you interrupt people when they're answering a question? Okay. Thank you. I'll go again then. Yesterday I sent out a statement calling for a ceasefire, calling for peace, and calling for an end to the occupation of Palestine, which of course is fundamentally the background to the whole issue. Obviously, all attacks are wrong. But do you Thank you. I think I've made my point. I think I've made my Excuse point me, very you clear. haven't quite made the point. Wait a minute.
What the man is saying is exactly right.
And I say it for the third time.
How many times do you
Yesterday, I sent out a
The man is right what he's
which
saying.
made it very clear.
Take notice.
I wanted peace, I wanted a ceasefire, and I wanted a process which ended the Israeli occupation of Palestine, which is fundamental to it. I don't support any attacks, therefore I criticise them all. And that, I think, is the end of the matter. Thank you.
So, Jeremy Corbyn. Yes.
What is the point of constant condemnation question? Like, even in their minds, how does it help resolve the violence? It's not about resolving the violence. It's about justifications for what Israel will do next, which, by the way, is what Israel has done the week before, is what Israel will always do. It will continue doing that. It's never going to stop. Dude, I think one other aspect of this that is not really considered, not really talked about, is also the radicalizing component of Reddit and the most shitty social media now, Twitter. Under Elon Musk, Twitter has become a right-wing shithole, and I don't know. At first, I thought like maybe the impact will not be that bad overall. Maybe I'm too hyper-focused on it because like I'm on Twitter all the time. But I do think that combined with Reddit being like a State Department cutout, and also Twitter being a right-wing shithole, and Facebook being the QAnon website, there really isn't any social media where like reasoned approaches to this sort of thing, or even any kind of like leftist perspective, is allowed to exist. Like everyone on Reddit is like, dude, I am so fucking radicalized by the left. I hate the left now. They all love and are celebrating. They're all love and are celebrating Hamas, and they love Hamas, and they want everyone to be gang raped by the brutal gang raping Muslims that deserve to be genocided. Every corner of the internet is turned into fucking 4chan, dude. It's not just that; it's because a lot of purportedly leftist debate cell commentators are presenting the condemn both sides argument as the correct one. Like. I don't know. I just don't think that I don't know. I just don't think that there is any pathway forward where our lives are just not going to get slowly but surely worse and worse. Anyway. Israel's entire branches of the military dedicated to online discourse and propaganda called the JIDF. Can you explain the difference between Zionism and Judaism? Judaism is a religion Zionism is an idea of like building a religious state, not even fully a religious state, but a state where it's supposed to technically protect all Jews around the world. Zionism is a colonial project. Saying one thing that is not talked about is Reddit while Palestinians are getting blown to pieces, the most brain-broken online thing you ever did. No, because I'm not even talking about this instance, okay? I'm not even talking about this instance. I'm not talking about like support or negative feelings that people have towards Palestinians. That is unchanging, okay? The battle lines have been long drawn a long-ass time ago. I'm talking about the larger implications, I wonder, of having... I'm talking about the larger implications of having like a full-blown right-wing shithole like Twitter and how much misinformation gets spread and how quickly it gets spread. Because let's be real, no matter what fucking happens, like these are the new corners where we can easily communicate with one another and how information gets spread. So if all social media that you utilize is filled to the brim with misinformation, where TikTok is all misinformation, Twitter is all right-wing and basically 4chan, Facebook is 4chan but for older people, it's QAnon shit, you have nowhere to go. Don't worry too much about the world, Hasan. With my $60 50-minute course, you can become an absolute billionaire, Chad. Thank you. Communities are brigading Reddit again, saying you support Hamas is crazy. Wait, really? I haven't really been on Reddit at all. I actually don't know. Reddit is more pro-Israel than I thought. Oh, 100%. Address the Sam Harris take. What's the Sam Harris take? I don't know.
Rescue missions for Israeli hostages captured by Hamas militants. At least 100 people are being held. Foreign correspondent James Longman is live in Tel Aviv. Good morning, James.
Yeah, good morning, George. We're at a facility that's been set up for the families of the missing to bring the DNA of their loved ones to check if they're a match for the dead.
Israel has never seen casualties like this. The number of missing, and with the ground invasion of Gaza looming, fears for hostages are growing.
She just wants her to come home back, safe and sound.
In this video circulating online, young IDF recruit Karina Ashayev can be seen bloodied and bound, being driven by Hamas militants into Gaza. Sasha tells me what it was like seeing her sister in the video.
Bro, it's crazy. Dude, mainstream media is crazy. Actually crazy. Entirely different world out there. I swear to God. Corporate media, entirely different world. Entirely different world out there, okay?
At first I saw this and I didn't think it was her. I just swiped next. Her face was in blood. She was screaming. We identified her by her nose, her brows, her chest. And we know it was her.
In another video, Karina speaks into her phone, surrounded by other kidnapped.
Oh yeah, no, she is a soldier, by the way. That like, they do say that. Also, how is there no viewer discretion warning? That's crazy.
Families are desperate to find their loved ones after disturbing videos like these. Palestinian militants dragging a kidnapped woman around a truck in Gaza and taking Israeli hostages near the border. Elkanah Babot's brother Uriel racing from America overnight to find him after this video emerged, showing him with a wounded face surrounded by other hostages.
I can see that he's afraid. He's so scared. Hopefully he's gonna be alive. I don't know if he will be die or alive.
Beyond the 100 hostages, more are missing, their status unknown. 22-year-old Kim Damti was at the music festival when the rockets rained down.
Why don't they show the worst situation of families in Palestine? Because these are humans. Palestinians are not. Please understand that, okay? The quicker you recognize that, the easier this will be for you, okay? That's it. And it doesn't matter even if they're soldiers as well. Like, there's no, like, every single person is still a human being at the end of the day, which I do agree with. Like, these are gruesome and awful images. And Israel is 100% drop these people. They do not give a fuck.
Her family in panic. They haven't heard from her since.
Kim didn't realize that there was like 7 or 8 Toyota vans full of terrorists, and they just shot everywhere. They just shot them, slaughtered them like ducks. And that's the reason I'm here, because I want the world to condemn this behavior. I didn't bring my children up to hate.
According to that video earlier, even if Israel left Gaza alone and removed everything, they would still attack because they're still settling on their land. You do realize that, like, the dudes living in Gaza used to not live in that area, right? Like, they were pushed into Gaza. That's number one. And number two, if you want to most effectively destroy Hamas and its influence, you have to stop the occupation. So, yeah. Just because there are fucking right-wing fundamentalist Islamists out there that are seen as, like, the only fucking group that will push back, You have to recognize, like, if your goal is to end any kind of influence or any kind of sway they have over the Palestinian population, you can't continue fucking bombing Gaza. You can't continue harassing and killing Palestinians living in the West Bank. That's it.
Hate anybody.
American Karen Flash able to escape with her husband and child, but last time she heard from her parents was Saturday.
At this point, any people that we've lost communication with throughout the last few days, if we have news from them, it's not good news.
Now a race against time as Israel prepares for a likely ground invasion in Gaza, the very place where the hostages are believed to be held.
Absolutely every second.
I don't think there's anything Israel can do that the media will actually turn around on at this point. Like, Israel's situation is similar to, like, solving gun violence in America. It's just a permanent fixture. I just don't think it'll ever happen. Why should it? You know, they've been doing this for years with no fucking pushback. Shut up, L-Take, says Aaron, not Aaron. Shut the fuck up, L-Take. Thank you. You don't even need to elaborate on that, actually. Love you, Big Daddy.
Counts. We have innocent people who had no idea what was going on, who are now living their worst nightmare.
Back at Karina's house, Sasha reads a birthday note from a friend. Karina just turned 19.
Like, this is so fucked up because this is true. Like, these are people who have dreams, aspirations, lives, okay? And it might have been cut short. And so do the fucking Palestinians. And I have never seen mainstream media ever offer this kind of coverage to a single Palestinian child that was born into ruthless conditions and had no reason to experience such atrocities before their lives were cut short. I've never seen that. I've never, ever, ever seen that, dude. That's so fucked up. The only places where you get, like, a crumb of that kind of coverage is Al Jazeera, Democracy Now! Here, Abby Martin, and it's just, they're not human. Like, they literally are not human. Who runs the mainstream media? Capitalists. The fuck do you think?
Karina, my best friend, I wish you all the best. I want to wish you happiness, health, love, money, smiles. You are the best friend ever and that I could ask for. Everything you need, remember that I'm here any minute.
It is truly heartbreaking to watch, and the father of one of those young girls that was abducted at that desert party has shown extraordinary courage. He told reporters Gaza also has casualties, also has mothers who cry. Let's
show that video.
Make peace, he said. We're about as far away from that as possible. George.
Yeah, what the fuck? Show that video. That's true, yeah. One of the dudes, one of the fathers of the kidnapped people straight up said, it's not just us that are suffering. It's also Gaza that suffers in a similar way every fucking day. Yeah.
No question about that. Okay, James, thanks. Let's bring in our military analyst, Steve Ganyard. So, Steve, let's set the military stage right now. Israel has said that the ground operations around Gaza have stopped for now. They've imposed a siege, but this is not the end.
It's not the end, George. We'll see what the incursion into
אמרתי, כמו שאמרתי לפני כן, גם להם יש חללים, וגם להם יש שבויים, וגם להם יש אימהות שבוכות. בואו נפעיל את הרגש. בואו נפעיל את הרגש. בואו, אנחנו שני עמים לאבא אחד. בואו, בזכות הדברים האלו, בזכות התנ"ך. בואו בבקשה נעשה Shalom, but shalom amiti, shalom amiti, shalom.
Said both countries are in the wrong. It really proves that people running each country don't care about its people. What country, bro? You think Gaza is a country? Based. My man said two-state solution is achieved already. What are you talking about? It's a totally independent nation state of Gaza and the totally independent nation state of the West Bank, which happen to not even connect with one another, but you know, three-state solution, baby. I guess the Gazan mind was not able to comprehend that it always had the opportunity to fucking build its own building blocks and power plants and water desalination plants and have open trade routes so they can just have trade and fish in its own waters. Someone should have let the Gazans know that was the case, but they just simply did not. How foolish. Anyway, here is the Gaza Fights for Freedom documentary that I will be covering without, that is actually censored. Shouts out to Comrade Lamb and Fizz for going through this entire documentary and making it TOS.
وضع البلد سيء للغاية يعني ما فيش السبب الأوضاع.
More tanky sucking down propaganda later, nerds. Yeah, you on the other hand, you're fucking big brain dog, right? How can you justify the Hamas attacks when they openly want to eradicate Jews? We don't negotiate with terrorists, dog. If it wasn't going to fit before, it certainly won't now. Yeah, remember, you fucking dog shit piece of shit monster, okay? Remember, Palestinians try to collaborate with the Israeli government and they get death and destruction all the same in the West Bank. Remember that. Gaza is only one side of the Palestinian experience, okay? Yeah, you're on the team. He said, we don't negotiate with terrorists, dog. You are the terrorist, you fucking piece of shit. Fuck you. Loser. Yeah, the terrorists, and what are their demands? Please stop killing us. Can we please leave this open-air prison?
الحصار دمرنا بهدلنا. يعني احنا عايشين هيك بس اسم عايشين. اما احنا مدفونين بالحياة واحنا طيبين مدفونين من الحصار اللي احنا فيه. ينفد من غزة، لأن غزة ما صارتش غزة. غزة صارت دمار وخراب ديار للغاية.
Yeah, what are the demands of these terrorists, by the way? Making it to 9th grade. Yeah, half of the terrorists that fucking piece of shit is talking about, their demands are surviving 9th grade, okay, without having their school be blown up. Sorry, can't do that. You have to live in this rubble because you were born on the different side of the border that we fucking put up.
يعني بس اسم غزة، اسم هيكل عظمي. إما يعني ناس يعني متنية مبسوطة فرحانة ما فيش. لأن الشعب الفلسطيني في وضع كرب. إسرائيل ضغط عليه حصار من شقة، موت من شقة، يعني إحنا متحيرين من وين نتلقاها. شو يعني بعاني من ضيق الخلق ومن ضيق المعيشة غير شكل. يعني الناس بتنام أنا بنامش كتر ما بفكر. يعني بعد مرات بكسر الدار بحرق الأخضرين من ضيق الخلق. اليهود من شقة، الحصار من شقة، الدور المهدمة من شقة، الأسر الفقيرة من شقة، يعني الشعب متحير. فهي يعني الحصار بهدلنا، ما خلاش يعني بنادم، يعني أكثرية العائلات سوءهن الوضع تبعهن من أسوأ لأسوأ.
This is the furthest you're allowed to get from Gaza. Putting your feet in the water on the sands of their coast is the outermost border you.
Yeah, the field producer for the documentary that Abby Martin made called Gaza Fights for Freedom, which is what we're watching right now, just told me Israel bombed his home to ruins. His family is now homeless and there's nowhere for them to go. We're going through the most horrible moments of our lives. We just hope to get out of this alive, nothing more. And before you ask, no, there is no way to directly give him a donation. There isn't. The international community in Israel does not allow it. So even if you wanted to give him a donation directly, you can't do it. There is no legal way for you to give him money.
You can touch without permission from the Israeli military. Most will never be permitted to leave. Trapped in this place, which is suffering one of the worst humanitarian crises in the world, you find much more than misery. You find happiness, love, and joy. Yet Gaza is not.
If you come in here and use the violent, brutal Israeli occupation to just say some fucking dumbass Nazi shit like Hitler was right or whatever the fuck, you are going to get yeeted into space. Okay? You are a fucking piece of shit. First of all, using Israeli violence as a way to be anti-Semitic is completely fucking psychotic. Okay? Israel does not represent the interests of every single Jew on the planet. Okay? It does not. There are plenty of Jewish people that are extremely critical of Israel. There are Jewish people inside of Israel that are critical of Israel. Okay? Zionism is not Judaism, no matter how hard the ADL tries to connect the two and say that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. Okay? That's number one. Using the plight of Palestinians to just be like, oh yeah, the Nazis are great is psychotic. Okay? Get the fuck out of here.
Not defined by how it copes with oppression, but by its struggle for freedom. Gaza finds itself at the center of international controversy, as in the past, because civilians are being killed in large numbers by an army claiming self-defense. This chapter is at the Great March of Return, which began on March 30th, 2018. At these mass marches, hundreds have been killed, thousands wounded, but they have continued every Friday, despite these deadly odds.
The entire Western media turned a fucking blind eye to this, by the way. Every day they peacefully marched towards the border and got fucking shot. But hey, you'll never fucking hear that from the defenders of the Israeli state. Okay? You'll never hear that from dudes who come in here to be like, do you love the rape of random women in Israel? Like, that's what you are supporting. You love Hamas. Okay?
While it occasionally makes headlines, what is rarely explored is why so many would risk life and limb in an act of civil disobedience. The Gaza Strip is only 25 miles long and about 5 miles wide. 2 million Palestinians live packed into this tiny space, one of the most densely populated places in the world. Half are children. Many live in refugee camps speckled throughout the besieged territory. A stunning 80% of the population relies on foreign aid. Aptly called an open-air prison, there are only 2 ways to leave the enclosed area: the Erez crossing into Israeli territory and the Rafah crossing, which goes to Egypt. Both are completely controlled by hostile militaries. What Israel calls a border is actually a heavily militarized perimeter fence comprised of barbed wire, surveillance networks, and lethal no-go zones. If you roam too close to the so-called no-go zone, which extends 300 meters out from the fence, Israeli forces have authorized themselves to shoot to kill. Thousands of unarmed Palestinians have been shot for violating this rule in 2018 alone. The same goes for Gaza's coastline. It is the only place in the world where you can't even flee by boat, as refugees elsewhere often do. Fishermen are restricted to only a few nautical miles from their shore. Straying past that, even by accident, you can be blown out of the water by Israeli warships. A massive seawall on the north and south, currently being extended, boxes them into their small sliver of sea. This violence is compounded by an economic blockade that imposes a chokehold of poverty on Gaza, resulting in one of the highest unemployment rates in the world, according to the World Bank.
Why should Israel let hostile people enter illegally into the country? What's the difference between that and any other country? Well, Israel occupies Gaza. It's not a separate nation. So why should they be able to operate the largest open-air prison on the fucking planet? Well, I'll answer that for you. It's because you don't think Palestinians are humans. You think they're fucking subhuman and deserve the fate that they've been given. That's why. That's why you can look at literal Palestinian babies on the fucking streets living inside of rubble and recognize what their existence is, and even then go, well, these are hostile people. Yeah, that's a hostile baby right there. Look at that hostile baby. Looking hostile. Fucking idiot.
70% of the youth are unemployed, with 52% for the general population. Like Ahmad Fraij Sabo, who lives in Bet Lahia, a small town in the northern Gaza Strip. He worked as a farmer until the Israeli blockade ran most farms out of business. He was shot in the leg at the Great March of Return protests. Now unemployed, he resorts to one of the only sources of income: scavenging the destruction from Israeli bombing.
مش قادرين نعلم اولادنا، مش قادرين نروح، مش قادرين نجي، الاقتصاد في البلد انهار. بلم بلاستيك، بلم حديد، بلم احجار، ويعني زي ما انا شايف بنسوي 20 شيكل، 15 شيكل، 30 شيكل، ومشي مكفيات يعني. ما فيش شغل، البلد وضعها سيء، منهار، الاقتصاد الاجتماعي تبع البلد صعب. وهذه بنتي يا سيدي لمنتي ما بتسمعش، هذه ما بتسمعش. ودناها على كل الدكاتره اللي بيقولوا لنا بنتك هذه ما بتسمعش، هذه بدها انابيب جوا في اذانيها، ومش قادر اغطي لها العجز تبع العلاج تبعها. اروح يعني شوف بلا ما اخذ انا عيلتي 16 نفر اطلع في غرفتين. وعندي الزنقو مخزق ومبهدل. في الشتاء الناس بترتاح وبتنام مطمئنه، انا ادوب نحط جردل هان جردل هان جردل هان حلي هان، ما بنامش. يعني انا بتجي بتفتح الثلاجه عندي بتلاقيش فيها اشي على الفاضي. انا عايش على النواشف، على الفلفل، على الخيار، على الدقه، على الزعتر، على الزيتون، على كوبايه شاي. يعني شوف فيني انا وزوجتي قاعدين بنوقد نايلون وورق عشان نوفر الطبخه ونسوي كاسه شاي. يعني بخ على النار ما قلت ما في اليد، ما فيش معي فلوس اني اجيب جره غاز، جره الغاز مبلغها 70 شيكل. الحليب برضه.
Guys, come on, think about it. He has 16 kids, not because he had kids 16 times. He has 16 kids because their parents are fucking dead. Same reason as to why the average age is 18, okay? The average age in Palestine is 18. In Gaza is 18. Why do you think that's the case, dude? They keep getting fucking killed.
وضع سيء، مش قادر اجيب لها، مش قادر اكمل لها، غير بشاي بفت لها وبطعميها. ايش هذه عيشه؟
This food insecurity is a purpose.
It's so fucking annoying, dude. Listen. People go, what do you mean? Why are they so young? Why do you think they're so young? What do you think that says about their life expectancy? I feel like most people should be able to fucking recognize that if the average age of a population is 18 and 47% of the population is under the age of 14, they're 14 or under, you sometimes have to understand people don't make it to that point, and only 6,000 of them have been executed by the Israeli state in both Gaza and the West Bank. So how are the rest of them dying? Okay? How are they dying? Because the execution by the state doesn't simply happen with at the end of a gun, at the barrel of a gun. Okay? It's starvation. It's thirst. As Abby Martin correctly pointed out, this is an open-air prison, okay? This is a concentration camp. That is what this is. 97% of the water inside of Gaza is toxic.
Full effect of the blockade. In fact, Israeli officials determine the amount.
The reason, dude, this is part of the reason why. Part of the reason why people can never understand this. Because the American mind has no way of comprehending this level of evil. Because you don't, it's just so far outside of your worldview. That's why when you look at the map of people that support Palestine, you see it's almost always colonized peoples.
Amount of food they would let into Gaza every day, based on calculating the very minimum caloric intake needed to avoid malnutrition. Officials call it putting Gaza on a diet. Food scarcity is just one problem. More dangerous is the shortage of clean water.
المي عندنا مش متوفرة، عندي جزان واحد ل 16 نفر. قسما بالله بدب القلان. ما فيش عندي خزانات استوعب مية. لا مش متوفرة. بعد مرات بنشرب بلدية ومالحة ومش ما بنطبخش منها.
Already unfit to live for any human being. Even the UN reports the Gaza Strip will be completely uninhabitable due to lack of water alone by 2020. 97% of the fresh water in Gaza is toxic. The vast majority of Gaza's water desalination plants, which produce fresh water, were destroyed or damaged by Israeli...
Age poorly law? Yeah, you're right. It's totally habitable in Gaza. You got it. Yeah, you're right. In 2023, they're thriving, brother. And that's why... Thank God. Thank God they really fucked that up. You know what I mean?
Bombs and cannot operate. Fixing them requires importing materials banned by the blockade. Over 25% of all diseases in Gaza are directly caused by contaminated water. This alone makes conditions dire, but the near total absence of electricity makes quality of life border on impossible.
الكهرب بأثر عليها. المية ما بتطلعش على السطوح، ما بتجيش قوية إلا إذا كان الكهرباء جاي وشغلوا المواتير.
Alkol üstünde de herif ya.
بالنسبة للكهرباء إحنا بنعاني منها. والله بنعاني منها. أكترية اليوم بتبقى قاطعة. الكهرباء بتجينا 4 ساعات، وباقي النهار بتبقى قاطعة. 20 ساعة 16 ساعة بتبقى قاطعة. ويعني لا احنا عارفين نتلج مية ولا عارفين نجيب أكل زي الناس، يعني أكترية الأكل تبعنا بيخرب بضمن قطع الكهرباء. أصلاً النفس اللي بنتنفسه هي الكهرباء. وبنخاف برضه، خطورته كبيرة، يعني لو أي ولد بلا ما خلي مسك شمعة وحرق الدار حطها في الأواعي بتنحرق. أنا بالنسبة لطموحاتي بهالحياة كثير. طموحاتي إنه يكون عندي دخل، إني أعلم أولادي وبناتي في المدارس وأعيشهم أحلى عيشة. نفسي بلا أخذ يجي يوم إني أفرح فيه، بل بيجي كل يوم بيجي يوم عن يوم أسوأ من يوم اللي بيجيه للأسف. إيش نسوي؟ هذا الحصار دمر غزة، دمرنا والله دمرنا.
This common story is the reason why so many want to leave Gaza, but are trapped. Even when it's a matter of life and death, they're sentenced to a slow and painful end. In order to exit the Gaza Strip.
That's whose electricity you're cutting, by the way, when you cut the electricity of the Gaza Strip, which Israel controls, again, 3/4 of. There's one Palestinian plant, and that only has enough juice to power the entire grid for 4 total hours.
Strip. You must obtain a permit from Israeli authorities. They're rarely approved, even for life-saving medical care. The effect is clear comparing cancer survival rates of these neighboring peoples. If you're diagnosed with breast cancer in Israel, you have an 86% chance of surviving it. In Gaza, your survival rate can plummet to just 30%. Year by year, Israel tightens the noose. In 2012, 93% of medical travel permits were granted. In 2014, the number dropped to 82%. In 2016, the number dwindled even further. The next year, it dropped to the lowest point ever recorded, at 54%. This is the most basic right as a human
Slow ethnic cleansing.
being, to live and to move freely. But the Israeli siege that inspires the protests is also used to punish the participants.
هي هذه يعني بتضلها خلص مش انه خلص في القلب بتضلها حريه يعني الانسان متعود عليها يعني بحب وطنه بحب يروح بحب يدافع. وفي يوم في 4/5 تعرضت لإصابة، كنت رايح مشارك مع شباب أصحابي وكنا متواجدين يعني في المكان. كنت مع الشباب وتعرضت لإصابة في القدم في مشط القدم وصار عندي تهتك في العظم وتقطع في الأوتار وفي الأعصاب. هذه اللحظة مستشفى خرجتني.
What is stopping them from getting their own power? The government will let them? Brother, did you not hear what Abby Martin just said? No, Israel controls everything that happens inside of Gaza. It is a fucking open-air prison, dog. They can't just build power plants. They can't even build they can't even fix their water desalination plants so that they can have access to clean water. These are basic human rights. They're not even allowed to have concrete. Israel won't let them bring concrete into the fucking area.
حكوا لنا احنا بدنا نعمل لك تحويله للعلاج بالخارج لانه انت بدك علاج بالخارج عندك واذا ظلت على هيك يعني تتعرض للبتر. ارتفضت اول مره، عاودوا رفعوا اسمي كم مره ارتفضت كم مره. مرتين رفضوني.
They can make rockets somehow? Yeah, you want to know how they make half the fucking rockets? From munitions that dropped into Gaza. That's number one. And two, they get it from fucking Iran. Yes, they sneak in materials from Iran. Now, if you're going to say, why don't they sneak in materials to build a water desalination plant from Iran? I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit more difficult to fucking hide a water desalination plant when the fucking the occupying force is blowing your shit up every goddamn day. Well, yeah, they make DIY rockets. Like, what do you, the Palestinian Air Force, what do you think that is? What do you think the Palestinian Air Force is? It was a bunch of dudes on paragliders, brother. That is their Air Force, okay? They made their fucking paragliders so they could go over the border without being caught by the radars in the smart surveillance tech that they have. So it was too slow, like because the paragliders were too fucking slow for the radars to pick up.
قاعد والله بس على حدا يساعدني يعني في قصة تسجيل في المعبر لأنه كل يوم أنا بتأخر فيه أنا.
Yeah, if your question is how does Israel get away with this, it is because America allows it to happen. As a matter of fact, America facilitates it. Okay? America facilitates it. That's why. That's how. Israel's able to do this with our money, our weapons. Your and my taxpayer dollars are going directly to this.
بقصوا من عظم عندي من عظم المشط صار عندي قصر 5 سم.
They have to cut his bone every
Countless
day.
others wounded at the protests are being denied essential medical permits by Israel on the basis of family ties to Hamas, the elected leadership in Gaza. Another form of collective punishment. Mohammed can't travel to save his leg from amputation because Israel treats every Palestinian with the presumption that they're a terrorist, painting itself as the true victim. Gaza has a story. If you look at mass media, the story you find is that they fire hundreds of rockets into Israeli cities right across the border. Everything before that point is left out. Most commonly, we hear of rockets hitting the border city of Siderot. It is home to the notorious Siderot cinema, where settlers drink beer and eat popcorn watching bombs fall onto Gaza. Siderot was once called Hajj, a village that was 100% Palestinian and Muslim. Israeli historian Benny Morris uncovered that not only did Palestinian residents get along well with Jewish settlers, But they actually hid and protected them from British occupation forces in 1946, when a British army dragnet was rounding up members of a Jewish paramilitary. The Palestinians of Hajj kept them safe. It came as a shock to them when just about a year later, that same paramilitary violently expelled every single resident of Hajj. All fled to Gaza. Hajj was renamed Siderot, and settlers from all over the world started to move there. This is the family history of almost every current resident of Gaza, where roughly
It's so sad to see when you're watching this, no Israel supporters giving any argument. Yeah, they're not, because they left. Because their goal isn't to address the reality that the state that they're trying to defend has caused. Their goal is to cause chaos and bully, humiliate, and try to make it as impermissible as possible to defend the dignity and rights of Palestinians, okay? Because they are God's little soldiers as well. Their goal is to distract. They have nothing else going on. That's the whole point of this. It's never to like arrive at an impasse. It's never to arrive at a conclusion. It's never to figure out like a better solution to the problem. And, you know, that is the reason why no one is fucking saying, no one is even saying, oh, this is fake. Like at the top of the hour, there isn't a 3-minute ad break, because there is one. Unfortunately, they won't be able to see it though. I'm running at 16 minutes or 18 minutes in. I'm sorry. Okay. You got to cite the documentary for like 100 chatters. It's Gaza Fights for Freedom by Abby Martin of Empire Files. This one was made on Means TV. It's actually free right now on Means TV. Okay. It is pinned, called Gaza Fights for Freedom.
75%
on
of people
YouTube.
living there are refugees from villages just outside of their border. They were among the 500 Arab villages completely depopulated at the barrel of a gun in 1948, in what became known as the Nakba. Those who wouldn't leave their homes were killed.
It's just
That
like black
year,
bars
the
where
United Nations issued Resolution 194, which mandated that all of the 750,000 Palestinians made refugees from the Nakba had the right to return to the land they were ethnically cleansed from. From that day forward, Israel has refused, in flagrant violation of international law. Displacement of the indigenous population was always the plan. As founder and first Prime Minister Ben-Gurion declared, "We must expel the Arabs and take their places." Just 6 months after Israel's creation, top secret military orders revealed their policy targeting the movement of civilian Arabs from Gaza. Their mission, put plainly, expulsion of the Arab villagers and denial of their return by demolishing their houses, to gather all the residents and deport them to Gaza, to burn down the village.
this is where you start to realize that like the reality of settler colonial violence on the West Bank is not dissimilar to the reality of the original settler colonial violence in the inception of the Israeli state.
Villages, and most shockingly, surveying the refugees' way of movement and laying mines in the routes. And in 1954, the Prevention of Infiltration Law was created to punish any refugee trying to return, under which a shoot-to-kill policy was employed, like the one still used today against the Great March protesters.
These are the citizens of tomorrow who need help urgently to live today. It's the old question, am I my brother's keeper? The answer is yes. You and everyone who is made aware of a great tragedy must assume a responsibility to end it. This is a problem which cries out to the civilized world for a quick, a humanitarian, a permanent solution.
Permanent solution.
But the story doesn't end there. In a massive military offensive in 1967, they seized the Gaza Strip and West Bank, and put them under martial law. Prime Minister at the time, Levi Eshkol, was very open about their depopulation plans for Gaza. One tactic he proposed to get its inhabitants to flee has carried on to this day. He said, "Perhaps if we don't give them enough water, they won't have a choice, because the orchards will yellow and wither."
In another camp, a well that Norm...
How are people in Israel okay with this? Are they not protesting this? Brother, if you were born in Israel or if you grew up in Israel, you purposely were never taught this, okay? What do you mean? Why would you know that? It's like being I don't know, 10 to 20, maybe 30 years removed from like indigenous depopulation. Okay? They don't teach us in America either. They don't teach us anywhere really. The only people that know this in their hearts are Palestinian people because they lived it and their parents lived it and their great-grandparents lived it. So they are the ones who have carried on the historical accuracy of it, I guess. And the people that document these atrocities, by the way, and have openly talked about it, have like usually been blackballed from academic circles too.
Normally provided water for 2,000 people, soon dried up after being used.
I'll tell you what it is.
13,000.
I'll tell you what the counter is. Okay, I'll tell you how it's taught from the perspective of the Israeli development. Okay, Palestinians never had this land. It was originally the Ottoman land, and then it was the British and occupied British land, and the British gave the land to the Israelis. Okay. And then they partitioned it at the UN to give some of the land to the Palestinians, but they actually didn't give it to the Palestinians. That's what they say. And the Palestinians never actually owned any of this land or control any of this land or had any kind of government until the siege of Gaza. They basically claim, what do you mean, no? I see the propaganda. What the fuck do you mean? The propaganda is that every single time Egypt or anyone else is attacked Israel, they had to control more of the territory, full-blown occupation since 1967, and beyond it, 2004 is the first time, I think 2004, right, is the first time that Palestinians officially had any kind of government whatsoever for themselves. Is the callous way that that it is taught in Israel, like as though Palestinians have never had a right to autonomy or dignity whatsoever, just because they were occupied under fucking the occupation of the Ottoman Empire was a little bit different anyway. They had historic Palestine and they were just kind of left alone. It's not like, and they paid taxes and shit, but it wasn't like an area where there was any sort of struggle. There was Christians living there, Jews living there, Muslims living there. It was whatever. Basically, like the way that this is described is that Israel was attacked by enemies all around. Israel has always been surrounded by enemies, and Israel had no other way to deal with the problem, so they had to occupy all areas where Palestinians were pushed into, okay? And that Palestinians themselves never had a right to self-governance until the Israelis gave it to them. That's the really gross fucking take. That the Israelis graciously gave Palestinians the right to self-govern for the first time in their history, okay? And then, of course, it's fucking ridiculous because what kind of self-governance or autonomy do these people have? None, obviously.
Thousand or more. Some Palestine refugees have lived in camps for 30 years, have raised families in them, who in turn have raised children of their own. 3 generations of refugees. It hardly seems possible.
Between then and 2005, Israel established 21 major settlements.
As an American with a Jewish education and upbringing, as well as a birthright trip, can confirm the brainwashing. Yeah.
taking 20% of Gaza's territory. Just as the West Bank was rapidly disappearing as settlements grew, so too was Gaza. Palestinians in Gaza lived under a legal military occupation and were subject to dozens of military checkpoints, Jewish-only roads.
Hasan, what do people mean when they're saying Israel left Gaza in 2005? They pushed every Palestinian into the Strip, and they put up these border walls that they solidified and said, this is now a prison of your own doing. This is where you live. Like it's a silly ass way to fucking describe this existence.
And other forms of violence. Under military rule, all political activity is deemed illegal, including attending a peaceful protest, handing out leaflets, and even raising a Palestinian flag. Palestinians were routinely kicked out of their homes and forced to watch them bulldozed while the military cleared the way for new settlements. Inevitably, massive uprisings by the entire Palestinian population exploded in what became known as the First and Second Intifadas.
Oh, the other one is they also say that like all the other Arab nations were hostile to the Jews because they're anti-Semitic, and they also purged the Jews from their own borders in surrounding areas and said, go to Israel. That's another part of it too. As though that is like the fault of the Palestinian people, and that's why they deserve the fucking punishments of others, you know. And the other obvious lie is that one of the worst ones is that these people left on their own volition, never to return to Palestine, which is why famously people living in the West Bank to this day are not allowed to fucking ever go back to the West Bank if they ever leave the West Bank, because they don't want to return on their own volition. That's what you do when the 800,000 people just fucking leave after you raped and killed in 500 fucking villages. But you left a pamphlet beforehand, you know, that you were going to do that. So
whether tactics used were violent or non-violent, they were smashed with the utmost cruelty and brutality. It was here that the largely symbolic act of throwing stones was widely adopted as an act of resistance, a fitting weapon for a David versus Goliath story. While Israel publicly maintained its desire for peace, its actions spoke to the contrary. Militant resistance forced the Israeli occupation to leave Gaza in 2005, while cementing a permanent military occupation of the West Bank. Angry extremist settlers who were determined to take Gaza had to be physically removed by the Israeli military. But the move was never meant to be permanent. The desire for—
Oh yeah, there's the other part of it. Like there's the settlers are so horny to do settler terrorism that they were literally trying to still live in Gaza. And the Israeli state was like, no, dog, go do it in the West Bank. You can't do it over there. We're going to keep bombing that place. Dude, I'm telling you, Israeli settlers are fucking insane, okay? They're so insane. I'm willing to bet that most Israelis that you actually talk to that live in Israel proper will tell you that they're fucking insane. It's like they have to keep settling. I'm settling. I will never stop settling. I will settle anywhere and everywhere. It does not matter, because it's not about like getting beachfront property, okay? No, it's not. It's about a religious reason. Like they legitimately think that they're doing something that is like a religious reason. They're doing this for religious reasons. Like this has to happen. Which is why it's also a little bit, I would say, there's a complicated relationship with that, because like a lot of the ultra Zionist Orthodox Jews that also are like leading, Orthodox Jews go in either direction. Either they're like literally the biggest anti-Zionists or the biggest ultra Zionists, but some of the more conservative ultra-Zionist settlers also, given their Orthodox Judaism status, have to consistently be practicing religion and therefore have a religious exemption from the military. So like I said, it is seen as like a group of individuals that are literally forcibly trying to move the military resources over to additional settlements while simultaneously not even serving the military. So people are like, what the fuck are we doing? Why are we giving these guys any money whatsoever? Was the original perspective. Like, a lot of people in Israel thought that they were freeloaders that don't deserve help or support from the Israeli government, let alone military support. Much has changed, of course.
For a greater Israel, swallowing all of Gaza and beyond is no secret. The next year, Gaza held its first democratic election. Hamas won.
We are not playing terrorism or violence. We are under occupation. The Israeli continue their aggression against our people, killing, detention, demolishing, and in order to stop these processes, we run effective self-defense by all means, including using guns.
A diplomatic cable released by WikiLeaks reveals the truth behind Israel's rhetoric about Hamas. After losing the election, rival party Fatah requested that Israel come to their aid with weapons and military strikes to prevent Hamas from taking control of the Strip. As exposed in the cables, the Israeli intelligence chief told the U.S. ambassador that they wanted Hamas to take full control of Gaza, telling him that if Hamas managed to take full control, then the Israeli Defense Forces would be able to regard Gaza as a hostile territory. Fatah fled as a result, and Israel immediately designated every man, woman, and child in Gaza hostile, and therefore everything a legitimate target. With this excuse, that all of Gaza is a hostile entity, they implemented the devastating blockade and began a regular series of bombing campaigns that took death and destruction to a new level. This past decade is defined by routine massacres on Gaza's caged population, always portrayed by Israeli officials as self-defense. With almost zero casualties on the Israeli side of these so-called wars, thousands of civilians in Gaza perished under their bombs in 2008, 2012, and the worst in 2014. Over those 2 months,
The Louis Theroux dog where he talked to the settlers like years ago, they were much more fucking nutty now somehow, was the start of my journey to have sympathy for the Palestinians. Yeah, I think we watched that here as well. From the extremist Israeli finance minister Bezalel Smotrich, Hamas is an asset, the Palestinian Authority a burden. Yes. And by the way, they literally purposely led the Palestinian people into the hands of Hamas as well.
Israeli bombs killed 2,200 Palestinians in Gaza, the vast majority non-combatants. A horrifying total of 500 children. But this most recent aerial massacre took much more than life and limb. Around 178,000 homes were totally destroyed or in need of severe repair. Worst still, they cannot rebuild. The Israeli blockade bans any construction materials from entering Gaza. That's why Gaza is still in a state of rubble, as if the war just ended yesterday. Bombing continues on a regular basis. It usually follows the same script. Israel violates a brokered ceasefire agreement. Gaza responds with rockets, and Israel unleashes a wildly disproportionate assault, with mass media in tow, trumpeting an upside-down reality. While Israel first justified its crimes as defending against infiltrators, then against terrorists, today the excuse is Hamas. But what does Hamas actually stand for? Hamas today, in their official charter.
Have you seen TYT coverage of this? They're saying calling Israel an apartheid state is anti-Semitic and increasing troops in Gaza. What? No shot, the Young Turks said that calling Israel an apartheid state is anti-Semitic. Calling Israel an apartheid state is the correct state. Okay? The fuck? I don't believe that. No shot. It is an apartheid state. Bro, It is such an apartheid state that it's not me saying it. It's not Muslims saying it. It's not, I don't give a fuck what Jenk says if he actually said it, which I don't believe he did. It's literally, like, what are you talking about? Like, former Israeli officials say it. Former Israeli officials call Israel an apartheid state. Okay? It's done. There's nothing else to be said at that point.
Says they will accept the two-state solution promoted by the international community. Exactly what we're told is the path to peace.
Yeah.
It states, Hamas considers the establishment of a fully sovereign and independent Palestinian state along the pre-military occupation lines of 1967 to be a formula of national consensus. The Hamas charter goes on to reject anti-Semitism and the conflation of Judaism with political Zionism, which is the position of progressive Jewish organizations worldwide. In contrast, all the ruling coalition parties in Israel officially oppose any such state and openly pledge to annex the West Bank. But they'll always flip the narrative, blanketing the entire Gaza population with this caricature of Hamas, no matter what. In reality, there exists a mosaic of political factions.
Okay. Okay, but like, come on. The fucking preamble dictates that Israel must be destroyed, you know what I mean, and obliterated. Like, let's be real. Like, you know, yeah, they say that they want to go back to the 67 borders or whatever, but like, this part is a big cope. Yeah. Okay, let's keep it $150 here. Okay. No. Hamas's perspective is different than other. Worst time to pause? Why? What? Why?
Some are more conservative than Hamas. Many support their rival Fatah, while others are in left-wing parties, like the Communist Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. This political diversity is reflected in the Great March. The official leadership committee consists of representatives from various parties. It is primarily led by unaffiliated academics, artists, and journalists. In fact, the idea for the mass march was devised by just one Palestinian, 34-year-old journalist and poet Ahmed Abu Artema, as he watched birds flying freely into the land he was forbidden. It all started with a post. What would happen if thousands of Gazans attempted to peacefully...
Well, we know the answer. They got shot by the hundreds of thousands, okay? Tens of thousands. I think hundreds of thousands. 100,000, 150,000 total injuries since 2000.
across the fence that separated them from their ancestral lands.
It's wild because like Hamas's charter is basically it's like a copy of the Israeli nation state development as a Jewish state, okay, as a Jewish ethno-nationalist state. And it's odd because it's like copy paste, but you delete the word Jewish and write Muslim, and you delete the word Israel and write Palestine. But of course, Israelis recognize how fucking genocidal that is. Okay, they recognize how genocidal that charter is, and you can always hear that. You can always hear that by asking them what their perspective is on Hamas and its charter. Haaretz said the IDF finally secured the South. IDF frees the South from the last Hamas invaders. Nearly 1,000 Israelis are dead. On the war's third day, the IDF, it took 3 days, bro. It's absolutely incredible to see the U.S. folks tasting on this on this in chat. Even the leftist ones. This is like Attack on Titan. The sad reality, the gravity, and the realness of this will never be digested by a person living in the West. Gutting. Yes, it will not. Calling Palestinians reclaiming land invaders is so fucking funny. Yeah, I mean, Ukraine, I felt like I had some sense of understanding, but this is a whole other beast entirely. I can't make heads or tails of any of this and feel like I need to keep my mouth shut. Brother, if you can understand what happens in Ukraine and offer unconditional, full-blown support to Ukraine, because they do deserve emancipation from Russian invasion, okay? But you can't make heads or tails of the Palestinian plight, then there is one factor there that's not computing for you, and I'm afraid, you know, it deserves some self-examination, okay? There's a little bit of self-reflection, because it's not all that complicated. I'm not even going to go ahead and say it's because Ukrainians are white, or that Russia is an adversary and Israel is our ally, and you just have, the Ukrainians are white and Palestinians are not. I'm going to take it one step further. I think it's because the media tells you that the one cause is just when the other they just don't talk about at all and only say is just when Israel retaliates to an unprovoked attack. You know what I mean? It's hypocrisy, pure and simple. That's why a lot of people who offer unconditional support to Ukraine just cannot comprehend this situation. They have a hard time being like, well, but the Ukrainians are saying Israel is the good guys, and I think Ukrainians are the good guys. Okay? Yeah, it's media. Western media.
أن قطاع غزة يتعرض لأوضاع إنسانية غير قابلة للاستمرار. الوضع الاقتصادي منهار، الوضع الخدماتي منهار، لا رواتب، لا عمل، لا أفق، المعابر مغلقة. هذا المزيج من الأسباب كله خلق الظرف والبيئة المناسبة لفكرة مسيرة العودة. إعلان ترامب بتحويل القدس إلى عاصمة لدولة الاحتلال، وكذلك أيضا التخوف الفلسطيني من تصفية قضية اللاجئين وهي القضية الأكثر قداسة. نحن هناك 10 ملايين لاجئ فلسطيني، هؤلاء معهم قرار دولي وهو قرار 194 البند رقم 11 بالعودة إلى ديارهم التي هجروا منها قسرا عام 1948. المتظاهرون في مسيرة العودة رفعوا هذا الشعار، وهو أننا نريد أن نعود إلى ديارنا. في النهاية نحن لا نراهن على أخلاقية المشروع الاحتلالي الكولونيالي في فلسطين، إنما نراهن على تراكم الضغط ومراكمة عوامل الحشد الإنساني والعالمي خلف قضيتنا العادلة حتى نصل إلى اللحظة التاريخية التي وصلت إليها كل شعوب العالم في نيل الحرية والاستقلال وتقرير المصير. نعم، دولة الاحتلال بالمنظار التاريخي وبالمنظار الأخلاقي هي دولة تحمل عوامل الفناء في ذاتها لأنها قائمة على التهجير.
See, he's right. And that is what Israel is experiencing today. Every single person who is pro-Palestinian, pro-recognition of Palestinians as human beings have said the exact same thing in perpetuity, that if your entire existence is based on colonization and apartheid, you're engaging in an inevitable self-destructive attitude. Okay? You are inevitably going to self-destruct. You cannot exist in this violent state where you have permanent enemies. This is why fascism is a self-destructive suicide cult.
قائمة على الاضطهاد العنصري، قائمة على أن تقتل وأن تضطهد وأن تميز ضد شعب آخر وتحاول إلغاء هذا الشعب الآخر. لذلك نحن أقوياء بحقنا ونحن سنستمر رغم معرفتنا بضعفنا.
The Israel Defense Forces will do everything to protect its civilians from the massacre that Hamas is planning.
This is how they covered it. On Monday, May 14th, the Hamas terrorist organization plans to send armed terrorists among 250,000 violent rioters to swarm and breach Israel's border with Gaza and enter Israeli communities. The Israeli Defense Forces will not let them.
This was the narrative that made it into mass media.
What you bring to a protest, what Hamas brings to their riots. Rocks, Molotov cocktails, AK-47s. Do you see the difference? It just happened that, like, they ended up killing only unarmed people. It was so shocking.
The actual organizers of the march were ignored.
Yeah, also look at the mosque.
Because Ahmed clearly explained it was a symbolic action to camp in tents and declare an open sit-in in the empty land right across the border to draw attention to their struggle as refugees. That was the real threat to Israel, a political victory for the Palestinian cause. So they resorted to the go-to.
The parallels between this and the last, like, the ANC sit-in, I forget exactly what date it was, where 69 people were killed in the hands of the South African government, is identical. It's like one last attempt at peaceful, one last attempt at a peaceful demonstration. That was the event that spawned the violent militant wing of the ANC, exactly.
To deflection. But it's all just a cover for Hamas to destroy Israel, today in a new political context of accelerated colonization.
Therefore, I have determined that it is time to officially recognize Jerusalem as the capital of Israel.
Hamas.
This is why they fucking love Trump there, by the way. So ask your liberal Zionist friends what they feel about Trump and why they feel the way they do about Trump. It's always interesting when you see someone who's a liberal in America who fucking absolutely has to reckon with the reality that Trump is the most popular motherfucker in Israel. And they hate Obama too. Even though Obama gave him $38 billion over the course of 10 fucking years, they always said Obama hated Israel. Obama hates Israel. Obama is the biggest hater of Israel of all time. It's like, what do you want? What do you want? You want him to fucking give you a tongue bath on your feet? Like, what the fuck? Yeah.
This is calling for more bloodshed today on the Israel-Gaza border. Thousands of Palestinians expected to riot.
To call this a protest is inaccurate. What actually happened is that Hamas engineered an event.
Look how disgusting this is. 17 Palestinians killed in confrontations with the Israeli forces. Peaceful march to the fucking border. Peaceful demonstration. And the Western media covers it like it's a fucking chaotic and often kinetic situation. I remember covering it at the time. That shit was not a confrontation. That was not equal parts. They shot unarmed Palestinians, many of them children, walking to the fucking border to do a peaceful demonstration. They massacred them by the tens of thousands. But of course, that's not like a real conversation. you're going to have David Keyson, the Israeli government spokesman, to just deliver you propaganda instead.
They wanted thousands of people to swarm into Israel.
Palestinians reportedly organized by the terror group Hamas are being encouraged to rush security barriers, putting them right in the range of live fire.
They were warned to stay away from the border fence. They decided to show up with explosives. They're paying them to get shot.
Lies. Oh, yeah. Dude, even when it's the Israeli Defense Force, Israeli occupying force, sniping unarmed protesters in a peaceful demonstration, and they get fucking massacred, the American media is literally like, yeah, they were paid to get massacred by the Israelis. It's like Israelis had no other option but to execute them by the hundreds and maim them by the thousands. Yeah. Like, think about that, bro. Think about that. They shot kids. There's documentation of the IDF snipers being like, yeah, I shot 42 kneecaps a day. Shot pregnant women. Why are they not asking a Palestinian what the situation looked like? Why are they asking the former Israeli ambassador to the U.S.?
Believe it or not, they're paying them something like $500 per gunshot wound.
You know, Hamas sent a 7-year-old girl who was wearing a Minnie Mouse sweatsuit right up to the fence so that IDF troops would, in their perverse, in the perverse mindset of Hamas, would shoot her and kill her.
It is reported.
Can you imagine saying that out loud? This is the environment that I grew up in as far as like the political comprehension of the plight of Palestinians. That has changed. That is why, for the first time ever, in the past multiple decades, 51%, or the majority of 18 to 45-year-olds, actually have a negative opinion of Israel. For the first time. Why wouldn't they do whatever the fuck they want? That is how they operated for years and years and years and years, where you could have had a dude go up on television and be like, in all sincerity, look at how fucked up Hamas is that they sent a little girl to the fucking border for the IDF to shoot. It's like, bitch, what do you mean? Does the IDF have no fucking agency? Like, what are you talking about? Wait, here.
Believe it or not, they're paying them something like $500 per gunshot wound.
You know, Hamas sent a 7-year-old girl who was wearing a Minnie Mouse sweatsuit right up to the fence so that IDF troops would, in their perverse, in the perverse mindset of Hamas, would shoot her and kill her.
It is reported that someone...
Yeah, it's so perverse, dude. I can't believe they had to do it to him. You know what I mean? Yo, fuck that 7-year-old. You know what I'm saying? Fuck that little girl. She should have thought about not being a fucking Hamas asset. You know what I'm saying? We had to do it to him. Oh, yeah. By the way, if you want to understand like how they feel about that, they shot a pregnant lady. One shot, 2 kills. For the Pearl Clutchers, here's an IDF soldier. Here's a shirt IDF soldiers made for themselves a few years ago. They got their own version of the challenge coin. For the people who want to say that it's an aberration, here's another one. The smaller they are, the harder it is. A little bit of dehumanization helps the murdering go down. What's up? Is the IDF just like a bunch of robots? Is it like an auto turret? Or is there a human behind that pulling the fucking trigger and celebrating the death and destruction? Probably the second thing. They're not robots, I don't believe. Maybe that's why so many of them cry about having fucking PTSD for having to shoot 42 fucking kneecaps a day in the classic shoot and cry cycle that they engage in on a regular basis.
Someone in a wheelchair was fatally shot, Mr. Ambassador.
Hamas is always very good at trying to put out all sorts of propaganda and myths. They're experts at that.
And they intentionally moved up the day so that it would.
Yeah, it was nuts. That's why I was losing my mind on the Jubilee video where they made Palestinians who had family members die sit down with IDF soldiers like, oh, what is the both sides of this situation? Let's take a look. It's like, that's insane. It's like literally putting Jubilee, middle ground video, slavers were versus formerly freed slaves. Let's take a look. Let's find the middle ground here.
Coincide with the opening of the embassy move so that we would all be disgusted and heartbroken when we saw this horrible split screen of Ivanka Trump looking like she was at a country club next to poor, desperate people dying in Gaza.
I agree with you. They planned that. Absolutely.
Right. And I'm just saying, let's not fall for a trap that is being set by a...
Bro, fuck Barry Weiss, by the way. A fucking giant piece of shit loser. Fuck you. Once again, I remember covering this. A lot of this stuff I was there to cover, okay, at this point. They were saying, like, they did this for propaganda. Like, when finally our glorious nation is getting Jerusalem. First of all, Barry Weiss, you're American. Shut the fuck up, okay? Like, can you imagine the callousness, the audacity to be like, yeah, these guys are dying at our fucking border for propaganda purposes to make Americans feel shitty about it. It's like, you know what's crazy? Nobody felt shitty about it, Barry. It doesn't seem like you feel shitty about it. You know, seems like you feel pretty good about it, actually. You're literally somehow still finding a way to turn this to a fuck Palestinians moment, you know?
A theocratic, authoritarian group that is sending women and children.
I don't think I'm falling for a trap. I agree. I couldn't agree more with all of that.
Remember, by the way, Bill Maher hates religion, guys. Bill hates old Bilbo Baggins here. He hates religion, guys, okay? Except there is one religion he hates the most, you know. On the one hand, you have a theocratic ethno-state that is a apartheid regime. On the other hand, yeah, you have an Islamist fundamentalist formation that is seen as like the only government out there that can deal with Israel. And there's a secular formation as well. There's a secular government as well, except Israel doesn't give them the time of day and it basically bullies them and treats them like shit. And yet, for some reason, he doesn't have a even both-sided situation here. Bilbo Baggins is like, no, it's actually pretty fucking sick, pretty fucking dope that, you know, Israel is just chopping down 7-year-olds.
I think it's terrible that Hamas is butchering its own children. Hamas is conducting massive self-genocide.
They want to pile up as many civilian dead as they can because...
Well, then don't kill him. Like, bro, I got an idea. Don't kill him. Oh my God, this is giving me fucking whiplash. I'm remembering all of these fucking insane moments. Self-genocide, bro.
Somebody said they use, I mean, it's gruesome. They use telegenically dead Palestinians for their cause. They want the more dead, the better.
They're pushing civilians, women, children into the line of fire with the view of getting casualties. We try to minimize the casualties. They're trying to incur casualties in order to put pressure on Israel, which is horrible.
What they're deliberately doing is seeking to kill as many Palestinians as possible in order to yell to the world to help us.
And much of the world is condemning us for war crimes. Basically, they're serving Hamas's goal. That's just what Hamas is about.
Yeah, when you accurately call out Israel for doing war crimes, you're doing propaganda for Hamas. Okay, bitch. One step further. How about when you are an IDF sniper and you're shooting at a fucking unarmed person, okay, doing a peaceful demonstration, you are playing into the role of Hamas then. How about that? This is good to see in succession. Why? Because American ignorance on the issue is not born out of like accurately reading the fucking tea leaves or looking at the situation on the ground and then making up their mind and being like, I'm a bloodthirsty genocidal freak and I think this is fucking sick. Okay? The same, of course, could not be said for ultra-nationalist, ultra-Zionist sickos. They do see that and they do like it. But most Americans look at the situation and they don't investigate further. They're just looking at the TV. Why would the TV man lie to him? You know? Why would the fucking TV man lie to me about the situation? Of course it wouldn't. That's how you manufacture consent. That's how you do it. That's how I got you to respond at the top of the hour to know that there's a 3-minute ad break. And now you know at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. For $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Oh. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Make no mistake, Hamas is pleased with the results from yesterday. No country in this chamber would act with more restraint than Israel has.
And that said, Israel only targeted people.
Yeah, totally. Thank you, Uncle Zaza, for the 50 big ones. And thank you, Lazy Gains Gaming, for the 5 big ones, allowing 55 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. I think people think it's a nuanced situation because if they go against the Israeli state, it would be anti-Semitic. No, I don't think that people think about it that much. First of all, so many people are anti-Semitic, okay? Let's be fucking super real. Like, for example, the UK is a great example of this, where the media is like, oh, dude, if you don't offer unconditional support to like murking children that are Palestinian. Yeah, okay. Did she poop? Oh. No, it's fine, probably. So the UK government is like, if you don't think that murking Palestinian children is good, actually, you're anti-Semitic, right? Like they go fucking nuts for it. Except on the ground, if you look at anti-Semitism, in like the public, the UK is deeply anti-Semitic. Same with the United States of America, as a matter of fact. Same with most countries, especially European countries. Okay? So anti-Semitism is a genuinely real problem. Okay? It's a very real problem in all of these Western countries. Problem is, this is not anti-Semitic. Criticizing Israel is not anti-Semitic. It's just. It's moral. Okay? It's perfectly valid. Problem is, they always fucking say, can you give me an example of how the UK is anti-Semitic? Of course I can. This is my favorite subject. Everybody was talking about how Jeremy Corbyn is anti-Semitic. Jeremy Corbyn is anti-Semitic in the UK. The British media cycle constantly talked about it when he was the leader of the Labour Party. When you actually looked at the number, when you looked at the percentages of like anti-Semitic party members or anti-Semitism in general, one, the Labour Party literally had less anti-Semitic sentiment than the fucking Tory party did, and certainly lower than the average population. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Also, I mean, Britain did make Israel. They made it. Bro, hearing the words that comes out of the Israeli fascist officials, it reminds me of the quote, "Today is the only day I have ever wished I was not an atheist, for a swift exit is more than you deserve, and thought of you in hell brings a smile to my face, brings a smile to the face of any reasonable, decent person." Yeah, I mean, I said something to the same extent. What is this? A couple of weeks ago, this is why I was criticizing a presidential candidate for being a foreigner and a Jew. And now he's saying, bravo to the libertarians. Peace is the queen of all values. To be honest, though, that's not shocking at all. Is it true some of the hostages are U.S. citizens? That's the suspicion. They don't know.
Who are actively engaged in violence.
There are 11 Americans that have died in the Palestinian operation, and then there are some that are unaccounted for.
We use live fire in a measured and surgical way.
Why the Israeli forces were shooting dead protesters at the Gaza crossings.
Well, we can't put all these people in jail.
Much more effective way of dealing with peaceful protesters, you know. But hey, we are the most moral military on the world. We're the best army.
أنا إجيت عشان أحرر فلسطين، عشان كل فلسطين تكون إيد في إيد، عشان نحرر فلسطين.
It's crazy because it's like, oh wow, I can't believe this documentary is using children as a propaganda point. And it's like, well, it is much easier to find children in fucking Gaza than it is to find adult men. So perhaps that might be the reason. I don't know.
إن شاء الله من يد المحتل الغاصب. أنا أمنيتي الكبرى إنه فلسطين تتحرر وإحنا نعيش في أمان إن شاء الله.
بتعالج هي مش أكتر، هي صح رايحة وهذا، وبعدين مسيرتنا مسيرة سلمية. كل الفلسطينيين شاركوا. من حقي كل أنا لي بلد، من حقي كل بيت، من حق اللي متشردين في البلاد في كل مكان هذول النازعين يجوا على بيت.
ولا نرحل، منا هنا باقون، ماض وحاضر ومستقبل.
نعم، هنا من مخيمات العودة، من مخيم غزة، نقول هي المرأة الفلسطينية، هي الكل الفلسطيني، غادرت أرضها قسرا ورغما عنها.
تصبح فيه والسلحفاة يسبق خيل، والسلحفاة يسبق خيل، والشمس يطلع بالليل، والشمس يطلع بالليل. نعطيك القدس العربية، نعطيك القدس.
وها هي حفيداتها اليوم يعلن القرار بأنه إن كان الخروج قسرا والخروج غصبا فإننا الآن بكامل قوانا. نعم، هي المرأة الفلسطينية، المرأة الفلسطينية التي كانت حاضرة في القرار أنه لا تنازل عن حق العودة.
Oh. Stop attacking me. I live in Israel. Chill out. Dude, yeah, I know. These little girls, man, they are fucking you up, dog. I mean, shit. I mean, you perfectly have demonstrated the mania of living in a violent apartheid state. You have to constantly live under this like threat of violence, because violence is the only way to continue the apartheid state. So you're literally, even when you look at a video of a peaceful demonstration of little girls, okay, you go, oh my God, they're coming for me. They're going to fucking kill me. You know what I mean? That's it. That's perfect. That you have demonstrated exactly how this kind of fascist mentality festers and offers some level of like spiritual damage to the people who are supposed to be the beneficiaries of living in an apartheid state. You know what I mean? You see fucking 7-year-old girls and you go, oh my God, they're coming to kill me. Sleep is awesome. Thank you for the fucking sleep. You don't have to ban every single person that just says shit, unless they say something truly fucked up. Why do you think so many Western countries support Israel financially and morally? What do you mean? It's a destabilizing force in the fucking Middle East. It's literally like an incredibly well-armed military apparatus. It's basically like a fucking... it's basically like designed perfectly to sit smack dab in the middle of all these like scary areas that it can help violently squash. It's like having an American state with the same exact fucking mentalities in the middle of the Middle East. You know, it's great. Fucking awesome for the Western world. It's also basically like having it's like culturally people cannot identify if they've lived in the imperial core. They cannot culturally identify with those who are oppressed. They can only identify with the oppressors. Okay? So, yeah, if you live in America, if you're an American, okay, not like a black American, but if you are a white American especially, it's very difficult for you to feel the struggle of wanting to have some level of freedom. Okay? That's it. By the way, that's why there's like, obviously Ireland is the single holdout and has been a regular supporter of Palestine and Palestinians in general in the Western world for obvious reasons. And beyond that, there's also, there's a lot of, in black culture, there's a shared struggle as well. Partially due to the influence of Islam in black communities, but also in general, a feeling of shared struggle of oppressed peoples. So you sometimes see like, you know, Palestine references.
ما احنا حاملين سلاح ولا شيء، بالعكس احنا بصدورنا العارية امام قوة كبيرة من الجيش اللي هي مدرعاتهم واسلحتهم وغازهم وطائراتهم. احنا بالعكس احنا سلميين واعزل السلاح، ما فيش معنا اي شيء.
عجاء لا جاية أنا فلسطينية يجب علي
Do you think Jewish people would have the same feeling of shared oppression? Pretty ironic, but they do. That's why only after a fucking century, well, not a century, but multiple decades of propaganda have the Jewish ethno-state been able to very deliberately and very specifically carve out enough support from American Jews in general. But there's still plenty of fucking Jews who don't put up with that shit at all. Israel's largest supporters is not the American Jewish community, no matter how hard AIPAC tries. Israel's largest supporters are psychopathic evangelical Protestants who believe that in order to trigger the rapture, Israel must maintain the entire area so that Jesus Christ can come back to earth and duke it out with Satan in Megiddo. And if you think that I am making this up, please learn a little bit about evangelical Protestants and why they are such ridiculously stringent supporters of Israel. They are literally they are the beating heart of the ultra-Zionist movement in America. Not the American Jews, many of which are secular Jews who have different opinions on the matter and do not offer unconditional and uncritical support to Israel in their endless effort to purge the area of the Muslim scourge.
أن نكسب الدنيا والآخرة لا تخيفنا رصاصات الاحتلال. هذه الرصاصات التي تتوجه إلى صدور بناتنا وأطفالنا ونسائنا وآبائنا وأمهاتنا لا تخيفنا ولن تعيدنا إلى الخلف. رسالتنا لهذا الاحتلال.
Look at these violent weapons that they have. I love the dude being like, I condemn extremism on both sides. Is that fair? Am I uninformed? Is Israel so much worse that I should be pro-Palestine? Like, dude, you're watching like children get shot by Israeli snipers, okay, from 100 yards away, and asking that question. I don't know what to tell you at that point. Like, I don't know. Just look at what's in front of you, okay? What do you think?
The evidence of numerous blatant war crimes in these regular massacres are there for all to see. But let's just take a look at what the United Nations found in their investigation. Facts that cannot be refuted. The UN report released February 28, 2019, documented the extensive human rights violations during the Great March of Return through 2018. Of the 183 fatalities caused by sniper fire investigated by the UN Commission, 171 were clearly murdered, shot in the head or torso. Nearly 8,000 people were wounded by live ammunition.
Both sides are doing nefarious stuff, dude. ... I know. These guys were nefariously marching to the fucking Israeli fence, dude. Did you see how nefariously they were marching? Yeah, especially those kids. I think that, you know, they did have slingshots. That, hey, got them. Whereas the other side, the dude at a sniper rifle perched on a fucking a higher elevated position. But of course, wait, how much are they paying you to promote this? Who is they? And paying to promote this, it's Abby Martin's documentary, Gaza Fights for Freedom, and it's very good and very informative. Are you so cynical that you think that I could not possibly be an ardent supporter of Palestinian lives, and that I have to simply be paid to show something like this? That's your perspective, really? Like, only if someone is monetarily compensated can they have this position. You know, it must be. It has to be projection, right? Yeah, I'm getting that juicy Gaza money, dude. You know what I'm saying? They got so much moolah over there. As dudes, is there what, 54% unemployment? Dudes are making $6 a day. You know, they put all their money together to pay me. Except they can't, because there is no way to have a financial transaction with Palestinians, because it's not allowed. It's illegal. Yeah, they actually don't have food because they paid me. That's why.
Over that 8-month period, 21 were left permanently paralyzed, and 122 more required limb amputations, including 20 children. In stark contrast, the UN report found 0 fatalities on the Israeli side. Not one Israeli soldier was killed or seriously wounded. 4 claimed scratches from thrown rocks and could only cite property damage from kites and balloons as reason to continue the ongoing massacre.
Flaming kites and balloons over the border.
Throwing rocks comes with a death sentence. You can see that Hashem Abu Aqla is posing no threat to Israeli lives. He's not armed, and he's not breaking through the border fence.
Oh, they shot him.
When the shot rings out, it is he who is shot in the head. Incidents like these that were investigated by the UN are an indictment damning beyond measure.
I wonder why they only talked about Palestinian deaths. Yeah, because there were fucking 0 Israeli deaths. What are you talking about? This is the march to return. The fuck? That's insane, bro. What do you mean? I know I was being sarcastic. Oh, okay.
On March 30th, the first day of the Great March of Return, Israeli snipers started using live ammunition at 9 a.m. Over the course of the day, the IDF shot and killed 18 unarmed marchers and wounded 765 others with...
Actually, they were technically armed with slingshots, so you're wrong. Technically, they were armed with a very dangerous weapon.
Among the casualties the first day, 19-year-old Bader Sabag was resting, smoking a cigarette 300 meters away when he was shot in the head and killed. 24-year-old mechanic Naji Abu Johayer was standing wrapped in a Palestinian flag 300 meters away from the fence when he was shot in the abdomen. The youngest casualty was a 2-year-old child. The oldest, a 71-year-old woman. 6 weeks later, on May 14th, in one of the most egregious massacres of unarmed peoples in modern history, Israeli snipers killed 60 people on this day alone, including 7 children. The death toll could have been far higher, considering the fact they shot in...
For the record, this is not being done with bombs from above. This is not even indiscriminate violence. It might come across like it because you're so used to the casualties being indiscriminately killed by bombs. These are sniper rifles. These are people who are holding up sniper rifles perched on top of elevated positions, directly looking down and methodically murdering children, elderly, men. They are targeting specific people in the fucking crowd. Just tell me, why are people charging at them? They can just stop. You want to know why? I mean, that's such a fucking insane take, but I'll tell you why. Because they thought that people wouldn't react like you did. They thought that people would see the death and the human toll and would go, oh my God, this is unimaginable cruelty. They were wrong. First, they thought maybe the Israelis won't shoot us. Okay? They were wrong on that front. Then they thought maybe the world, because they kept going day in and day out, marching, and kept getting killed. Okay? IDF at the time said they didn't miss a shot. They said every bullet was calculated. They thought if we could do a mass arrest, similar to the ANC originally, when they would protest and peacefully engage in an act of civil disobedience, where they thought they could overrun the already crowded prison system by violating apartheid rules in South Africa. Okay? They literally thought, oh, we'll just like go to a whites only area as a black person, we'll get arrested, and we'll do this by the thousands, and we'll actually crowd the prison so they can't deal with it. That was the original tactic of the ANC before they switched over to more violent measures. This is exactly what the Palestinians thought they could do. They thought that they could tailor, in a similar way, an anti-colonial, anti-apartheid struggle, okay? And you know, walk peacefully, march peacefully towards this unjustifiable border wall. And when that, when the Israeli Defense Force, the Israeli occupying force said no, okay, and it started killing them, they thought maybe the world would recognize it. You're just out of touch? Wait, what? What is happening in the chat right now? Yesterday, we saw 30,000 people. We arrived and prepared with precise reinforcements. Nothing was carried out uncontrolled. Everything was accurate and measured, and we know where every bullet landed. Is the tweet that they posted, and then they deleted. btselem captured the deleted tweet, which is the Israeli Information Center for Human Rights in the occupied territories. What? Israelis die all the time. You're just out of touch. This shit kind of making me horny, dog. I love hummus. You missed it. Notice me, senpai. Based anti-Semite. That was some funny English. I agree with you, but the sad reality is that Israelis won't care and will just slaughter more Palestinians. Can't the Palestinians just wander in the desert for a new home like the Israelites did? You okay?
Wounded 1,162 additional people with live ammunition. Just a sampling of these fatalities demonstrate their barbarity. 21-year-old university student Ali Kafaja was on his cell phone about 150 meters away when he was shot in the head. 20-year-old Mahmoud Jundia was filming the protest 50 meters away from the fence when he was shot. As he lay on the ground dying, Israeli snipers finished him off with...
It wasn't an international peace rave, bro. That was literally just like... It was just a regular rave. It doesn't matter. Obviously, going to a fucking rave is not a crime. I don't know why. And yes, they don't deserve death. But you don't have to massage it by being like, oh, no, they actually did a peace rave. Like, that's typical angling, okay? You have to massage the narrative even further. It's not enough. It's not enough that they went in and killed a bunch of civilians and elderly and even children in certain instances and took a lot of hostages. They actually were roving rape gangs, okay, that attacked a peace rave to do rapes, to do mass rapes at a peace rave. Like, you could literally just keep it to the actual facts of the matter, and most people will consider it to be gruesome, okay? You don't have to elevate it by adding insanity to the fold, okay? Especially when you're literally going, oh, dude, they did a peace rave outside of a concentration camp. Like, that's insane. That's an insane thing to say. Yeah.
With a shot to the back. One international war correspondent interviewed for the UN report recounted the scene. Every few minutes, you would hear a shot ring out, and you would see someone fall, and then another. It went on for hours. There was a constant stream of bloody bodies being carried back towards the ambulances. It was surreal and endless. I've covered wars in Syria, Yemen, Libya. I've never seen anything like this. The slow, methodical shooting. It was just shocking. Let's just imagine for a moment that armed militants in the Great March were shooting.
Wait. Now Channel 13 also confirms the warnings from Egypt, including confirmation from Israel. And the wording is, of course, already wording from the Commission of Inquiry that will be established. The Egyptians warned of something happening in Gaza, but something happening in Gaza can be interpreted in many ways, so they say in Israel. Oh my God. So Bibi Netanyahu lied this morning to the Israeli population when he said that the Egyptian government did not warn them of an attack. Wow. Color me surprised. What's next, dude? Are you going to tell me Bibi Netanyahu doesn't deserve to be in prison right now? Wow. Bro, this is turning more and more into Israel's own 9/11 by the fucking moment, okay? For the record, I want people to understand something. A lot of people were like, wait a minute, they would never leave the border open like this. This is suspicious. Maybe Mossad wanted this to happen. No. I still am a firm believer of the callousness and the bloodthirst that the far-right Israeli government has towards shifting its resources to the fucking West Bank and not paying any heed, not paying any mind to anyone else telling them, like, no, these guys are going to come in, thinking that it's going to be like every other day, okay? Because I need you to understand something. It is exactly like 9/11 because Israel did create Hamas, and Israel did promote Hamas, and Israel did prop Hamas up as, like, the actual authority, rather than the Palestinian Authority, which they used as, like, their own way to spy on Palestinians living in the West Bank. Let me explain something to you, okay? They would not in a million years allow fucking military commanders and shit to die, okay? This looks horrible. It looks fucking horrible for Israel in general. It causes internal commotion in Israel in general, okay? And there are much easier ways of drumming up support. If violence is a constant and violent retaliation is a constant in an apartheid state, there are much better moments for Israel to do, like, a terror attack or allow and look the other way with a terror attack that doesn't actually involve taking over tanks, military equipment, and taking over police precincts and having 3 days of, like, back and forth fighting until you finally are able to control the southern Israel territory. There is no way. Okay? There's no way. Because there's much simpler ways of doing this. Like, let Hamas blow something up and kill a bunch of civilians and then kill the guy and be like, this is a unjustifiable attack. And then everyone is just as angry, all the same. You don't need much support from your base. You don't need much support from your base to fucking justify attacking Palestinians. Okay? I think it's hubris. I think that ultimately they literally did not think that these people that they have in their endless depravity. These people that they have starved have no way of ever fucking breaching their incredible technological border control. Okay? Because, look, I mean, this shows you, if your entire military apparatus is used to just like fucking sniping 7-year-olds at the border, okay, and your military, your standing military happens to be your also like internal security force and external occupying force, is more used to just like bullying and humiliating Palestinians who are unarmed, then you create this this sense of confidence, this unearned confidence, okay? Where you literally think like, what the fuck are they going to do? We've been destroying them for years and years and years on end. It's arrogance. I think they grew complacent. In unrelated news, I've been seeing a bit more support of Palestine among gross blue check marks on Twitter because Zionists commenting great news to announce Palestinian deaths. Bro, that doesn't mean shit. None of that is going to move the needle. Let's be fucking real, okay?
Back at Israeli soldiers during the protest, which would actually be protected as legitimate resistance under international law. United Nations General Assembly Resolution of 1978, quote, reaffirms the legitimacy of the struggle of peoples for independence, territorial integrity, national unity and liberation from colonial and foreign domination, and foreign occupation by all available means, particularly armed struggle. Even if there was an armed battle, all the documented actions of the Israeli military against children, disabled, press, and medics would still be considered highly...
A big commander just got clapped 2 hours ago. I sent it to you on Twitter. It was posted by IDF. I think that's why the shelling has slowed down, but we will see after morning prayer. Al Jazeera has to move out of their building because they almost got hit as well. Yeah, they are they're bombing, they're engaging in battle on two fronts now with Hezbollah in Lebanon as well. Haaretz is calling for Netanyahu to resign. Haaretz also literally fucking wrote the Haaretz editorial board yesterday, like while the dead were still being counted, said the blood is on Israel's hands, that their endless need for conquest and their operations in the West Bank is directly responsible for the bloodshed from the Palestinians. It is violent retaliation, and that is because of Netanyahu and the far-right government's actions. And they are right. And do you agree with that? Fuck yes, I agree with that. Are you fucking kidding me? I've been saying this from the jump. Of course I agree with that. Haaretz is liberal, not conservative, but it's still, a Zionist paper. Like, this is a left-leaning and yet still Zionist paper in Israel that is recognizing that an endless need for justifying a colonial apartheid state is going to create this level of chaos. It is fact. It is blowback. It is literally what will happen. Can you read my full comment? You jumped to conclusions on earlier. This is Israel's 9/11 event. They're allowed a terrorist event to happen. Paratroopers shooting up international peace rave to get the messages to rally behind Israel. Wait, I didn't ban you. Fizz did, and then you got unbanned. Led to mass bombing of innocent people in Gaza. There are media and influencers around the world demanding Israel bomb Gaza off the face of the earth. No, I told you it was not a peace rave, but you're right. And you're not right. I don't think that they would have. I don't think that they did it on purpose. I think that it was negligence and it was callousness. It was arrogance. From Al Jazeera, released 8 minutes ago, we have received reports from witnesses in Gaza that 5 people, including at least 2 journalists, have been killed in an Israeli air attack on a residential building in the western parts of the enclave. The Turkish Anadolu agency has identified 2 journalists as Saeed Al-Tawil and Mohammed Sub. We will bring you more on this soon. Seeing reports that PFLP, one of the Marxist paramilitary groups in Gaza, had also participated in the Hamas operation. Yes, PFLP and DFLP have also, every single Palestinian group participated in the operation this past weekend. I've been trying to tell you this. I don't know why people are not recognizing this, but yes, that's why if you see red bandanas, if you see the red bandanas, that means it's PFLP or DFLP, Democratic a Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine. It was not simply just Hamas. Now, of course, they are much smaller. The reason why I know why most people don't want to recognize it is because they don't want to think of this as like they don't want to think of this as a military operation that is anti-colonial in nature. They want to reduce this to like the violent Islamist group Hamas behaving this way, and that's understandable because it is still led predominantly by Hamas. I'm nitpicky, but it's pronounced Haaretz, the landing country. Yeah. Hamas' surprise attack against Israel is the worst failure in this country's history. It is more serious even than the failure of Yom Kippur. The surprise was greater, the concept adhered to more stupid, the neglect more terrible, the blow to morale worse, the chaos crazier, the shock stronger, and the number of civilians murdered is the highest ever. I cannot believe they dude, that's crazy.
Illegal war crimes. But the fact that there were no armed militants, were no use of weapons against soldiers, was no battle, as they say, makes their crimes that much more atrocious and undeniable. In fact, the official IDF Twitter account admitted on record that none of those shot were by accident. According to officials, nothing was carried out uncontrolled. Everything was accurate and measured, and we know where every bullet landed. Even more damning, Israeli General Zivika Fogel described how snipers identify and are given authorization to shoot children.
אני לא אחמד טיבי, אני צביקה פוגל, אני יודע איך ההוראות האלה מתקבלות, אני יודע איך צלף מבצע את הירי, אני יודע כמה אישורים הוא צריך לפני שהוא
That's the difference between a disorganized group of paramilitary operatives versus an organized military, an occupying force with a chain of command and rules of engagement. That's when the situation becomes way more dire. You understand? Because he's correct, obviously. Like, they know who they're shooting. They know why they're doing it. Like, that's where it is not unintentional. All these casualties, all these people that were murdered are murdered in a premeditated capacity.
לקבל אישור לפתוח באש. זה לא גחמה של צלף כזה או אחר שמזהה עכשיו גוף קטן של ילד ומחליט שהוא יורה. מישהו מסמן לו היטב את המטרה ואומר לו בדיוק למה צריך לירות ומה האיום מאותו אחד. ולצערי הרב, לעתים כשיורים בגוף קטן והתכוונת לפגוע לו ביד או בכתף, שטח מדינת ישראל ולהרוג... דינו מוות? דינו מוות. מבחינתי כן, אם אפשר לראות פה רק כדי לעצור אותו ברגל או ביד נהדר, אבל אם זה יותר יותר מזה, אז כן, אם זה, אתה רוצה לבדוק אותי אדם של מי יותר סמיך, שלנו או שלהם?
كنت حامل أنا علم.
No, there's no tactical possibility that Hamas can win the conflict. No, of course not. Also, even if Hezbollah joins the battle and brings Israel into a two-front war, okay, or even if Iran joins, you still have the entirety of the Western nation's military power. It's just not. There is no. There is no real way out of this. Like I said, the only people who control everything in this situation, who control all the levers of power to stop the violence, it's the Israeli government. You have Syrian forces that have an interest in probably reclaiming Golan Heights, which is annexed Syrian territory that Israel has annexed. You have Lebanon, Hezbollah in Lebanon, and they've already started shelling one another. You have obviously Hamas and Palestinian, like the unified Palestinian forces. And are you still? This guy is not here to hear anything. Look at this. And then you have Iran. You have the IRGC, which is another part, which I feel like they do not want Iran to join the battle, which is why I suspect both the American State Department and the IDF has said Iran is not involved in this last attack. Iran itself has said that they're not involved, but they support it and celebrate it. I don't know.
فلسطين وكلتها في راسي. في تاريخ 16/4 أنا اتصابت في الركبة، الرجل اليمين قنبلة غاز. روحت ومن المستشفى روحت على الدار والحمد لله صرت منيح تمام التمام. الجمعة اللي بعدها طلعنا مع الشباب كمان مرة. وصلنا غاد أكلت طلق مدخل ومخرج في رجلي الشمال. 8/5 احنا رحنا على منطقة ملكة مع الشباب. كنت حامل علم فلسطين زي الشباب. كنت يعني بطالب حق العودة مع الشباب زيهم يعني. فأكلت الطلق في راسي. وتم يعني أنا أكلت الطلق في راسي جوا وبرا هيك. وصبت 55 غرزة في الراس جوا وبرا يعني. وبعديها عملنا عملية لتخريج الشظايا من الراس. بعدها بكم من يوم تخريج الشظايا من الراس. هم هدفهم يعني يشيلوا الشباب من قطاع غزة، يعني خلص يدمروا مستقبل الشباب عشان لا يدافعوا عن الوطن بعد هيك ولا يقربوا على السجل الفاصل، لأنه خلص يعني مدن الشباب وقعت فيش حد بضل يدافع عن فلسطين.
Beyond these broadly defined war crimes, there are specific categories that are protected under the Geneva Conventions. Again, these are categories that are protected during an actual war between armies, making violations on unarmed protests even more egregious. Children are an internationally protected group under Article 77 of the Fourth Geneva Convention, which states that they're the object of special respect and shall be protected against any form of assault.
Oh, this is the fucking... Oh, yeah, oh, God, this is so fucked up. Oh, Jesus, this one is the worst. This is probably the worst fucking video. Yeah, this is, I'm just going to tell you, this is the last part of this documentary that I'm going to watch. I'm going to tell you what it is. It's an Israeli sniper shooting a kid in the head. He says he stopped. I can't shoot because of the rolls of barbed wire. He says, come here. There's a little kid over there. Give it to him. No. But he's ducking all the time, like, making it harder to shoot. Take out the one of the pink. Not pink. I'm on the one of the blue.
Yes! בן של זונה. איזה סרטון, הנה, תרוצו לפנות אותו. בטח שצילמתי את זה.
Yeah, of course I filmed it.
וואו, פגעו לי מישהו בראש.
Wow, hit him in the head. Film that. What a legendary video. What? I didn't see it. He flew into the air and his leg was like, sons of bitches.
May 14th, 14-year-old Wisal Sheikh Khalil was shot in the head 100 meters away after she had approached the fence to hang a Palestinian flag. She died instantly. June 29th, 11-year-old Yasser Abu Naja was chanting nationalist slogans at the fence with 2 other kids. He was shot in the head as he hid behind a bin 200 meters from the fence. September 28th.
I think that's a good enough place to at least put a pause on this documentary. We will return to it tomorrow. But, when you see that, I think you understand that this violence cannot be harnessed and be left in a vacuum. You can't contain this kind of violent maintenance of an apartheid state. You can't. You know what I mean? You can't do that. So, the documentary is called Gaza Fights for Freedom. It's by Abby Martin. It's available on means.tv. It's available for free on Empire Files. Really good. It's really hard to watch, but it is about the peaceful march that Palestinians tried to conduct at the border and got killed for by the hundreds. So, oof. Yeah. But remember, that never gets coverage. That's never gotten coverage. That will never get coverage. And the kind of coverage that it got in mainstream media, you saw leading up to the actual atrocities. The kind of coverage that it got in mainstream media was, look at these Palestinians bringing this on themselves. They got us to kill them. They got us to shoot them with sniper rifles, where every bullet was accounted for. Completely unjustifiable. And this is only starting. It's only starting. And if you've been in the dark this entire time about this issue, it's just, I don't know what to tell you. It is one of, there are not often many black or white circumstances in the world, where there's like a good and clear evil and evil behavior. Now, obviously, it's still born out of material conditions, but the Palestinian people are very resilient. They've withstood a tremendous amount of violence and oppression and humiliation. They've withstood an apartheid state for a very long time, with the world mostly turning a blind eye. They now feel as though they have no other option. And, you know, this is what happens when you push and you push and you push people into a corner. But ultimately, it is impossible to continue maintaining that level of violence without full-blown genocide. And even then, the struggle will continue. Okay? But analyzing the violent acts in Israel without the context of the occupation is basically like lying about the situation entirely. It is not an accurate way to cover it. Not. It's completely fucked up. And it does seem like the Israeli government does not care about even the Israelis that are being held hostage and have written them off as dead. So we'll see. Tomorrow's another day. Hopefully things will get better, even though I don't believe it will. But on that note, I will end it here, and I'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully with some better news. Good night, everybody.
All the shadows trickling in has helped people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in a lie. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming.